Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors for October 1, 2019. Thank you all for coming. Looks like a nice big crowd. We have this evening, as usual, we will start with an invocation. And today we have Pastor Zach Zbinden with us. Pastor, would you come up, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Peterson.
Let's pray. Oh, Lord, thank you for life. Thank you so much, Lord, for giving us that breath and all of the desires within us as we're made in your image, Lord, to learn to love and relate to one another. And I thank you so much for these supervisors, Lord, the time and energy that they expend in leading our county. Lord, I pray for them, thanking you for their service, Lord, that you would just strengthen them for their task, Lord. Give them great wisdom. Give them great courage, Lord. And I ask, Father, that you just continue to watch over them. Lord, we just thank you for our county. What a great place, Lord, to celebrate and to live with our families. And I pray, Father, that you would continue to bless us with your presence. And it's in the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on our agenda tonight is a resolution recognizing Lyman Lewis Beck upon his retirement at the end of September. That was yesterday, so he's back with us already. And we have a resolution, Ms. Budesk, I mean, Ms. Kewicz.
No, I'm just his work wife. Were you going to go down there?
I can go down there if you would read the resolution.
Okay.
Mr. Beck, would you come up?
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Lyman Lewis Beck, Jr., who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County. And whereas Mr. Beck has served faithfully as a combination residential inspector for over 20 years, beginning his tenure on February 1, 1999, and served as the cross-connection control coordinator for over 10 years, in which time he oversaw the organization and establishment of an electronic database of over 1,000 backflow prevention devices throughout the county, as well as the auditing and recording of the devices' annual certification reports. And whereas Mr. Beck honorably represented the Department of Building Inspection at several professional regional organizations, including monthly meeting of the James River Building Official and Code Administrators Organization, serving in the capacity of several elected board positions, attending annual meetings of Virginia Plumbing and Mechanical Inspectors Association, and was a founding member of the Virginia chapter of the American Backflow Prevention Association. And whereas Mr. Beck assisted in residential plan review, served as amusement device inspection coordinator, and was a certified inspector for erosion and sediment control. And whereas Mr. Beck has consistently served Goochland County citizens, Goochland County administration, Department of Building Inspection staff, and fellow co-professionals, contractors, home builders, and tradesmen with respect, integrity, and expertise. And whereas Mr. Beck will be retiring from Goochland County effective October 1, now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens and staff, hereby recognizes and sincerely thanks Mr. Beck for his service and commitment while serving the citizens of Goochland County, and furthermore offers best wishes for his future endeavors.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the resolution of appreciation for Mr. Beck.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all your years of service. You've done a lot of work. Is Gary here? Gary Fisher? Who's going to do all this? A picture. You'd like to come up for a picture? Back. Thank you. I know you've been to my house several times. Probably everybody's house anyway.
Just about.
I'm pleased to say I'm going to be joining you in a couple of months.
Aw.
Come on.
You have to have an iPhone back up there.
Congrats, Louis.
The next item on our agenda is a proclamation recognizing October 2019 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I know Ms. Graham is here, and would you both come up? Oh,
Louis. I'll get that.
Lewis? Okay. Whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abusive and coercive behaviors used by one individual intended to exert power and control over another individual in the context of an intimate or family relationship, and whereas abusive behaviors may include but are not limited to physical assaults, verbal assaults, threats, intimidation, emotional abuse, use of weapons, destruction of property, violence towards other people or pets, sexual violence, and control over economic resources. And whereas domestic violence is an intolerable violent crime with public health implications for every person in Goochland County, whether a victim, survivor, a family member, significant other, neighbor, employer, or co-worker of a victim, survivor. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate domestic violence on their own, we must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent such violence, support victims, survivors, and their families, and increase support for agencies providing services to those community members. And whereas Goochland Cares, a comprehensive domestic violence program, addresses domestic violence by providing 24-hour hotline services, sheltering survivors who have become homeless due to domestic violence, responding to emergency calls, offering support and information, providing case management counseling, advocating for victims, survivors seeking protective orders, empowering survivors to chart their own course for healing, and facilitating educational trainings and prevention programs. And whereas ending domestic violence in Goochland County involves active collaboration between Goochland Cares, Goochland Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, Goochland County Sheriff's Office, Goochland Victim Witness Program, the 16th District Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court Services Unit, Goochland Department of Social Services, and other regional and state partners. Now therefore, we, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Goochland County.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing October 2019 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, ladies. Please, if you would. Would you like to say anything else?
Well, I want to introduce Heather Salmon, who's our sexual domestic violence coordinator and works with our other advocate to do everything that was listed here, which is pretty amazing, and to tell you that we really appreciate your support. And unfortunately, this program is thriving because domestic violence is not limited to income status or location or anything else. It's everywhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for what you do. Would you like to say anything?
Well, just thank you for all of your support.
Well, thank you both. Pictures? Okay, sorry. But I love pictures. So
Gotta get them in now.
Thank you both. This is the best way to start any meeting.
Yeah.
The next item on our agenda is request to postpone agenda items and additions. I would like to postpone one item that's on our 7 p.m. Public hearings. I'd like to defer it to our November meeting. It's the item on, the last item on weed grass cutting ordinance. This was an item that was deferred from the last meeting, but we've done some more research and we've got some more to do, so we would like to defer it to November. And if everyone agrees,
Sure. Let's do it right.
okay? All right. Thank you, so we'll defer that item to November. Next is my comments. I'd like to remind everyone once again about our joint town hall meetings of the Board of Supervisors and the School Board, and they're scheduled as follows. The first one is Districts 4 and 5, and that's on Thursday, October 10th at 7 p.m. And this year, it's at the Farm Bureau building, right?
Yes.
Farm Bureau. The second meeting will be District 1, that's on Tuesday, October 15th, and I believe it's at Haydensville,
You're correct.
Company 6 Fire Station. And Districts 2 and 3 will be on Wednesday, October 30th at 7 p.m. at Central High School. I hope y'all will join us. We will be kind of recapping the year and start to talk about next year's budget. And don't forget, Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. Early voting is already available, and absentee balloting is available. So if you're not going to be around on November 5th, please be sure to go by the registrar's office or file an application for an absentee ballot. Mr. Budesky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few items today, and I had announced this in the past that in our budget for this year, we had hired a number of additional fire and rescue personnel. I am pleased to formally announce that today marks the very first day in Goochland's history that we had staff 24/7 in all of our fire and rescue stations. And so, Chief, thank you and your team for all the leadership there. And so we continue to make investments in our public safety areas and fire and rescue. This was a big step for us, and so thanks everyone for all the hard work and the board and for your support and our community for letting us know your priorities. last meeting, we had a resident from the Hickory Haven neighborhood come in and express some concerns about a utility retrofit project. His insight was extremely valuable. Since that meeting, we've actually done a number of additional steps as it relates to the Hickory Haven and San Marie Forest sewer projects. One, we're looking at all options to address the residents' concerns in Hickory Haven. We've created a website with every document that we have related to that particular project. It's available for all public residents to see. We continue to look at the impacts to all of our residents. So we've offered any resident there that would like to meet with us, we're glad to meet with them and discuss, educate, understand their perspectives in the project further. But even further, we are scheduling a public meeting that will not only be advertised on our website, we will use the paper, on Monday, October 28th at 6:30 p.m. at Company 3 Fire Station. That will be an open public meeting. Also at 5 o'clock that day, an additional public opportunity for folks that want to come in and talk about potential impacts to their individual lots and those kinds of things. And so we'll be there from 5 to 6:30 just answering individual questions, and then from 6:30 until we've done our best job to answer any questions, we'll stay that evening. And so really appreciate our citizens for bringing some of their thoughts and perspectives to us, and hopefully we're responding appropriately to continue to recognize those concerns and address them appropriately. Also, I think we all know in this room and those that are watching that the top accident intersection that we have in Goochland County is Broad Street and 288. I do want to thank VDOT for helping recognize this priority for us. It's my understanding that this project's being advertised this month for the improvements to the Broad and 288 on both sides. So that is a huge step forward and sorely needed for our community. So I wanted to thank VDOT while they're here. Look forward to getting that project done and working on others. Since we met last, actually at our legislative session, we've had quite a few meetings lately. Prior to that, we actually introduced some internet broadband strategies and also just wanted to share for those that aren't aware with that project, we've created a website with additional information as it relates to the 10-step plan we shared. I will tell you that meeting has also spurred additional interest by outside providers. We have met with several companies just since that meeting. And so I think hopefully additional interest means additional service options for our residents. We will continue to implement that plan in the months to come, but it really has spurred some interest in Goochland that we didn't see prior to announcing those commitments and investments. And so hopefully that will result in positive things for our residents. Did want to announce just a couple of events. One, this community never ceases to amaze me with the events that our residents, churches, different community organizations puts on. Last weekend, the Rotary, our Rotarians hosted an Oktoberfest in our community. It's an amazing event, and I hope that it continues to support. Rotary has done a lot of good things in partnership with the county. They're helping us with a trail, but generally great work. But also that very same day, there were a number of additional activities going on throughout our community, and the not-for-profits, the faith community, other organizations that are pulling together to provide these opportunities for our residents. Just hats off and thank them for all of their efforts to make Goochland a little better each day. On October 26th, here at the sports complex on the football field behind us is our fall festival. That's from noon to 4. Should it rain that day, it would get moved to October 27th, and that would change to a 2 to 6 event. But that is always a great family-friendly event. Encourage residents to participate in that. Many of us know the services that Goochland Cares provides to our community. Their annual Bridges of Hope event is Wednesday, October 16th, and they host either a breakfast or a lunch if you have interest in participating in that. And the last thing I wanted to share today is we are about 3:20 p.m. here. I have a feeling we will be here quite late this evening. Starting at 7 o'clock, we have a number of public hearings on the books that we are anticipating very large crowds. And so we do have additional overflow rooms planned, parking attendants. It's our staff, thanks Public Utilities for stepping up, to help people get parked safely. And hopefully we'll be able to flow folks in to share their perspectives on the cases tonight as efficiently as we can. And so those begin at 7 p.m. this evening, and so hopefully we'll be able to get everybody in and allow their perspectives shared appropriately with those public hearings. But we are anticipating a large crowd this evening. Mr. Chairman, with that, I believe that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Budesky. The next item on the agenda is our citizen comment period. At this time, anyone wishing to speak on any topic of importance to Goshen County residents, please step forward, give us your name and address, and try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
And I'll remind the residents that because we're not holding a public hearing tonight on the grass and weeds, if you wanted to provide any comments on that, you may do so at the citizen comment.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road. I don't have anything about grass and weeds. You may have comments about my grass and weeds. I'll take it up with you later. First of all, I would like to thank John Badesky for meeting with a few of our District 4 residents on the 23rd. It was a very great meeting to talk about the growing pains we have in Centerville. I learned an awful lot from Paul Costello about the history of things that had been done, and learned an awful lot from Mr. Badesky about things that have happened in the future. I am, as you probably know, I do not like to recreate the wheel, I do think that we have a beautiful county here. I love it, but I think we need to be looking more proactively to preserving our comp plan that we worked so hard to create back in 2015 that we approved. And we've been working so hard on the rewrite and devoting so much time and energy of my group to draw out what we feel is necessary to create a environment that is healthy for our county as a whole, not just for a certain population. I'm sorry about the light. I will try to hurry up. I will let it go at that. I have one other concern. We have a growing population of individuals who have Alzheimer's disease. It's rapid, and they're starting at an earlier age. They're happening in the 30s. There is something called Project Lifesaver that has bracelets so that we can find our loved one when they get lost and displaced. Other counties have it available. I understand Goochland does not. I'm asking for us to try to look at it. One of my neighbors who lives on the line lost her mother-in-law, and we were out looking for her for an awful long time. Luckily, we found her safely. So please, if we can look into, it's called Project Lifesaver. I understand they have it in Hanover. I don't know where else they have it. Chesterfield has it. Other, maybe we can do a fund me page to get it. I don't know. You all are very creative people. You can find a way.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. We'll look into that. Next.
Hi, Avis Benford, 2868 Dogtown Road. A couple of months ago, I spoke to Mr. Badesky before the school board meeting, and I was saying that we need to consider, that the world is big and there are ideas outside of the 50-mile radius, outside of Richland County. And I think he misunderstood me because he interrupted me and said that he respected the opinions of his staff. That's not my point. I met with Dirk Stamey and the Animal Protection Director, and so I'm not concerned about whether you do or don't respect their opinions. I'm concerned that there were no alternatives. There were no ideas. You benchmarked based on what other counties were doing. The world is much bigger. So unless the 5 of you are as smart as we can expect of the entire world, we might need to stretch out a little bit. So here's what I know. There was no community outreach. There were no alternatives discussed. You have no record of, no inclusive list of complainants. You can't just come in and say you have an idea and you'd be surprised at how many people, how many complaints, because if you kept a list, I wouldn't be surprised. There's no reason why I should be. So, and on top of that, you limit comments to 3 minutes. So unless you know everything and unless you do really good research, I don't know how you get away with that. So I'm left with the conclusion that you would have to be gods for the community at large to conclude that you either got this right or that you did it well. And I'm bothered by that because I know that the county can do better. And so particularly in today's current political climate, if you have objections to such blatant abuse of power, I think they should be voiced and on the record. So I'm not canvassing the neighborhood looking for people to join me, because someday they're going to hear me on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binford. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ms. Beck, don't start the light yet. I'm going to get your name out right. No, I'm not either. Lisa? Ms. McGee, I'm having a brain cramp. My name's Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road, and I am one of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation Directors. And this is the first meeting in about 4 months. I'm not going to invite people to sign up for water testing because we had that last month. But I am happy to report that we had about a 30% increase in the number of individuals who signed up. That's the good spin. The bad spin is it was still only 90 households or residents, and I believe way more than 90 folks are on well water. So I'm encouraged that people are appreciative that this is a wonderful program to get their well water tested, and we're going to keep shooting to basically make the lab out there in Blacksburg at Virginia Tech say ouch, because they can handle up to 200. The next point I'd like to mention that's agricultural related is regarding TARS. And TARS is what you say if you grew up in Washington County. And for those of you who didn't, it's tires. One of our staff was a part of the James River cleanup recently, Betty McCracken, big shout out to her. We pulled about 80, well, she said 87, depending on how you count the split tires, out of this area of James River. Now, of course, most of those, I'm sure, came from Powhatan because Goochland residents wouldn't do that. But it is a segue into the next point, which is at the Farm Bureau dinner last month, there is going to be, if not already made, a request that the county consider an amnesty program that had been in effect for agricultural tires, and I believe it's actually called large agricultural tires. And as one of the farmers said, can't sell them, can't give them away, can't burn them, can't eat them, what do we do with them? And so in exploring options, the closest repository is in Appomattox. Now, Goochland does have a policy if we cut them up, I say we, if the producer, the farmer cuts them up, they can be accepted, but maybe we could revisit, and I sat through the 45-minute presentation, which was a good one, on the convenience centers and how we address trash. But the ag community could benefit from an amnesty program of some sort for agricultural tires because our community isn't going to put them in the river like others. And finally, I am going to trespass just a second in that I do want to say and recognize staff. Ms. Hunter has once again been just a wealth of assistance and information on ordinances, and she has been willing to answer my calls even when they come at 8:32 in the morning, and she hasn't even had a time to turn on her computer. So I appreciate that. I also want to recognize that Mary Ann Davis, down in the assessor's office, has been working closely with me to help identify the agriculture community, because Monacan Soil and Water does have additional funding this year, and we are in hot pursuit of the ag community and producers who can participate in the cost share programs. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I was impressed that Mr. Drumright's name did appear on the editorial page of the Richmond Times-Dispatch in a positive way. So that does not always happen, that people's names are on the editorial page in a positive way. So a shout out to Mr. Drumright. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment period. Next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes. We have minutes for two meetings, the regular meeting on September 3rd and the special meeting on September 9th. Any corrections, comments on those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the September 3rd
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
and September 9th, sorry, both.
Okay. Yeah.
Meeting
Second.
minutes.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The minutes are approved. Next, it's reports, and as usual, our first report is from VDOT. Mr. Nguyen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Marshall Nguyen with VDOT. This past month, we've had 58 work requests. We completed 55. We only had one call out all month after hours, which was a great month for most of my staff here in Goochland. The rural rustic on Youngstown that VDOT built is completed. So just want to let you know that work is complete. Secondary mowing is ongoing currently. We're doing some patching and that sort of thing in different areas of the county, trying to get ready for next year's schedule work. You might see that in different parts of the county, in the west and in the eastern part. Did want to bring up what Mr. Badesky talked about on 288-250. That ad is going out next week, October 8th, and is due back November 13th. So we'll know who actually gets the bid that date. And I anticipate work probably starting in 1st of March, somewhere in that time period. So that's a good one. Glad we got that pushed through and everything. We do have a couple of pending studies, as you can see. We had some completed studies. I know I met with Ms. Lascalette last week on a couple of issues, so I don't really have much of anything else. The Maidens Bridge work is still ongoing. It looks like they've got all the Nelson studs on the beams, and they've been building the forms. Doesn't look like they've set any forms yet, but I hope they get that done real soon so they can move on with the concrete pours and that sort of thing, so we can get it open by the end of this month. So with that, I mean, if y'all have any questions, please let me know.
Ms. Lascalette?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really want to thank you and your staff for coming out and meeting with the residents of the George's Tavern area. I thought it was really important. They were pretty impressed that VDOT came out to them, which is very nice. So I hope we can get a few things done there, and I'm very hopeful. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we got that stop sign moved at Davis.
I did notice that.
Okay.
Yes, right there, yeah.
Okay.
And of course, we've got the school bus sign up, but that
Yes.
was,
Yes.
you can take credit for that now. But that sign's up, so, I mean, we're getting there, so there's a few things that have been done. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
Yes,
Peter?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Nguyen, thank you for that update. There's one item I wanted to bring to your attention, a safety issue. The second bullet under your completed studies, the study of Route 6, Patterson Avenue and Creekmore.
Correct.
And the possibility of a U-turn sign. I met with the Creekmore folks last evening, and they're still pretty exercised about that turnaround bit. And what they relayed to me was that during certain hours of the day, there's enough turnaround traffic there that it overflows the storage and fills up the fast lane of Route 6
Understand.
at a complete stop.
I've been there. I've been out there. I see what the citizens are seeing.
And that can't be safe.
We've run that by traffic engineering, and they're telling me a no U-turn sign is not warranted there, right there.
Is there another solution? Stop traffic in the fast lane of 6 doesn't sound like a very safe.
Right.
55
You know,
miles an hour.
It's a 55-mile-an-hour,
I know.
4-lane divided highway.
I mean, I'll be glad to discuss that with the traffic engineer next week, see what else we can
See
do
if there's
there.
other solutions.
Yeah.
There's got to be some solution there to keep. One of the folks last night had been T-boned there. It was a very serious wreck, and so
Right.
it's a serious issue. And of course, we don't want to wait until after those things happen. So that's one thing I'd like to bring forward, that safety issue. If you could bring that forward and then get back to us with ideas on what we can do there.
Okay.
I'm open to suggestions. The other one is just to reiterate that 288 South just doesn't go anywhere during certain hours of the day, and
I
you're
know.
probably aware of that as well.
Yeah.
And so I would just, again, ask, because my sense is that if we clean that problem up, then these other problems probably go away. The overflow and the rerouting and all of that goes away
Yeah.
if you just get things moving again. So one may solve the other, the kind of related problems, I guess, at this point, so.
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay, good. I hope to be correct sometimes.
One might solve the other one, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to reiterate that as well if I could, so.
Okay.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No other question, Mr. Minnick? I do have just kind of a question. You might not have an answer yet. We know that the Elk Island Bridge caught on
yeah.
fire last week. Are
Correct.
there any plans? What are the plans? What are the next steps on that bridge?
Actually, bridge crew is out there right now replacing the timbers.
Okay,
There were 100 timbers compromised. So they will be working on that until the process is completed. And it's going to be a slow process because you can't really put equipment out there.
right.
They can't put their scaffold out there like they usually. So what they have to end up doing is putting a board or two in, drilling, putting the cleat on and the bolt, and they have to lean over and tighten the bridge deck is what they'll have to do for 100 boards.
Wow.
So it'll take a while. Yeah, that one was a surprise. Philip and I were at another meeting when we got the call on that, and my maintenance manager from my staff was out there, environmental was out there. I know Chief Ferguson, fire marshal were out there. It was a big surprise for sure.
I understand the fire started from the debris in the river.
Yes.
And I know occasionally you tell us, say we have a project to clean up. Has that not happened in a while, or?
It had. Well, actually, I'd gotten with Bridge some time ago about the debris, and Philip and I were out there a couple of weeks ago, took pictures of it, and sent it to Bridge once again for them to reiterate it needed to be removed. And from my understanding, and Chief Ferguson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it was possibly somebody threw a cigarette out.
That's, yeah.
Possibly. We really don't know.
Right.
I know a lot of people
Unfortunate.
fish off the bridge.
Well, there's not enough water out
No,
there.
No.
yeah,
Right
this
now,
time of year
there
doesn't
is,
make
no.
sense, but
I mean, you can walk across that
Yeah.
thing now, so it's really not enough
Yeah.
water out
No.
there.
No.
any other questions for Mr. Wynn?
And one more, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. While we're talking about the Elk Island Bridge, the repairs on that is VDOT funded?
Yes.
Good answer. Thank you.
Okay.
It's still our money.
Yeah, I understand that.
Anyway, okay, thank
And
you, Mr. Wynn.
I'll be tracking that cost, just to let you know.
Yeah, if you'd
'Cause
let
Todd-
us know.
Todd asked me that in the pre-meeting. We will track that cost for sure. I mean, the boards are 20 feet long. They're not cheap.
Right.
And all the hardware that goes with it is not that cheap. And the way the bridge crew has to do it, it's gonna take longer than usual.
Right.
Right.
So, but we wanna get it done fast as we can, so the farmer can get out there and get his crop up.
Got equipment out
I mean, when I was out there last time, the corn hadn't even cured yet. It was still green. I think he chopped some of it for silage to begin with, and the other he was waiting for it so he could combine it, so.
Yep.
Yeah. That's George Aldous.
Yeah.
I know who it is out there. All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Winter.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it. Next, Chief Ferguson and with Fire and Rescue, which I'm sure you'll update us on on that event.
Yes, sir, I will. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Fire rescue continues to be busy. It's a busy time of the year for fire rescue. The fall of the year is a lot going on. It's very dry outside. We're starting to see some of the effects from that with some fires in the area and so forth. Our personnel are busy handling calls, fires, EMS calls, as well as taking training, special events, meetings, and fundraisers. The last few days have been really busy with training. Yesterday, we had vehicle rescue training at Brooks Auto Sales for a combined class between Goochland and Louisa personnel. We have about 9 members in a Firefighter 1 Academy and about 22 in an EMT class, and we have a fire officer school running in the county. And again, you know, the fall of the year gets busy where we start to get requests to cover races and bike races and, of course, Field Day of the Past and things of that sort that I'll mention here in a second. Mr. Podesky had already mentioned that today is certainly a milestone for fire rescue where we have career personnel assigned to all 6 fire rescue stations in the county. We're thankful for that. We appreciate your support to do that. Just so happens 2 of those stations that we had normally staffed every day have all answered calls today. One of them is on a combine fire right now. And we had chest pains and different things in those areas, so it was really nice to have the staff there to be able to handle those emergencies. I really appreciate that. With that being said, there were 9 new employees that went into the field today in emergency operations. They've been in training for the last 30 days or so plus, trying to orient them to the county and the department. We have 1 other employee that's will be recognized here soon and introduced that's in the Louisa Goochland Regional Fire Training Academy. And we've also made another job offer which has been accepted to a person who's also a firefighter and a certified paramedic, hoping to start on November 1st. So that'll be our 11 employees that address all of the shortages in FY19 and also the present positions in FY20. Thank you very, very much for that support. I want to tell you that emergency medical dispatch continues to go well. The Sheriff's Office is doing a wonderful job with that. The dispatchers, the Communications Center, Lieutenant Pleasance, we're seeing the effects of it because we go to those medical emergencies and care has already been started. CPR is being administered. But not just that, it's a better way of prioritizing calls. We understand more the acuity level of the call, which allows us to send the right resources on the call to begin with. And advanced life support is reaching patients' sides sooner than it used to, as opposed to reacting this more proactive approach. And so we couldn't do it without a medical director, excuse me, and the Sheriff's Office is doing a wonderful job with that. I wanted to tell you that Field Day of the Past was a really good event this year. I know from a public safety standpoint, fire rescue and our public safety partners with the Central Virginia All Hazard Incident Management Team, the Goochland Sheriff's Office, Virginia State Police, we all come together and provide the coverage for that. And we tracked our hours closer this year, all cumulative. It's about 2,300 public safety hours that go into that event, both from a planning perspective, setup, takedown, and the actual event. And we had 19 EMS incidents there on the grounds and no fires that we know of, and everything went very smoothly. We were very well prepared, and I want to thank our public safety partners from Hanover, Chesterfield, Henrico, Powhatan, Richmond, and even Lunenburg County holds the radio cache for the state of Virginia. Came out, Victoria Fire Rescue came out and set up the radio tower to tie all those communications together. So really appreciate that. We had a really successful disaster preparedness workshop session at Goochland Baptist Church on September the 7th. There were 26 participants. I want to thank Goochland Baptist Church, Robin Hillman, our Deputy Coordinator of Emergency Management, and firefighter paramedic Haley Ransom, and also Linda Moore for all they did to make that event a success. That was also had a program for children. While the adults were in class, the children were also in class. I want to thank everyone for attending our 9/11 ceremonies. They were well attended. That's something we're committed to doing every year. Our morning service at Company 5 as well as the evening service at Company 1. Chaplains officiated those services, and we really appreciate that. Coming kind of out of the disaster preparedness workshop, we actually have a CERT class in session. CERT is our community emergency response team. There are 7 citizens that are in class every Thursday night at Goochland Baptist Church. Robin Hillman, our emergency management coordinator, is the instructor for that program, and that's actually going forward. I just want to mention that our diesel fuel extraction, diesel exhaust extraction system grant that we had, it's an AFG grant, Assistance to Firefighters grant. We didn't receive that grant, and diesel fuel exhaust is concerning to us because we know it's a known carcinogen, and we're going to try to reapply for that grant. But that was an effort that we worked on with the association, and for whatever reason, we don't really know why we weren't funded. So we'll try for that again to try to get the other 5 fire stations. Company 6 obviously has the advanced system that exhausts the diesel exhaust out of the building and away from the personnel. And so we're going to try for that again, we're hoping to. Last Wednesday, we received our second new ambulance this year. It looks just like the ambulance that we showed you that is now running at Company 6. This new ambulance will be going to Company 3 at Centerville. We are hoping to get it into a couple of shops. Radios have to be installed. We have to stock it. And we're hoping by maybe the middle of the month that we would be able to put that in service. And maybe by the next board meeting, we could have it out front and show it to you like we did the last one. Just a reminder, it is dry outside. I know I don't have to tell you guys that, how dusty and dry it is. We are concerned about outdoor fires. I would just make the plea here at the podium that all citizens use extra care and concern if they're doing any outside burning, or maybe consider putting it off until it's a little bit better to do that. And having said that, of course, the Elk Island Bridge fire could be a result of that, that pile of debris under the bridge being so dry, and once it caught fire, the bridge was bound to catch fire, and we arrived and found the middle of it burned out. We also had a landfill fire in the east end of the county where there was an acre or two of trash and so forth on fire, and we're not really sure, that's undetermined, but certainly anything can be in the landfill, but certainly the dry conditions made that a tougher situation to handle. We posted our deputy fire chief job online last Friday, so we're taking applications for deputy fire chief, and we're hoping to get that underway just as soon as the application period closes. So October is Fire Prevention Month, and October the 6th through the 12th is Fire Prevention Week. And this year's National Fire Protection Association theme is, "Not every hero wears a cape. Plan and practice your escape." And this year's fire prevention slogan and theme is centered around making sure that you have home escape plans, and not just at home, but anywhere you may be. And it may not just be related to fire. It could be other life safety concerns. Know your way out wherever you are. Always look around, see the exits, and have a plan should something occur. And having said that, many of our fire stations are having open houses during the month of October promoting the Fire Prevention Week. And I know Company 3 is, and Company 5 is having one, and Company 6, and Company 4 is having turkey shoots every Friday night of the month, which is also centered around. I think the Med-Flight helicopter is supposed to come in on October the 12th at Company 5 for a demonstration. It's open to the public, of course. And having said that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your support.
Questions for the chief?
Yeah, just a quick one, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Hey, thanks for taking my call Friday.
No problem.
In regard to that gas purge, just a couple questions from the community about the frequency of those and why perhaps this one might have been done in the evening versus the daylight hours when I guess they typically do them. And then third, is there any kind of, does Columbia or TransCanada have any kind of responsibility to notify residents in the vicinity that you're aware of about when they purge those lines there?
Well, they're good questions, and I'll tell you that I don't recall it happening too often. The last time I know it happened, it was during the weekday, during the day hours, and I received a phone call Friday evening from Goochland Dispatch stating they had been notified by Columbia Gas that they were blowing out a gas line. There would be a loud noise there in the area for about 30 minutes. Mr. Minnick, you heard that noise, and the noise that I heard over your phone talking, as well as the noises that I've heard from that in the past, are very loud. And if you don't know what that is, it can be very scary. And I don't think they do it often. I will tell you that my experiences with the gas company is they do want to work well with the public, and they do try to make as many notifications in advance as they can. And I can only believe that because this was on a Friday night, so late at night, there must have been something different about this one. But what I will do is follow up with the gas company and try to get you guys an answer and let you know, and I'll send that to you just as soon as I get it.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Other questions for the chief?
Just thank you.
Thank
Fire
you.
Rescue, appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything you do and your guys do and your folks.
We have a good team, and they all work hard. Thank you.
Yep. Next is Ms. Parrish with introduction of new county staff.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources, and I'm pleased to present new staff in Parks and Recreation, Community Development, and Fire Rescue. Due to resignations, we are pleased to announce the following part-time recreation assistants who joined the department in September: Felicia Campbell, Logan Manley, Emma Martin, and James Moore. Mr. Bailey, would you rise, please? Due to a resignation, William Bailey joined the Parks and Recreation Department on September 16th as their recreation coordinator. He comes to us from the city of Colonial Heights, where he was a recreation specialist. He has also worked for Parks and Recreation in the city of Durham, Bedford County, and the town of Farmville. Welcome.
Welcome.
Mr. Feltz, will you rise, please? Due to a promotional vacancy, Robert Feltz joined the Department of Building Inspections on September 3rd as a combination residential inspector. Robert comes to us after serving as an inspector with Albemarle County Fire and Rescue and as a firefighter and assistant fire marshal with the city of Colonial Heights. He was also a part-time firefighter with Goochland from 2013 to 2015. So welcome back.
Thank you.
And Mr. Citos, will you please stand? Due to a new position vacancy, Alexander Citos began his employment on September 3rd as a firefighter EMT. Mr. Citos comes to us with experience as a paramedic with Emergency Services Solutions and as an advanced ED technician with Bon Secours St. Francis Medical Center. Welcome to everyone.
Welcome.
That concludes the new staff.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. Welcome to all of the new employees. Next is the planning and development activity. They're in our packets, along with accounts payable. Any question on those items for staff?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No? Okay. So the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Budesky, would you take us through it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 7 items on your consent agenda today. Some are actually requesting your permission to set for future action consideration. The first 2 are of that nature. The first 2 are to set public hearings for November 6th meeting. The first is for a lease with the Goochland County Chamber of Commerce. This is for a building that we own down across from the courthouse facility. This would be a co-located building with our Economic Development Authority and the Chamber to serve as a Goochland County Business Center. That lease will be is being proposed for public hearing on November 6th. The second is for the building exactly across the street from that building that most recently was the Tots building, Tucker's Tots, thank you. These buildings have served a lot of purposes in our community over the year, but the next one is for the Historical Society. And both of those buildings would be renovated for those uses. And those public hearings are set for November 6th with your support. The third item is our ongoing approval of our agreements between Goochland County Community Services Board and the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services These have been reviewed by the attorney. These are routine requirements for us, but for the board's consideration. The fourth item is authorization for myself to execute a contract for on-call roofing services. This gives us the ability, through competitive procurement, received bids, and will allow us to have an on-call contractor to assist with roofing services. We've done the same with some other contracts as well. The fifth item is to authorize myself to sign a letter with the Virginia Department of Health to accept funding for Jenkins Trailer Park water connection. Mr. Longshore took the lead on applying for a grant to the Virginia Department of Health that will assist with a connection to Jenkins Trailer Park. Jenkins Trailer Park has been for some time under boil water notices, and this would allow them a connection to the public water system through the grant and Mr. Longshore's efforts. Item number 6 is an amendment to the FY20 Capital Improvement Plan. We've spoken to the board about this before. This is for Next Gen 911. We've actually received a grant for the state. These are reimbursement bases, and so we're asking for the appropriation of the funds for those grants and number 6. And the last item you have today is on behalf of Ms. Agnew, the clerk of courts. You may know that she applies for and receives funding fairly regularly to preserve historical documents, and she has once again received one of those grant opportunities when asked for the appropriation of such grant. Mr. Chairman, I and staff are here if you have any additional questions.
Questions for Mr. Budesky? Mr. Lumpkin?
Just real quickly on the leases, and I know this is just a request to set, so, but reading them and preparing for this meeting, just something came across that I didn't catch earlier. The lease, the first one, which is the Chamber of Commerce, when I look at the diagram, they need to get a request 30 days in advance if they want to use the outdoor space for something. Looking at the exhibit, what space outdoors are we talking about on that building?
I apologize. Mr. Stamey left 6. So I'm going to do my best to assist.
And these can probably wait since it is just a request to set, but if you, that was
in that
question number
particular one, the only true outdoor space we have, and maybe Scott, we have a parking lot that adjoins that particular building and some gravel space behind. There's not a lot of outdoor space as it relates to that particular facility.
That is correct, sir. That's all that's available in that space. Okay, thank you. And both of them, they have quite a difference in square footage, but both of them are the same rental rate. Is there?
We've been generally consistent with some of our leasing language and rates, and so they are different uses and facilities, but we have maintained the same rates in the different facilities.
Gotcha. For the space that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And
thank
we
you.
are using some of the space for the chamber for our EDA.
Yeah, we will also
Economic
be,
development.
the Historical Society will be standalone. We will be sharing that space with the chamber. And there's some co-use space in that particular one because there's a large conference room in the rear of that particular facility.
Which one are you talking about, the chamber?
The chamber.
Right, the
facility.
chamber is more the shared space.
Correct.
They're taking 2 offices and then sharing the entrance foyer and a conference room.
That's correct.
The Historical Society's taking the whole building, which is like a couple thousand square feet, and that was like 2,200 square feet. And that was the reason I was asking the rental rate. You got 2 500 square foot offices, or 2 offices totaling 500 square feet versus 2,200 square feet.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that neither of these are full market rate rentals. So when you're at, I believe they're at $500 a month
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of lease rate. They're all well above. The one was the partnership with the Business Center. The Historical Society ultimately is a tie-in to, they're also going to be providing additional public services as part of theirs as a visitor center. And so there was some additional value of the Historical Society. That building's not only being renovated for their offices, but also as a on-site museum to complement the historic courthouse campus. And so they were, part of the reason for some of the discussion we had on maintaining that is there is an additional service burden the Historical Society will be providing.
Thank you.
I
Thank
do
you, Mr.
have
Chairman.
one,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. I do have one question on the mobile park grant. and it's not related to the grant, I'm okay with doing this. I think it's the right thing to do. My concern is with, I'm not sure how the health department got involved, but there are other neighbors in that area, and I wonder if their water has been tested. I know it's too late for the extension office testing, but I wonder if some of the neighbors have been tested. If we could follow up with the health department and find out, that would be I think, a good thing to do. So, any need to move any of these items from the agenda, or no? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent items, I guess there's 7 of them, as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Next item is new business, and Ms. Horlacher is going to take us through review of the general fund.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here to present the FY19 year-end results. And we already discussed preliminary results in August, but that was prior to all the revenues being accrued, and was also prior to the audit. We have now completed the audit and completed all the revenue accruals, and so the end of the surplus numbers have improved from the numbers that we discussed in August. Just a brief overview of where we ended FY19. We had a final budget of $53.5 million in revenues, and we ended up with $58.2 million. So that's about $4.7 million positive variance. Mainly those were in property taxes, and that was pretty evenly split between both real property and personal property. Other local taxes were also above budget. That was sales tax was a big part of that, as well as bank stock tax. And then, of course, our interest was much higher than budgeted. That was about $700,000 over budget. And then, of course, our operating expenses, we also had a positive variance there of about $2 million, and that's savings that various departments had, whether it be through operating expenditures or salary savings because of vacancies. So all in all, our operating year-end, we ended up with an operating surplus of about $7.8 million. Over the course of the year, we spent about $7.5 million on our CIP in cash for various projects, and so we had a decrease of about $741,000 in our total fund balance, total numbers. Again, at a high level, our total fund balance is $35 million. Of that, our unassigned is $16 million. Our revenue stabilization is 1.9. Together, we look at those numbers, and those are 18 million. And then we have assigned to various projects, 13.6 million. And then we have small amounts in categories like non-spendable, which is basically like inventory and prepaid expenses. We always talk about our policies to see where we ended up. Our debt, we have a debt service policy where our debt service expenditures are not to exceed our total expenditures it's not to be more than 10% of our total, and we're at 5.8% right now. So we have a positive variance there of 4.2%. So that's a very healthy debt service number. And then our target unassigned fund balance is 25%. We are actually at 29.1%, which also gives us a favorable variance of about 4%. Our revenue stabilization is right at policy, and we increase that every year, being that it's a percent of the subsequent year's budget. So as the budget goes up, we increase that amount to keep it at 3%. And because of the change in results and the improved results over August, we have the opportunity to assign and appropriate some other funds. We are recommending that we assign, so it would just be set aside and reserved and there, $850,000 for the Fairgrounds Road intersection. When we originally budgeted that project, we had planned on the sale of land, and because that is up in the air right now, and we're not in a position because of everything that's going on, we'll reevaluate that after the project is complete. This money will be a substitute for that in the project, and for now, we're just going to assign it and have it reserved in the fund balance. And then the school turnback, we have a final number there. We originally thought it was going to be about 300. It's 378,000. It's been our practice in the past to let the schools use that in their next year's budget, and they generally use that for one-time things, sometimes CIP things, and they will probably be back in November to explain a little more what they plan to do with that money. But we would go ahead and appropriate that to their budget. And that is the highlights of the end of the year. And we will have a presentation of the CAFR at the end of November, as we have in the past, to meet all the state deadlines for presenting CAFRs to boards. And then, of course, the final audit will be presented. At this point, we don't anticipate any issues in the audit based on their first week of audit last week. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Horlacher? Mr. Peterson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. First of all, Barbara, thank you for your work on this. As we go in front of the rating agencies from time to time, they've taken a look at our books and records and determined that we're a fiscally responsible county, which this year-end budget looks like another year where we've conservatively budgeted, and we are, as we all know, we're in the later stages of an economic recovery. We're not in the beginning stages, we're not in the middle, we're probably in the later stages. Don't know what that means in terms of this year or next, but what you do in the later stages is do the kind of things that we're doing here. You fully fund the Revenue Stabilization Fund, which is kind of one of your rainy day pockets. You'd set aside additional funds in the unassigned, which is your backup rainy day funds. You don't borrow debt and drain your reserves to do capital spending. You use your operating surpluses to fund your capital spending. So these are the types of things that you would do in the later stages to continue to prepare for what might come next. And that's one of the reasons why the rating agencies have given us their highest rating, is that we continue to practice these fiscally responsible behaviors. So I just wanted to thank you for all of that. And this continues on the path that we're headed on. So thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other questions, comments?
Just thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Quick question. Understand, the unassigned is 18.6, I see on the draft. For some reason during the presentation, I captured 16.6.
I know, I noticed that there was a typo there. So what the one on the graph is correct. It is 18. It's
So let me
on,
make sure I understand. I understood you to say that you kind of combine unassigned and revenue stabilization together.
we do when we look at it, but the number on the draft report is correct at 18.6. So it's actually, when you combine the two, it's actually over 20 million.
That's, okay. All right, I'm looking at page 259, but maybe I need to,
No, that's correct. Those numbers are correct.
$259 is correct. So, so you come up with 20, and what do you call that 20 bucket? What is it? Does that 20 have a label that we give it? I mean, other than
People have
revenue
different
stabilization plus.
numbers for it. And in fact, what the rating agencies do is they actually take your unassigned and your reserve and your assigned, and they call it available, because what it means to them is that if you ever changed your mind about how you assign something, it's still available to you to use. So together, we just look at that number together.
Which
to-
makes sense, and sounds like they look at it together as well, because it's
Right.
just money bill. So
Right.
what's, just, again, this is, all just educating me, and I'm not gonna take a lot of time, but the revenue stabilization plus the unassigned, what is our purpose? Mr. Peterson just said, sounds like one is first bucket for rainy day, and then there's a backup bucket. Other than that, what is our reasoning for just having the two separate buckets?
The revenue stabilization was something that we had in the past, and, but when we were looking at redoing our policies, we decided to make that, it's just a more meaningful number. It's at 3%. It's for downturns
3% of
specifically.
next year's projected operating expenditures.
Yes.
And
for-
that's the adjustment you were talking about. As our expenditures go up,
Correct.
then that number should go up, but it's 3% is the target.
And it's specifically 4 times that, you know, as in the past recession, when you actually see your revenues actually, you know, diminishing or not coming in nearly where you think they're going to be.
So we have
Barbara.
policy, we have express policies when we can tap into that.
Yeah, maybe I can take a cut, Barbara, if you
Absolutely,
wouldn't
yes.
mind. As the chair of Finance and Audit Committee, we go through this from time to time, but the Revenue Stabilization Fund is just what it sounds like. It's to provide stabilization to our revenues during a downdraft. So, and there's specific metrics that need to be met for you to be able to access that money. It's kind of in a lockbox, if you will. And some folks will access their rainy day funds when the sun's shining because it's just, they don't have a lock on the box. In this case, we have to actually have a decline in revenues year over year to be able to trigger the access to that revenue stabilization, and then that's meant to stabilize our revenues. The unassigned is more of a contingency in case, God forbid, we have an earthquake like Louisa and one of your schools gets destroyed. It's kind of an impact or a one-off type thing. So there's some, they're not really both for the same purpose necessarily. One's to stabilize our revenues, and the other one is just in case something larger happens that we're not caught unaware. So does that help answer?
Thank you, thank you,
Sure.
yeah, and thank you.
Okay. So,
Other questions for Ms. Harlock?
so we just need a motion to approve those.
Yes, for the approval of the assignments.
That's exactly right.
The
Thank
two that are on the screen, right?
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, whoops. There we go. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the assignments, fund balance assignments.
And I'll second it, but just a clarification, we're not appropriating yet, we're just assigning the school side.
Both.
Well, it's really,
Well, they're different actions, aren't they?
Barbara, just to be clear, we are effectively appropriate at
The schools.
So we're going to appropriate it.
Assigning the one and assigning an
Sign the
Maybe
850.
it's hyper-technical, but why are we appropriating something that they haven't even asked for? And we don't even know how they want to spend it.
They have, it's just, we always routinely give them their money back. They will come and
Understood, and
explain
almost-
how they want to. If you want to wait to appropriate it, that's,
No,
you know.
I was just, I guess, I've really turned into a monster.
still
who's going on the
accountable
Board of
for it.
Supervisors now.
we still have to account for it.
I'm glad you're thinking that way, Mr. Longoria.
We,
Yes,
He's
I'm scaring
transitioned.
I'm scaring myself.
if they want to do something with it other than use it in their general fund, they will come and say that they want to transfer it to their,
They're
CIP
general
fund.
funds, I mean, that's not even more categories. I mean, this is awesome. You know, we're getting away from not even requiring a category. We're moving in the right direction.
Will tell us the category when they come back.
Correct.
Yes, they
November,
will.
so We can always reject it.
Yeah, I sort of get, but anyway, okay, well, I'll second the motion to assign the $850,000 to the Fairground Road intersection and to appropriate $378,118 to the schools.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's my second.
Okay? We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Before we go into the next item, which is our review of our year, I would like to take maybe we can take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
And for the county. And so some of you contributed to this that won't be here for that additional fund, but there's been a lot accomplished in the 5-year span. Today, we're just to focus on the accomplishments of the past year and some of the things that have trickled into the first quarter here of 2020. I think of note, it's important that we'll recognize some of the areas where we've had some growth in. The good thing about a strategic plan is also to be honest with ourselves and identify areas where we can always improve, as well as open opportunities for, as we move into the next strategic plan, are we using the right measurables? Are we using the right benchmarks? And so we will have an opportunity to revisit all of that, some of which you'll note as I go through the presentation here today that they're ripe for opportunity to revisit. So these are all formatted into the 5 strategic goals that are outlined in the Board of Supervisors strategic plan. It's important to note that number 1 is number 1 intentionally, because we believe that being efficient, effective, and transparent is a foundation of all of the other work we do as a county. And we've continued to prioritize our citizen engagement through public meetings, public opportunities for speaking, and other engagement opportunities. You can see we really have increased a lot of our public outreach, especially on the social media front. A substantial amount of additional information, an increase of access to projects. Our website now includes many of the project details, as you heard me mention about Hickory Haven. We've done that for Bridgewater. We've done it for other key projects of putting out as much of the public documents that we can to make them accessible to our residents and be as transparent as we can in those processes. It's important to note that as I share all this with you today, I want to recognize Mr. Paul Drumright. Paul really is the man behind all of the creation of this presentation and collection of this data. This strategic plan almost touches every single department in some way or form as we go through this presentation. I really appreciate Paul's leadership and efforts on this work. There are a few measurables that we list under strategic goal number 1. Tax rate is one of those measurables. We have been able to maintain the 53-cent tax rate throughout Goochland. As you can note, we are by far the lowest in the region, almost 20 cents behind. Louisa is the closest next to us, and you can see all the way up to over $1.20 in the city, but our comparable regional partners, we are by far the lowest. Every time we show the tax rate, we always show the combined tax rate for those that are in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, because I think it's only fair to recognize while some of our residents do have the benefit of the 53, there is a sector of our residents that pay an additional 32 for the access to public water and sewer in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. That combined rate does place us sort of still near the lower end of the pack, but in a competitive range, especially as we compete for economic development at a combined rate of 85 cents for those particular folks in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and that district is stable and solvent. So you can see one of the areas that was discussed and will be reevaluated as we move into the next strategic plan is different measurables. Some of our competing jurisdictions utilize client satisfaction surveys. There are different tools to do such, and different counties choose different tools, and that will be an area that we'll have an opportunity to evaluate as we move forward. But as I said, also on the tax rate, we've been able to maintain and still meet many of the demands that have been placed on us from a service perspective. As we move into strategic goal number 2, just tonight's public hearings alone sort of emphasize the importance of recognizing how we do continue to balance the development of Goochland County, but also be sensitive to that rural character that we all value. Many of the projects that you see on the screen are specifically in our designated growth areas. The projects, we'll call out some of these just to give you statuses. Some of these, they may be the first time you're seeing some of these images. Erickson project, this is at the up in the notch, back behind where Sheltering Arms is constructing. If you haven't been back there lately, that road is actually under construction to extend Wilk Ridge Parkway all the way back. And so that project's moving, and you'll see Erickson hopefully moving here in the next year. The project to the right is our other continuous care project. This is the one down on Route 6. And this is a fairly recent picture, so they are moving fairly aggressively on that particular project. On the residential front, the bottom project, H.H. Hunt, they are currently in the site development phase of that and considering how they're going to move forward on that project. The picture on the bottom right is Benedictine's Gym that's under construction, the rendering of that. That project is underway as we speak. Some of the other projects, Sheltering Arms, just had the opportunity to tour Sheltering Arms with the CEO just last Thursday. It's amazing how far they are in this project. And the amount of staff time that we've had to support with this particular project to keep them on track, that's under the leadership of Horgan Construction on that particular project. It is moving very quickly. And it's going to be a state-of-the-art facility that will serve the Northeast region and maybe beyond. Major investment there, and they are already considering potential outparcels to complement the hospital. I think many of you have had the opportunity to attend either one of the opening events at Drive Shack or gone as a patron, but Drive Shack is now open and operational with 65 drive bays. It's really, in my mind, a restaurant bar with golf. And if you haven't been there, the food, and I hear the drinks are pretty good. But it is a pretty amazing facility just to witness the operation. It's sizable. It is 10,000 square feet larger than the competitor that is opening up in Richmond. Drive Shack did get out the gate first. We're really excited about their success here. About this time last year, Mr. Alvarez and I had the opportunity to attend the opening for Audi of Richmond at Goochland. I was trying to remember the date, and I pulled up a picture, and it was my daughter's birthday that we attended that opening. She reminded me that I was late for her dinner. And so I don't know how I forgot the date of the Audi opening, but now I know forever. The Kitty Academy, this is actually down by West Creek 2000. That is under construction as we speak and moving along. On the Residence Inn project is well underway. That is a fairly recent picture that you're seeing there up on the screen. They continue to make progress daily on that project. Two other residential projects, Swan's Inn here in the courthouse area, they've been continuing to build, and Reader's Branch off of Hockett Road has been moving forward and actually outpacing even some of their sales projections in that particular project. What are some of the other things that we've done in this particular area? I'm always extremely proud of the efforts with our community on Central High. There have been a lot of different projects that have been completed at Central High, most notably the recognition that committee in partnership received from VCU this year was a real honor just to have an opportunity to be present with those folks, and the commitment that and courage that they committed to preserving that project and making it an amenity for our community has been extremely gratifying. A number of just general park projects, Tucker Park Dog Park, Tucker Bark, opened here not long ago. Our partnership with the league up in Hidden Rock Park built actually 2 new batting cages up there, and they're looking at additional. Leaks Mill and Matthews Park both had trail upgrades. It's important to note that both of those, especially at Leaks Mill, we have a major contingent of volunteers as we recognize some of those at our Parks and Rec dinner, really expanding Leaks Mills Park and becoming a real regional destination for mountain biking. They're working on a skills trail. They have a kiddie trail over there, and just last week opened up some repair stations for mountain bikes in partnership with the mountain bike group. And as you can see over there, we continue to be recognized for numerous awards as it relates to community investment and the support that we give in this particular subject area. One project that certainly has taken up much of the last 2.5 years, especially of Ms. Hunter's life, and is hopefully coming to some conclusions here in the near future, has been the zoning ordinance rewrite. There's been a substantial amount of public engagement opportunities on the zoning ordinance rewrite. Planning Commission's been meeting for that period of time to review it. We have another meeting this coming Monday at 3 p.m. to continue to review that and potential, right now we've scheduled a public hearing for that in November. We did get through the major thoroughfare plan update last year, A number of county transportation projects are in different phases. We have the work that was talked about with the extension roundabout Fairgrounds Road. We've been advocating for the work at Broad Street and 288, but it goes well beyond that. We have projects for Hockett Road realignment. We have projects identified for Ashland Interchange. In Rockville, we have projects identified for the Oilville Interchange. We have 288 projects. And many others that may not rise quite to that prominence as some of those, but there's a lot of smaller projects also going on in the area of transportation. And lastly, on this slide, one of the things that our residents asked for those subdivisions that are sort of legacy subdivisions that came in many years ago that were built on private roads, they had asked for an opportunity of what is it that we can do to potentially have those roads created into public roads. One of the programs we developed last year was an opportunity to create, through service districts, where the funds would be collected over time and the roads would be improved to state standards. We created that program, an opportunity for residents over the last year. Obviously, we just spent a lot of time on broadband. One of the things right before our legislative meeting, we rolled out the 10 steps to broadband internet. I had announced a little bit earlier today, we are seeing renewed interest out here because of some of the commitment we made, and we're excited about some potential opportunities. We continue to try to lead the region in discussing this. While there's a direct demand and need by our residents in Goochland, we share that challenge with many of the regional jurisdictions, and hopefully collectively we'll be all better for the solutions as we move forward. We continue to evaluate the grant opportunities when they make sense for Goochland County, and participated in numerous state and other partnerships as it relates to broadband. We did adopt the Economic Development Strategic Plan last year and reorganized our Economic Development Department under direction of Mr. Todd Kilduff. You see Sarah and Casey up there. They are really the energy that is leading that team. We are excited to have them in their positions. We're seeing and getting a lot of good feedback from the existing business community, which was a shortcoming in the past. We really focused just on new business, and with Sarah's energy and efforts there and Casey's in her areas, really economic development, new emphasis there as we continue to move forward and identify our priorities in economic development regions. One of the projects that between now and early December we will be furthering for our community, I think many of you know that we co-located the Monacan Soil and Water District offices and the Extension offices out at the Cultural Center on Dogtown Road. We branded that wing the Goochland County Agricultural Center. But quite honest, that is just sort of phase one of a bigger agricultural plan that we see for the county. Co-locating offices is great, but really what is it? We say we're an agricultural community, but what does that mean? What does that mean that we do for agriculture in general? And I mean anything across the gamut, all the way through tourism as it relates to agriculture, to direct producers, and we are going to be sharing some thoughts with the board in the near future that hopefully with your support we'll be going public with more of that. But the center was more than a building for us. It really was a concept of support. We're also quantifying all of what we do today for our ag community. I'm not sure that is well publicized or known. Before we even think about what is it that we could or may be able to do in the future, we have to quantify what it is we're doing. Is what we're doing really as effective as we'd hope it would be as we look at resources to support our ag community? Some of the statistics that you have here, I think it's important to, we're still collecting data on some of these, but we may have I think what some of this tells me is we overestimated some of our targets. A lot of projects either come in or show up on tax rolls at different times of the years. And so as we look at our ratio, one of the ones that's extremely important to us, and one of the things I hope to do for you in the future is show you a little more trend data in some of these. Our target's been 2080. And last year we did, we were very close to those ratios. But what you're not really seeing is the trend data. And over the past number of years, just to move 1% on your commercial versus residential property rate is very dramatic. But in just under a 10-year window, we have changed over 4% in this one indicator. That is massive for a community. And so as we look at these more longitudinally at our success rates, it's more than a one-year look. This is something that we need to really recognize over time. What have we moved on that needle? We've been cautious about, okay, if we're sensitive to rural protection and also with wanting to support growth in particular developmental areas, usually around our water and sewer. We want proper ratios of residential to commercial kinds of things. You can see we are slightly above in 2019 than we were in 2018, relatively in range with the ratios, but we are above collectively in both residential and commercial. Taxable investment, actually the next three categories really are driven by the time different properties would show up on the tax rolls. And so as different, Drive Shack, for instance, wasn't on last year's. We may have projected that one would come in a little sooner, the hotel a little sooner. Some of these we'll have to look at as we evaluate next year's strategic plan. But slightly below some of our targets for the year. But I think the one thing that is a real positive for us is where the commercial investment in the TCSD is where we wanted to see it happen. It's where we planned for it to happen, and it has a positive impact on the debt side of the TCSD and targeting the growth where we had planned for it, consistent with our comprehensive plan. Financial management, I think ultimately, above and beyond transparency is public trust in the way we manage tax dollars on behalf of our residents. Yes, we've continue to be recognized for awards, but we're really proud of the day-to-day work we do too. Achieving 2 bond ratings, being the only county in the nation to have 2 triples in this particular area of a county of our size is something we take with pride. Still, we'll be even more proud when we get the 3rd. But it is something that is an achievement that we don't take lightly, and all of our policies, and you just heard from Ms. Horlacher on the policy side, we've not only met them but far exceeded them in some areas, and continue to have audits with no findings. And so as you see the policies, you saw some of these from Ms. Horlacher a little bit earlier, and some of these are a little different than even the ones you had seen. But you can see that we are well above or below, depending on how you're looking at the measurement there. Our targets, as we've continued to stay consistent with our financial policies. And again, we do have the 2 triples and are proud of it. Public safety, education, and community health is primarily our focus under strategic goal number 4. Dr. Raley will be here at your next board meeting, and he's going to give you a much more robust summary of the school's annual, but also not only the school's past annual, but also the status of where they're at with current projections and things that are going on in the schools. And Mr. Lumpkins, I promise you, Dr. Raley will be sharing with you where he plans to spend those year-end savings. But some of the investments you know very well. If you went to the opening game last Friday, you got to see the new track and field. That was an investment that's serving them well. And some of the things we take for granted are the little things, the HVACs and the generators and those kinds of things. You are familiar with the Sunshine Bus project that they had launched, and feel that was very successful. But there's a lot more work to come with the schools, and really we're in a heavy layer of planning, quite honestly, as we begin to look at Bird. But a lot of what they've done has been maintenance and improvement, and it's really paying off. If all of you have taken advantage of the school tours, you can see where they're making those investments on the capital side. On the county side, on the space study side, if you haven't been to the courthouse recently, that is a very recent picture of the new addition for the security room. They're actually hoping to be done with that in the next few weeks. We will now have ADA accessibility there. That's all safe and secure. That's where the metal detection units and those kinds of things will go for the courthouse. And that project right now is on time and budget. We are continuing to plan for a 25-year span. We really focus more on the short term, but we're looking at our long term. The courthouse and administrative complexes, On the street right now is the Registrar's project that will be renovated. Once the Registrar can be moved, then we will focus on the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer side. You heard earlier about the Economic Development Office relocation. That actually frees up that space to do that renovation. So we do have planned, and with your support, have budgeted for those particular plans as we move forward. As excited as I am about most of this plan, I'm probably as excited about going 24/7 with fire and rescue than anything in this plan. I mean, everything's of value, but people always ask, what keeps you up at night? What keeps me up at night is when people dial 911, I want to make sure that we've done our very best to have someone be able to respond timely, trained, and I'm very proud that we've been able to do that. And that combined with things that have been advocated from our citizens, Ms. Moore and others, the emergency medical dispatch going live in the past year, ongoing training. I also am proud that we picked a good chief as we move forward to lead us to the next level of service for our residents. And thank you for your support on the capital side. You know, we were blessed to be able to open a new Company 6, and we have plans for other fire stations. But some of the things that are as important, other than staffing, is making sure that those staff are equipped with the proper tools to do their job. And with your support, we've been able to continue to make investments, not only in ambulances, but SCBA units and breathing apparatus, turnout gear, and other things that keeps our providers safe when we support our residents with service. One of the things that has taken a lot of our time, and we share some frustrations with our community, has been the delay in the animal shelter project. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I believe we're close to moving this project forward, and hopefully we'll announce that in the next few weeks. But it is moving along. Horgan Construction has been the interim contractor on site. The site work is continuing as we speak, and so things are moving. It's just until we get a finished contractor locked in, we are not going at the pace that we want to, and hopefully we'll get that kicked off here. And as you know, we still have the folks at Central High serving, and the staff there is going above and beyond, and we're grateful for their efforts, but they in this community deserve that building done. And so if we can get there, I think we'll be able to open that building early in the new year. As we look at the property loss ratios, I will say that this is one that we probably need to revisit. The property loss ratio, you typically think of houses, right? If you have a major house fire, it gets rolled into here. This property loss ratio is everything that happens in the county. So people driving through the county have an accident on 64, their vehicles, totals get added in here. I think this is an indicator that we really need to look at a little bit different as we move forward. And so we'll revisit that. With the opportunity for a new sheriff, and we've worked well with the existing sheriff, but I think we need to relook at some of the public safety metrics around sheriff services as we move forward in the new strategic plan. Poverty rate obviously is an area that we want to be concerned about. We receive, obviously the census is only done every 10 years, and we use the community survey to do the updates. 7.5 is below the Richmond metropolitan average. Ours has historically been even lower than that. But as you can see, it just slightly ticked up here. We need to be sensitive and concerned about that. It will be recalibrated with the new census that will be occurring over the next year and a half. One area I do want to call out that I think we always want to be as close to our response goals as we possibly can. And as we've been balancing this career staff versus volunteers teaming, and we will always value our combination system with our volunteers, we haven't been able to be as close to those goals as we wanted to. I'm excited, while we've made some progress over the past year and up around 90%, now that we're 24/7, I really expect us to continue to see this continue to go up, and then we can continue to evaluate our response standards and goals as we move forward. And last but not least, in part of the Board of Supervisors strategic plan is the investment that we make in our staff. I can't speak enough about the commitment that your employees have to the residents of Goochland County. You see some of the particular kinds of things up here. The level of service that we have, that we continue to recognize, you only get to see those people that are hitting 5-year marks or 10-year marks, but on a day-to-day basis, the level of experience that the employees have, the credentials and criteria that they bring to serve these residents, really, for the size team we have here, I'm extremely proud of all of the efforts they do. And this really, this covers the gamut of not just your general funded typical county folks. Our partnerships with our constitutional officers are critical here. Obviously, we rely on the sheriff as it relates to Goal 4. Having a qualified treasurer and commissioner of revenue is invaluable to us, and we've been blessed with the Pams and then Jennifer in those particular areas. They have been a great asset to this community and this overall team, and our value that we have in our Commonwealth Attorney and Clerk of Courts. Those partnerships help us get this collective work done each and every day, and so it's an important part of the overall workforce and support we provide to our residents. You will see in the past year that our turnover rate has dropped some. We're down to 10.7. The regional average here is about 10%, and that's the mark that we've kept. So some years this ticks up. We were obviously concerned last year seeing this get up in the 14 range, but right now we're around the 10.7. Obviously, every time we have turnover, there's different reasons, right? Some people, like Lewis earlier, have the benefit of retiring. Some people relocate, some people retire, and we try to make sure that every time we have to bring someone new in, that is another investment that we have to make in training and upstaffing, and so obviously we want to manage our turnover rates. We've been blessed, even though that we've only seen about a third, we had a little bit of an uptick here. We want to get over half of our applicants applying to meet all the criteria, but even at that, I will say, we've been, sometimes I'll come to you and say, we're really struggling in the area of IT or engineering or water and sewer, finding qualified job applicants. Even though the percentage applying may not always meet the criteria, we have had some really top-tier candidates seeking Goochland as a job and career path. And so even though our percentage isn't quite at our goal, I will not say that we're compromising our ultimate hires too much in this particular process. That being said, we still need to focus in other areas as we look at those hires, and diversity is one of those. We're not quite at the level we want to be that mirrors our county. We just started, only had one meeting. We're talking about opportunities to partner with the schools, but how can we look at our workforce and the diversity of our workforce? Is it reflective of our community? And I will tell you, there's some great perspective from folks that have engaged on that committee with us. Look forward to working with them even more as we move forward on looking at opportunities to make sure that that our community and potential applicants see us as an inclusive opportunity, that we value diversity of all kind, and that we do, and certainly want to encourage those applicants to apply and be considered for these positions, because we do value that diversity in our community. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important just to tell you there's a lot of work to be done. We just talked about this strategic plan, but one of the things that we will do along with, as the new board seats here in January, they'll initially get the budget right on. The strategic plan will accompany that in short order, along with a lot of training and opportunities. But it's important to recognize as we look at new ideas and new excitement to bring into the mix, what is it that we already have on our plate, and how do we balance our resources with accomplishing the work in progress and priorities, and staff looks forward to doing that with our new members of the board come January and our existing members. But as you can see, there's a lot of projects still to come. We're in phase 2 of our finance system. We're only not even halfway through phase 2, and then we have phase 3 to consider there, and that's the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer's modules. The county code rewrite needs to be done. Subdivision ordinances need to be done. We have a project to expand sewer in the courthouse. That is something we have to do in conjunction with the state prison system. And so I'm not going to read all of these to you, but there's a lot of projects that are in the pipeline that continue to move forward. One of the things that I always share with the board is a work plan, and what do we have on our plate, and how do we prioritize those kinds of things. But as we look at that, we always balance that with the resources, and this board has tried to manage within the rate that we had, and we certainly try to do that, but as continuous demands, whether it be on the operational side or the capital side, we will continue to see pressures on that and how we do our prioritization, because the slide before and the slide that you see in front of you, there is a lot of work to be done. And so we will continue to have needs as we grow as a community. Those operational and capital needs will continue to pressure us, and we'll have to make sure that we're balancing that appropriately. To date, our conservative practices has served us. One of the things that you did not long ago here in the meeting, you assigned and or appropriated some funds here, and in your August meeting you did so as well. We are only able to do that, and one of the things Barbara didn't specifically mention earlier, but we funded about $7 million worth of capital last year in cash, but only had our fund balance drop by about $700,000. That is, you know, even larger counties coming up with $7 million of cash a year to fund ongoing capital. It does a number of things for us. It limits our debt exposure, and you know, when we go, you know, we always tout our bond rating, but when we go up there and they can see that we're not dependent on debt or pushing more burden to the residents, it does mean something to them, and we have to always be sensitive. And the way we have budgeted has served us well in tackling a lot of needs from a cash perspective that otherwise would need to be debt. That being said, there is a debt project. There are a number of debt projects as we look forward. The new board in particular are going to have to tackle elementary schools and courthouses and fire stations and other kinds of needs that our community has. And those will be conversations that will be held in short order with the next board, but they should be done consistent with your strategic plan. What is it that we value? Where are our priorities? Because we will do another 5-year plan with the next sitting board and reevaluate all those different benchmarks and outcomes and these priorities collectively on behalf of our community. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, it's our annual report.
Questions for Mr. Budeski? Mr. Peters?
What do you do in your free time?
This is a major team effort, sir.
I don't know, because I see him at every function in the county, so I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Budeski. Great report, great work.
Thanks,
Staff, Mr. Drumright, great work. Thank you all. And you mentioned that this was the last one with this strategic plan. It's the last one for at least 2 of us, right?
All right, stop it.
Mr. Drumright.
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on what time you're looking at. Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager, and it's going to be my pleasure to go briefly with you over the county's proposed 2020 legislative agenda as we just pull it up. And I understand I'm standing between you and dinner, so I am going to be very quick with this. This is, so less than 30 days ago, we had the delegation out for discussion. This proposed 2020 legislative agenda kind of capitalizes on those discussions that we've had and previous items that we've had proposed in the past and policy positions. So we break it down with priority requests from the county, priority requests from the schools, and then 2020 policy positions. We're going to hit over the county's priority request and then just briefly go through those policy positions. So our priority requests are, again, this year, expand broadband, a Virginia Cooperative Extension, restore funding for county staff positions, and then one related to compensation and expense for electoral board and the general registrar. In the category of broadband, we're continuing to ask that the Commonwealth support additional funding to the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative. This year, they put $19 million towards it. They earlier this month or last month received over applications for over $40 million of it, so double the amount that they'd actually funded. And that's just folks who applied. There are a number of localities out there who were not able to find somebody to help partner with them and go apply. So there's definitely a need in there, and so continuing to encourage the state to put more financial resources forward in that program. We also support making additional changes and just making it easier so companies can come in and use towers and other structures where appropriate, as long as we can continue to have our ability to regulate land use. Moving on to the next one is the Virginia Cooperative Extension related to restoring the funding for county staff positions. As you'll recall, we had for a time where we were down staff members in the cooperative extension here in the county, which then relates to the lack of service that we can give to our agriculture community and different programming aspects. And so we want to encourage the state again to restore those funding models to the state and the federal government so that we can provide for our agriculture community, which we value in the county. Moving on to the third one is the reimbursement for the compensation and expense of the electoral board and the general registrar. Robin Lynn with the electoral board shared at the board's legislative discussion about that, and this has been a request that we've had for a number of years, and so we are bringing that forward again this year, and this would relate as the governor is going to be producing a new budget come later the end of this year. So, and then as the General Assembly will take a crack at that budget. So those are the three items. We do have the 6 items from the schools. Right now, you can see on the screen the first 3. We also have those on the list that is at your seat as well. We have copies of this presentation and the draft or the proposed legislative agenda at the back of the room as well. And here are the other 4 that the school board has put forward as their priority request. Moving on, we have, as I said, 2020 policy positions. Actually, all of these policy positions are result from previous years, and most of them result from actions either that or legislation that was being discussed by the General Assembly or issues that we helped to defeat, and we want to keep it out there. This is our position for our delegation. So we start with keeping the presumption for county assessments where they have the presumption and for assessment appeals. Then we also have a continuous one on the COPN, Certificate of Public Need, which had been an issue in years past. Continue with supporting the implementation of the study on biosolids, and then related to GIS staff as we go through here, and relates to open records and relating to closed meetings and having to take records for that, as well as then opposing any change with CSA funding, where then will require local government to have to take up more of a burden that the state has. So supporting the county's regional transportation projects. The first one on there, as you heard earlier this afternoon, great news that the VDOT is going to go ahead and advertise that this month. And so that will get crossed off the list, and then we have a couple, one more to add, and then we'll just keep adding to the list as we go on. And then that at the very bottom there, supporting giving counties the same authority that cities and towns have so that we can all be on an equal playing field. And then the rest of this is just hidden on requiring that any fiscal impact must be at the beginning of the session so that localities have a chance to respond, especially when you're in a short session and time is critical. So, and promoting business in Virginia, making sure that we continue that ranking of Commonwealth being one of the best in the state, best in the nation for business. With that, this last one's just encouraging the state to continue to fund infrastructure or critical software for government agencies, as we have to rely on them to do a lot of their programs. With that, be happy to take any questions. I think that was 7.3 minutes.
Questions for Mr. Drumright?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lascolette?
Okay, so Mr. Drumright, thank you very much. No, we really appreciate all you do in this area. Well, everything, but talk about this right now. So what is the actual document that goes to our legislators? It's what's in the board packet?
So
And what you've done here is just a high
that
level?
is the highlight. So we have the other document I left at your seat.
Right.
That is the document that we send to
Okay.
the delegation, along with a letter explaining it and offering contact information. And then we, as we have interest from members of the delegation, we'll send them, if there's a specific bill that there or specific issue they want to carry, we'll send them actual draft language if we have draft language, and then we'll give them talking points as well. So those will be separate from that full list that we send.
Right. Okay, and I appreciate that follow-up. So this year, we're really not going to do much on the proffers, not really making a request on the proffers, is that right?
That is correct.
Right.
And even talking with folks, other stakeholders who are interacting with the General Assembly, that it appears the proffer issue is dead for now.
Well,
Kind of to see how it shakes out, just as they did when they did it initially. They wanted to give a couple years to see the after effects of the legislation before they go back and start tinkering again. And so that's why we do not have that listed anywhere on any of our stuff, because right now we're going to see how the changes
Exactly.
have been, how they affect us.
Okay. Again, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, under the broadband item 1, the last sentence, well, it's actually the last 2 sentences. The county is not opposed to the adoption of new technology that will improve our citizens' access to broadband internet, and we are not opposed to additional towers within the county. And I agree with those statements. But I'm suggesting maybe it's a more positive to say that rather that we're not opposed, that we support. To strengthen it a little, if the other board members would agree with that. And it's maybe a minor thing, but it's on, it's how you present it, I guess.
Yeah. And I will take that opportunity to share that. So this is a draft, that's why we brought it here.
Exactly.
And so we don't need, we'd like your feedback today, but over the next month,
Right.
if we can get feedback, then we'll bring back the final document for
Gotcha.
adoption at the November meeting.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Very good. Mr. Minnick, any? John?
Mr. Chair, just a couple of them real quick. Thank you for this, Paul, I appreciate it. And there'll be over 3,000 bills, I think, dropped again this year if history proves
Yeah. More than likely, yes.
ballpark. So thank you for tracking all 3,000 in advance. I understand over the years that requests for money get treated differently than requests for recognition and things that don't cost anything. Our first 3 requests are for funding.
Yeah.
So we're hopeful, and we go forth hopeful, but particularly in this year where it's the biannual budget and they have been running surpluses, I would just suggest it'd be interesting to follow what they do with those surpluses and how they behave, again, later stage in the economic development, some of the things that we've done to be fiscally responsible. It's not on our list. They did get their AAA reaffirmed. It's off of the negative watch, which is great. But in years where you are running a surplus, as your every 2-year look at the budget, it'd be nice to follow what they're doing on the fiscal responsibility side so that we can hold them accountable to the same standards we hold ourselves to. So thank you for that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions or comments for Paul?
Keep saying later stages of an economic.
Yeah, he's scaring me.
He's getting me a little nervous. What are we foreseeing?
All I know is what I read in the paper, that this is the longest one on record, longest expansion on record. So we're in record territory.
We're about to set some new records. That's the way I look at it.
The chairman of JP Morgan was asked if there's going to be another recession. He said absolutely with 100% certainty. And they asked him when. He says, I have no idea. So that's what we know.
Definitely coming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drumright. The next item on our agenda is appointments, and we have no appointments tonight, I believe. So next, we will take our dinner break, and we'll see everyone back here at 7 p.m.
Sure, because we're going to start right on time.
Fine as well.
They can still come and speak.
Yeah, if you're in one of the other rooms, we will give you time to come and express your concerns or support for any of these hearings. We'll give you plenty of time to come over. Since we have some long hearings tonight, and since we have folks in other rooms, what we're going to do is between the main hearings, we're going to take a break so that anyone that's in another room that wants to speak on the next topic can come in. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you all coming out here to Goochland. If you're not from Goochland, I'm sure there are some folks from Henrico in the audience. I see at least a couple. Welcome to Goochland. At this time, I would like to call the Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting for October 1st back to order. And as usual, we will start with a citizen comment period. At this time, anyone wanting to speak on any topic that is not on tonight's hearing agenda, please step up to the microphone and give us your name and address, and try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, if
Oh,
I may.
Yes.
Or if you
Thank
would like to.
Yeah. This afternoon, we voted to defer item number 7 on our agenda, which was a discussion on an ordinance for tall grass and weeds. We agreed to defer that ordinance to November. So if anybody wants to speak, if you're here to speak on that ordinance, please do so now at the public comment period, or we will have another hearing in next month when that topic comes up. And we did it because we wanted to get more information, and we're still working on some information on that.
Did you need to take a vote on that?
On the deferral, when we get to it? Yeah, okay. All right, so anyone wanting to speak at the public comment period, please come forward. Microphone, speak into the microphone and state your name and address. And
So my name is John McGuire. I live in 1077 Shallow Well, and I just want to say my wife and I have been in Goochland. We've citizens of Goochland for about 2 years, and we've just enjoyed it. And I just want to tell the Board of Supervisors how much we enjoy, how much good work you've done for Goochland County. You have my full support. And I want to say for the two outgoing, Manny and Bob, it's been great getting to know all of you. I think everyone on the board has been very responsive when it comes to making decisions in the General Assembly for Goochland and all of Virginia. So I'm John McGuire. I have the honor of representing you guys in the Virginia House of Delegates. That's District 56, which a lot of people don't know. It's western Henrico County. It's the eastern half of Goochland County. It's all of Louisa County, and it's 2 precincts in Spotsylvania. So I just want to thank all of you guys for the great work you do. I've enjoyed working with you for 2 years, and I look forward to continuing that. Thank you for all you do.
thank you, Delegate. Anyone else? Mr. Korn.
Good evening. My name is Stan Korn, 200 Clark Road, Manikin-Sabot. You're not going to be discussing this tonight, so I figure what the heck, might as well stir the pot. For years, rural boards of supervisors have been pounded by residents to provide them with high-speed internet. I have Comcast in my home. The county didn't pay to have the internet in my home. Comcast came to the county and said it wished to come to the areas of the county and offer internet because Comcast would make money. They did not offer internet in other areas because they would lose money. That's called capitalism. I pay $272 per month to Comcast. And I'll bet many of you sitting in this room would be thrilled to pay Comcast $272 per month to have internet. But what if you can't afford $272 a month to get internet? That's the problem. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, there is rural, unlimited, unthrottled, streaming, high-speed internet available to Goochland County residents, one house at a time, and a lot cheaper than $272 per month. The question is not, is it available, but who can afford it? Government looks at the problem, how do we supply internet to everybody? If the government wants to provide financial assistance to those less fortunate, give assistance on an as-need basis, such as we do for food stamps, welfare, etc. What currently is happening is they fund millions of dollars on the grant suckers of the world who end up providing nothing year after year after year. So, yesterday, today, tomorrow, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, there is rural, unlimited, unthrottled, streaming, high-speed internet in Goochland County, one house at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. Anybody else? Okay. Seeing no, now we'll close the public comment period. Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is our first hearing tonight. And Mr. Longshore is going to take us through that.
All right, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Matt Longshore, Director of Public Utilities. What I have for your consideration tonight is a boundary line adjustment for our Valley View pump station parcel in conjunction with the parcel next to the pump station. As for location, our Valley View pump station is located here in the courthouse area, right at the end of Valley View Lane, directly across Route 6 from our courthouse elevated tank and the VCCW. A brief background of what we're asking for your consideration tonight is when this pump station was designed and constructed, the wet well for the pump station was actually built on the property line of the utility lot and the lot adjacent to the utility lot. And just so we're clear, what a wet well is, it's essentially a large concrete basin that collects all the sewer coming into the pump station before it's pumped through the pump station. Due to this, we're requesting that the utility lot be shifted 6 feet southeast to cover the entire wet well. To do this, Ms. Phillips, the adjacent property owner, has also agreed to extend the easement along the western edge of the pump station lot to accommodate the boundary line adjustment. What you're seeing in front of you right now is what the boundary line adjustment plat would look like. So essentially, Ms. Phillips would dedicate approximately 1/100 of an acre of land to the county. In turn, the county would then dedicate 1/100 of an acre back to Ms. Phillips. What this would result in is a trade of equal areas, and the entirety of all the infrastructure related to that pump station would then lie within the county lot. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have prior to opening the public hearing.
Questions for Mr. Longshore? Mr.
Is
Peterson?
there one real quick? Mr. Longshore, would the lot lines survive, or would they be vacated in the transfer?
They would be, the old lot lines would be vacated as the lot shifts over.
Okay, so
That's
it
correct.
wouldn't create an issue. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Longshore? Okay, thank you, Mr. Longshore.
Thank you.
Any discussion or other, before I open the public hearing? No? Okay, this time I'll open the public hearing on this item. And anyone wishing to speak for or against this parcel adjustment, please step forward and again, give us your name, address, and keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Gentlemen, ladies, I'm Dee Phillips. I am the adjacent property owner, and I have no objections to doing this. In fact, I've worked with public utilities for many years. The wet well, as you call it, is this manhole about 4 feet in diameter, and 2/3 of it ended up being built on my land. So I've known it for years, and I just have talked with Mr. Langshorn and said, you know, this is really makes more sense to just shift the thing over and have all the infrastructure that the county owns on the county's land. So it just seemed to make sense to me, and we've worked together with the county to make this swap.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips, and thank you for letting us borrow your land for a while.
Well, it made more sense. This is a large hardwood, you know, and when you open that manhole, it's just, you know, they use it a lot. So.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Comments, discussion, questions? Seems pretty reasonable.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the boundary line adjustment between parcels 42-21-0-4-A and 0-116A as shown, and authorize the county administrator to sign the deed of exchange and boundary line shift as shown in our packet.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you do a roll call vote?
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Longshore. Next item, Ms. Hunter will present on an application by Helen Payne to renew a conditional use permit.
Am I on it? I cannot see down here.
Want to borrow my
There we
glasses?
go. I know. Thought we were supposed to have bigger fonts. That may take a minute to come up. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. The first planning public hearing is a CUP renewal for Helen Payne. There we go. It's a CU 2009-0008A. It's a permit request to renew a conditional use permit for a family day home, which is another name for a child care center. The property is located at 2672 Haydensville Fife Road on the western portion of the county. This is the comprehensive plan map. Most of the surrounding properties are designated rural enhancement area. You can see the blue area, which is just to the north of this property. That's the Byrd Elementary School to get you oriented of where this property is located. This property and the surrounding properties are zoned A1 agricultural. Child care centers are CUP uses and continue to be CUP uses in the A1 district. You can see the aerial. The property does not have frontage on Haydensville Fife Road, but there is an access easement through the property in the front. This is a picture of the property. The original CUP for the child care center was issued in 2009. It was given a 10-year permit. They have permission to have child care center for up to 12 children, and the center is licensed by the Virginia Department of Social Services. During the 10 years of the permit, we have not received any complaints regarding any issues at the daycare center. There was a community meeting held on July 24th. Ms. Lascalette and 3 neighbors attended the meeting. There was just some general questions about the number of children, hours of operation, staffing, things like that. However, no concerns were raised. This went to the Planning Commission last month. It was approved with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing.
So I have the conditions here. They are black-lined from the 2009 permit. So the first one is the use, that the child care center can be operated. The child care center would be licensed by the state code. Number 3, they'd have to meet all state health departments for food preparation and septic sanitation. They're allowed 1 sign on the property. The number of children cannot exceed 12. These next 3 are black line conditions because they were met and are no longer need to be part of the condition. When they were issued the permit in 2009, they were required to obtain a commercial entrance permit from VDOT, which they did do. They were also required to have a POD, which was done. The site is developed in accordance with that POD. And like I said, the permit was originally issued for 10 years. Based on our policy, when someone had a 10-year permit and there's been no complaints, the next time frame is 15 years. So this would be a 15-year permit, which would take it October 2034, and our standard transfer or lease condition that we put on all CUP conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Quickly, just condition number 1, is there a reason that that's underlined?
Because it's a new condition.
That's new, that's what I thought you said.
Yes,
Okay.
so,
So let's see. Okay, I'm just wondering why that's new, but.
It's the new way that we do standard CUP conditions, where we first one is we reference the approved use,
Okay.
which it wasn't done previously like that.
All right, thank you, that's all I had.
Any other questions for Ms. Hunter?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Any other discussion before I open the hearing? Okay, so at this time, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak in support or against this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Perhaps I missed it. Did you ask if the applicant wanted to come forward?
Oh, is that what you were saying? Yes. Bad idea. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Would you like to come forward? I'm sorry I didn't get your input.
Good evening. My name is Helen Payne, 2672 Haydensville, Fife Road, Goshen, Virginia, 23063. And I'm just here tonight because having a daycare, especially a licensed daycare, it shows the community that I provide quality and quantity care for the children. The location is a good location because it's next to the Byrd Elementary School. And I am licensed, and I follow all of the standards, the guidelines. They come out twice a year unannounced, the state does, and also the USDA food program does, because we have to make sure that we are serving the good nutritional meals and all. And it's just been a great time watching the kids grow and all. So my daycare is a daycare of just showing love to the children, planting that seed, and just getting them ready for when they go into their school years, and just helping them with that beginning of their milestone. So I thank you for allowing me to continue this up to this point, and hopefully we will continue for another 15, 25 years. And I was saying 34, I'll be 72. I'll be through this. So you won't be seeing me, I don't think, again for this, but thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll open the public hearing again, even though I can't believe she said anything that might have prompted somebody to get up and speak. All right, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion, or do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion. I'd like to say I was very impressed with operation. It's relatively small compared to some really big centers, but it's well done, and it does provide a service. So I was very impressed when I was there. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve CU 2009-0008A for Ms. Helen Payne.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Budesky, would you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. Ms. Payne, we'll see you in 15 years.
Good evening again. The next public hearing is a request by James Summerall for a conditional use permit, CU 2019-00014, to operate a towing business and accessory vehicle repair. The property is .55 acres. It's located at 4746 Broad Street Road in the Haydensville, Fife Rural Crossroad. This is the comprehensive plan. Most of the property is designated, most of the surrounding properties are designated commercial. This property, specific property, was designated at the time of the comprehensive plan as county-owned because this is the location of the old Haydensville Fife Fire Station. They have since relocated south of Broad to the other blue area that's shown on the map. Three quadrants of Old Fredericks Road and Broad Street Road are designated commercial. The remainder properties are zoned A1. So you can see this is the old fire station. To the rear is a mini storage facility, and there is a car facility across the street. This is the old fire station. This is where they would be proposing to have the large vehicles stored inside the building. This case, a similar case did come before you in April of 2019. And at that time, there was two properties that were included. One is the square piece, which is the old fire station. This long, narrow piece that I believe we called the sliver when that was coming through. At that time, they were asking for zoning of the sliver piece to B1. That was approved. And then when the conditional use permit came up, the CUP was denied because there was concerns with visibility from the road and the type of vehicles that were being stored. Because the applicant is coming back with just the fire station piece, this is what we would consider substantially different, and so they can come back within that year time frame asking for another different permit. So this is the site. So it shows you the fire station here with the bays in front. The area highlighted in green would be where they would locate a 6-foot board-on-board fence. There would be a 10-foot gate, board-on-board gate here. And I'm going to review where things can be stored, but anything outside would need to be within this fenced area. So for permitted outside storage, the way we wrote the conditions, and when we drafted these conditions, we really went back and listened to the concerns that were identified at that April public hearing and tried to draft conditions that would address those concerns that came up at that meeting. So outside, they would be able to store vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 10,000 pounds or less, and I have a chart, the next slide, that shows you what type of vehicles those are. They must be stored behind a 6-foot board-on-board fence and not be visible from any public road. So if they were visible from a public road, they would not be able to be there. And no more than 10 vehicles can be stored outside. Inside the building, so inside the fire station bays, they would be able to store the vehicles that are greater than 10,000 pounds. So we found this chart on the internet. So these first two columns are what can be stored, what weighs less than 10,000 pounds. So these are the type of vehicles that can be stored outside. So they're generally, you know, your pickup trucks, your vans, some of the very small delivery trucks, a utility truck, anything like that that would not be visible under the 6-foot fence could be stored outside. The remaining 4 columns, the larger vehicles, they would only be allowed to be stored inside the building because the concern last time was the visibility. The other issue last time was they were going to store vehicles on that sliver piece. The sliver piece fell lower than the roadway, so you'd be looking down on them. The fire station site is at similar grade to the road, so you would not have that issue with this permit. There was a community meeting back in July. Ms. Lascalette and 4 citizens attended the meeting. There was discussion about the previous application, fencing, visibility from Old Fredericksburg Road, security cameras, type of vehicles that would be towed there. And at that time, we did have the draft CUP conditions, so those conditions could be reviewed. 2 people expressed support for the application, and no one spoke against it at that community meeting. Last month, at the Planning Commission meeting, it was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote. We had 1 citizen speak in opposition, noting that there's already an existing towing company in the area, and there was a desire to keep Western Goochland rural. And 1 citizen spoke in support of the request and felt like they did a good job, and the proximity to 64 would help clear accidents faster and keep people moving on 64. So the conditions, I'll review those with you. Again, the first one is the use, similar to what you saw on the last condition. We always put the use now first, so they'd be allowed to have a vehicle towing service with accessory vehicle repairs. The vehicle repairs may only occur on vehicles towed to the property. A POD would need to be filed. The improvements shown in the conceptual plan, the fencing and things like that I showed to you earlier in the presentation, that's how the site would need to be developed. Screening, so this is important, before any vehicles may be stored on the property, a 6-foot board-on-board fence. Privacy vents must be installed along the perimeter. And then number 6 is the outside storage, and 7 is what can be inside. So that's what I reviewed in that slide. So outside storage, they can't have any outside storage of parts or anything like that, and any vehicle with a gross vehicle weight of 10,000 pounds or less can be stored outside, and no more than 10 vehicles outside. And then inside, as I indicated, those larger vehicles, those over 10,000 pounds, would need to be stored in the building. Vehicles and equipment for repair, they must be worked on inside the building, not outside. The vehicle repair use may not be advertised. Again, this is just if they have to work on a car that's towed to the site to get it running so that they can maybe get it off the site. They'll have to do a lighting plan. All county, state, and federal regulations in terms of disposing gasoline, oil, antifreeze, that sort of thing would need to be met. We are recommending a 5-year permit, which would take this to September 2024, and the standard transfer condition. Be happy to answer any questions on this one as well.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Not at this point, Mr. Chairman.
I have a quick question. A couple things, just probably both just to educate me a little bit. The conceptual site plan that you cited in, where is that in our packet, or is it in our packet? I see an Exhibit A to the resolution.
It would be Exhibit A attached to the resolution.
It's an exhibit.
301.
Page 301. Is that, because it doesn't, I'm zooming in.
The fencing is on there. It is difficult to see
Oh,
it.
okay,
So
that's
that's
what
why I highlighted it for the presentation. But yes, it is on there. But you have to have bionic eyes to see it, but we know it's there.
I see the fence on it.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
Only Joanne can see it because
Yeah.
she's got bionic eyes.
Except I can't see the board up there. Can see the fence line.
So, second question, what does your department look for in the plan of development? That's a requirement that he has to submit it. What kind of things are you looking to see in that plan of development?
So the plan of development is reviewed by all the different departments in the county. It's also reviewed by VDOT, so VDOT will be determining whether it would need a commercial entrance or not. We look at it to see if any landscaping requirements would be met, if they've provided enough parking requirements, if there's any environmental impacts that we need to look at. So it's a full POD that we would look at.
This was a full POD for this one.
They, depending on what VDOT determines with a commercial entrance, if they are doing minor changes, they may be able to get a POD waiver, but we'll get into that if the permit's approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for you?
I actually do have one.
Okay, Ms. Lascolette?
All right, so Ms. Hunter, thank you very much. And looking at page 301, the plot plan, there are a couple notes here, and one indicates that part of the property is in a FEMA-defined flood zone. And that is, I think I know the property well enough, but could you point out what part we're talking about is in the flood zone?
You're on what page of the packet?
I'm on 301,
The plat,
the
the
plat.
thing where I couldn't see the fence.
Right. That one.
I believe it's in the rear of the property, but I am not positive. It's in the sliver?
Oh, it's in
The
the
rear
sliver.
of, it's on the rear of the site and on the sliver.
I mean, that makes sense. I just, it seems not to be, it's a flood zone X. And I'm like Mr. Lumpkins, I'm not sure I can read.
Well, does it say that it's outside the floodplain, so that none of this property is?
To be outside.
I think flood zones C and X are outside of a floodplain.
They're outside of a plane, not inside.
So the property we're looking at tonight is not at anything in the flood
Yeah. I'm
zone.
not aware of any on that property. There's no wet areas on that property. And it's developed.
That's why it's hard to see.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
thank you, Ms. Hunter. We may call you back. Yeah. At this time, would the applicant like to say anything? You're satisfied with Ms. Hunter's presentation? Yes, sir. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please step forward and give us your name and address, and try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Sam Piazza. I live at 4746 Three Chopped Road, Haydensville, Virginia. I'm before you today representing 70 people that we have passed a petition around. I had 3 people help me do this, and this is a petition against this conditional use for the bumpers towing that we've been discussing. We, the undersigned, are not against small businesses coming into our area of our village. In fact, we would welcome small businesses if there is an economic benefit to the residents in our village. We are just in a disagreement with this type of business. Individuals who signed asked us the following questions, and we would like to address these to the board. How many employees does he plan on hiring? Will they be local individuals? How much tax benefit is the county going to represent or get from this business? Are there any other vehicles? Are any of his vehicles going to be registered in the county? Has the environmental issues been addressed? And along with the drainage infrastructure at 250 and 629. I haven't heard any of these things being addressed tonight. We're not against small businesses. We just don't think we need another type of business in our end of the county. I mean, you guys are doing all these other developments in the county, but you can't seem to give us a grocery store or anything like this out here. So, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piazza. Mr. Piazza, did you give a copy of the petition?
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else?
My name's Joey Spees. I'm at 3360 North Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia. This man right here has the only record that's going to clear that interstate. in this county. I've sat in traffic for more than an hour just hoping I could get to the Oldville exit to get off and get home. Because there's a tractor trailer turned over at Gum Spring once a month. He's got the truck to do it. He's concerned about what, I don't know. Anyway, it's a viable business, it's a respectable business, and he's got the equipment to get us home in the evening when we want to come home to our county. Because a lot of us don't work in our county. We have to go out to Richmond to work. And coming home to God's country every day is a pleasure, but not when you're sitting on the interstate for 2 hours. He's got the equipment to prevent that. And the trucks or whatever's going to be stored there, he has facilities elsewhere to take care of that. So an eyesore, well, we don't even want to go there because there's a lot of people grandfathered in that I could ride by every day I have to look at. So, you know, he's going to put up a fence. He's going to do all the right things, and he's going to have a business that's going to help this county in a big way. I'm all for it. The park or whatever, the grocery store, I don't see that going on in that little lot. So I think it's a good thing. I like to see it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Spees. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Melissa Riddle. I live at 4095.
Would you speak closer to
Sorry.
my, you can pull it up if you like.
I'm Melissa Riddle. I'm at 4095 Cedar Plains. I spoke last time. Any noises y'all hear from here is just my niece shaking, so it's okay. The gentleman that spoke just a moment ago, he had a petition of 70 people who signed against Mr. Summerall. I just looked up the population of Goochland. There's 22,685. 70 people seems like a small drop for that. This gentleman provides a service. It's like our insurance policy. We know it's there. We like to have it. We don't want to ever use it, but if we need it, we daggone well want him, you know, at our rec site or whatever. I believe he would bring revenue into the county. He provides a good service. Unfortunately, I've had to use his service, and he was there. He was very pleasant. He was empathetic towards me when I had some issues that he helped me take care of. I'm fully in support of him, and I would like to see y'all approve his petition to have a business there on that corner. As the other gentleman said, he's close to the interstate, and I've sat on that interstate lots of times trying to get home, and probably said a few bad words while I was sitting there too. So I'm fully in support of him. So,
Thank you, Ms. Riddle.
Thank you.
Come on up.
I would rather have talked from back there, but I did not plan to come here.
Would you
tonight.
please state your name and address?
My name's Mary Roynesdahl. I live at 3031 Royal Virginia Parkway, right behind where this place is going to be, where it's going to be. When I get off of 64 and come up Old Fredericksburg Road and make the turn, the right turn onto 250, that's where the old firehouse sits. That's where this towing company would be. It's small. I don't know if anybody knows where that is, but if semi-trucks are pulling in and out of there, it was hard enough when the fire engines pulled in and out. But the fire engines got moved to another place, a bigger place. I've got nothing against the guy with the tow truck. I've been stuck on 64 too. It's no fun. But when I get off of 64, I want to be able to get home. And there are many times when that is backed up and they detour all the traffic to go down 250, and you can't get off of Old Fredericksburg Road onto 250. If I could explain where this is, there's not enough room there. The road is not wide enough for semi-tractor trailers to be pulling in and out. I don't know how they're going to do it. It's not a big enough area. I'm all for him having a towing company where he can be close to 64, but that is not the site. It's big enough for a grocery store. Maybe a few parked cars. It's just not a big enough area. And when you're talking about this huge 6-foot wooden fence that's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be beautiful. I have good friends who live behind that property where you were talking about that ravine, that sliver. That sliver's a ravine. It goes down. I don't know if there's water down there or what, but you can't do anything down there. Friends of mine live on the other side of that, behind this whole thing. So if you're pulling trucks in and out of there, it's going to be in their backyard. I don't think they're here tonight. But that's my take on it. I'm one of the 70 that live back in just off of 250. It's Royal Virginia Parkway. It's where the golf course used to be. And there's 70 of us that live back there. And we are kind of forgotten by everybody who's on the eastern side of the county. But this is us, and we don't want that thing in our backyard. When we get off the expressway, we want to be able to get home. And we can't if it's blocked off. Right? I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your input.
Good evening. My name is Casey Spees. I'm also at 3360 North Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia, 23153. I was involved in the original sale of this property, which everybody kind of knew, thought I had an advantage, but that's done. And I'm here as a citizen, and just to address her concerns, that's why they redesigned from the Planning Commission the weights of the vehicles that were going to be stored here. Tractor trailers aren't going to be coming in there. It's a tow truck towing vehicles that the county has listened and addressed the concerns about large vehicles, tractor trailers, being stored there. And Mr. Summerall has constantly tried to make sure that he could adhere to what the county's concerns were. And he is prepared to store larger vehicles elsewhere, but if we have the larger wrecks, like we've had some of the turnovers, the Food Lion and Kroger and so forth, at least we can get them off the road so that we can get our loved ones home. And just to speak, yes, my husband also spoke, Mr. Spees. He's been in the collision repair business for well over 35 years. So he knows kind of the ins and outs of this type of business and what's involved there. And quite frankly, I mean, we need that in that area. We've got some folks sprinkled out throughout the county as far as other companies, and competition is healthy. And I think that as Goochland grows, as much as we want to stay rural, we also want to look out for our constituents, and I hope that the board can consider the things that Mr. Summerall has tried to adhere to, anything that was brought up from the Planning Commission, from the meetings, from the 70. He's tried to address their concerns so that he can still conduct a business and hire folks from within the county, as well as bring revenue into the county. So I hope that you guys will consider approving this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Would the applicant like to speak or respond to any of the comments? If you could come up.
I'm James Summerall, and this application is for me here. And first of all, I just want to thank everyone for attending out here tonight. Just want to reiterate what Casey said, Ms. Bees. We listened to the county and the people's concerns. We've addressed those concerns, and if we focus on the job at hand here, if you look at that, we have met those conditions, and we're willing to operate within those conditions. So if we just try not to get too far off on other tangents about other vehicles and such, these are the conditions. These are the conditions I'm going to meet, and these are the conditions I'm willing to operate my business under. So, whatever the conditions are. So, there's not going to be tractor trailers there.
Questions for Mr. Summerall?
If I may, Mr. Summerall, I remember a lot from the application earlier this year, and
Yes, sir.
and what we've heard, I'm glad we left that thing up on the screen. So the application is such that everything less than 10,000 feet and it cannot be visible is all that you can store in the lot, correct?
Just like it says in the conditions,
And
if
so-
you refer back to
so
the conditions.
When we've heard concerns this evening about folks that are saying tractor trailers being around there, those would have to be things that you can store inside the building if you tow them there, correct?
Can't fit a tractor trailer in the
Well,
building.
that was my question. How many tractor trailers can you fit in the enclosed building?
You can't fit a tractor trailer, and I have properties in 3 counties. I can store tractor trailers in other counties. I don't need to.
So when
Just
you tow,
want to consider the conditions and these that we're asking. That's all.
so when you
Nothing
tow,
extra.
when you tow a tractor trailer, which I know your business, you told us last time that your business is on kind of, I guess, the high end of you take care of significant sized vehicles. You
I'm
have
the only heavy wrecker service. Yes, sir.
And so when
that's
you tow a
capable of taking
tractor,
care of it.
when you tow a tractor trailer, you're not going to tow it to this location?
Correct.
Okay. What kind of vehicles will you put inside the building? Do you anticipate putting inside the building?
Tow trucks.
Okay.
Maybe a wrecked vehicle that might be above the fence and shows above the fence.
Gotcha.
Again, following within the conditions of the permit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lesko, you have a
Yes,
question?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Summerall, so you're saying no tractor trailers stored inside or outside the building?
Again, I'll refer to you as the conditions. The conditions are pretty explicit. And it says, the first 2 lines are what we're going to have.
Well, item number 7 says vehicles with gross vehicle weight in excess of 10,000 pounds may be stored within the existing building. And what I'm trying to do is understand, what are we talking about being stored inside the building?
Yeah,
You've said no
vehicle-
tractor trailers, but that's not
vehicles
what the
with-
condition says.
Condition says vehicles that are stored within inside the building could be in excess of 10,000 pounds. It's what it says, whatever the conditions are. They're very plain and straightforward. I'm willing to comply with those conditions.
And so therefore, if you're saying, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if you're saying that there would be no tractor trailers stored on the premises inside or out, you would not have a problem if we amended item number 7 to say that. Is that correct?
I'm saying that the conditions are pretty explicit. I'm only allowed to store those first two lines vehicles within the compounds. Anything above that, if it's above that, it can be stored inside of the building. Those are the conditions I've agreed to, and those are the conditions that have been put before.
Thank you, Mr. Summerall.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Summer, what I was trying to make clear, and I know you keep telling us that you were going to follow the conditions, I understand that. I think we heard a concern about tractor trailers, and I just kind of wanted you to answer my simple question. Can a tractor trailer even fit inside?
Negative, sir.
That's what I was trying
Yes,
to.
I've mentioned that earlier. Negative. A tractor trailer cannot fit into the building.
So you just answered, you say anything more than 10,000 will go in there, but what I'm trying to get is some of the things we've heard concerns about tonight, there shouldn't be a concern because they simply won't fit in the
Right,
building.
we've addressed all the concerns. We've been with the county. We came back and we itemized everything, and we thought we met everyone's concerns. Everything is written and labeled and laid out for everybody to see, for full transparency. Nothing to be hidden here.
Right. This isn't in the conditions, and I'm not asking you to say anything, but do you have, just so I understand, do you have any plans to modify the building so that it'll fit tractor trailers in it?
There's no plans as of yet for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summer. Did you have
I'm
another
sorry,
question?
Mr. Chairman, one more thing just came to mind. So I rode by there the other day, Mr. Summerall, Wednesday or Thursday, possibly last week, I can't remember what day it was. And there were vehicles inside, stored inside the building. Are you operating at this point outside that building?
Negative.
Okay.
Those are my personal vehicles. One is a tow truck that hasn't been run. There's a rollback in there.
Right.
But I do have a business license to operate out of there with an office there. I just couldn't store vehicles there. That was part of the conditions, and that's why I'm here before you for conditions to store vehicle. I do have a business license to operate in the county.
The towing operation?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, real
Mr.
quick.
Peterson?
First of all, Mr. Summerall, I appreciate your coming back to us with revised conditions and proffers that you've tried to address some of the concerns that you heard at the previous go-around on this. One of the things we heard tonight, aside from the tractor trailer, was how many employees you might employ at that location. Do you have a number on?
I anticipate maybe 5 to 7, possibly. I want to get some local people. I need some good local people in the area. That's what I need, and I'm hoping that I can count on the area for some good employees. As you may know, when a tractor trailer rolls over, there's 40,000 pounds or whatever it's hauling all over the interstate. So I can't do that by myself. So I'm going to need help to do that. And quite honestly, I would love to hire some people in the area, keep the money in the area. And that's where we're at.
So if
I want to grow.
If folks brought their resumes tonight, they should see you after, is that?
Absolutely. We are hiring.
Okay. And then another question that was raised, just to be clear, you'll be a full tax-paying business in Goochland County?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Paid dearly last year, federal taxes.
We appreciate your paying your taxes.
Yes, sir.
But I just wanted to circle back and address some things I heard
Yeah,
tonight.
we're the highest, we pay some of the highest taxes and insurances, being a tow truck, most liability. Insurance is outrageous.
Okay, well,
We
you
pay it.
Don't pay the insurance to the county, so
No,
that's
no,
not us.
taxes too, eating us up. Personal property tax on a new truck, about $50,000
The personal property
for
tax.
personal property tax. Federal excise tax is 12% on a new truck, about $50,000 on top of a new truck price. It changes the game in business. Taxes, but we pay them.
All right. Mr. Chair, that's all I had. I'll yield back the rest of my time. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Summerall.
All right.
Anybody else? No, thank you, Mr. Summerall. We'll
Okay.
open our discussion. Thank you. That's it. Questions, comments, concerns? Motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about item number 7. If we cannot store the larger vehicles inside the building, the tractor trailer units, then I don't understand why there's an objection to a condition that says that, because it seems self-evident to me. I'm not understanding why that would be the case.
I'm not an expert, but are there vehicles that weigh more than 10,000 pounds that are not a tractor trailer?
Oh, absolutely.
That might
Go
fit
back
in
to
the bay.
chart. Yeah, go back to the chart.
But they might fit in the bay.
Absolutely. Think ambulance
So-
size,
Right, so what,
or fire truck, for that matter, have gone in there.
so what I'm saying is that a vehicle of 10,000 pounds or more, like the fire trucks, probably weigh more than 10,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah,
They could fit in the bay,
they could,
so they could be stored in the bay.
they could.
So if we remove that condition, we're saying that you cannot tow a fire truck and store it in the bay.
Well, no, I'm kind of going,
My $2,500 weighs 8,800 pounds. That's a pickup truck.
so, what I'm saying is, item 7 says gross vehicle weight, anything over 10,000 pounds. And we've been told that it can't fit tractor trailers. So
Right.
what's the problem in putting that into the conditions? No tractor
No
trailers.
tractor trailers, that's it?
Or nothing over a certain weight size. which might be difficult to monitor, I'm not sure, but, I mean, a tractor trailer is a very clear thing. I think everybody knows what a tractor trailer looks like.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Ms. Lascott, I think, if I'm following you, I think we want him to put the vehicles greater than 10,000
I do too.
off.
No, I'm not
out of
suggesting
sight,
otherwise.
Out of sight. So
I'm not suggesting otherwise.
my line of questioning was a concern, people are, and in this petition, they don't want the traffic increase. Well, he answered my question, I don't think there's gonna be a traffic increase of the nature where we're seeing tractor trailers turning and tying up that turn there at Old Fredericksburg Road and 250 and coming out of that building. But as far as,
Why do you think that?
because he can't store them there.
Then why is it a problem putting it into
Well,
condition?
because he's got tow trucks and he's gonna have other vehicles that are bigger that we don't want him, I mean, we either are not gonna let him store anything of that nature, or at least put them inside. And what I don't know, maybe we can get answers, how many vehicles can fit inside? Because is it gonna be dozens of vehicles, large vehicles coming back and forth? But to the extent that he's bringing big vehicles in there, I think we want them inside the building, don't we?
Absolutely, 100% agree. That's not what I'm doing.
So that's why I'd be hesitant to take away
I think what Ms.
I'm not
Lascaux is trying to
suggesting
do
take it away.
is taking away just tractor trailers.
Exactly.
And I'm not sure what the definition of a tractor trailer is, a tractor with a trailer, right? So could a tractor go in? Could the front part of the vehicle go in?
Tow truck probably uses a tractor.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. That's fine. He said he didn't want to do it. Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, see, Mr. Chair, I know we have some fire rescue folks here. I'm not sure the historical use, what the weight of those vehicles that have been used for the last 5, 10 years coming and going out of there at all hours. I'm not sure how much those weighed, but it'd be interesting to put that in context because it's been used that way for, I'm not sure exactly how long, but, and I've been in that firehouse when the equipment was in there and there wasn't a whole lot of extra room.
Chief, if you could add some clarity.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief. So Company 6, that was our former Company 6 station, and at the time, we stored 5 vehicles inside. Our fire engines, ambulances, and brush trucks. The fire engines could weigh as much as 40,000 pounds by the time you look at the amount of weight for water, hose, and that type of thing. The ambulances are more like, could be more like 16,000 pounds or so. But the limitations, our experience in that building, the limitation is going to be the height and width of the bay doors. And they're very, very tight fits for our vehicles that we had there. And so that's why, obviously, we built the fire station across the street. So I think the limitation is going to be the width of the bay doors and the height of the bay doors, which is going to restrict vehicles from going. Our newer vehicles that had the wider mirrors, we actually enlarged those bay doors on the west side of the fire station to make them a little bit wider so that we could get the larger vehicles in there. But it's an extremely tight fit for any type of vehicle larger than a passenger vehicle would be my opinion on that. So hope that helps.
Did you have a question?
And that assumes that vehicle has got its original shape.
Well, I can't speak to that because we see lots of things with accidents and so on.
Unfortunately.
Right.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Betty.
Thank you,
That's
Chief.
very helpful, Chief. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Do we have a motion? I mean, if I can add a little bit, I think we've heard a lot this evening. We heard a lot a few months ago when this first came before us. We've heard this evening that we would prefer to have grocery stores out there. I would love to have it. If one came, I would help them find land. I don't think it would fit on this property. We're not in the business of deciding who comes. We only set up the environment so that they're successful if they do come. When you drive that area, and I drive it all the time, I've even recently I stopped and took pictures. This is probably going to be the best looking building in that area. Anytime you drive by there are cars with hoods open, trunks open, sitting on lifts. The rental business next door, the rental units, they now lease out U-Haul vehicles. And when you drive by there, they actually use the front of 250 as their showroom. So there's U-Haul trucks, trailers, all. I don't see how this business is going to make it worse on the neighbors or destroy the neighborhood. I see Mr. Summerall, we struggled last time. I think he has addressed all the concerns that were brought up before. We had questions about the fencing. We now have it. We know what a board-on-board fence is, and we have it defined. We've limited the outside storage. We've defined what vehicles can go in, and he can actually bring to the location. Yeah, the sliver was taken out. That's the area that we think where there might be some floodplain issues. That's not part of this this CUP. So to me, I don't see how we can reject this business, this legitimate business, based on what is being proposed and was being proffered and was being included in the conditions. I would be glad to make a motion if District 1. So I think we discussed the trailer. He cannot put a trailer inside the building, and he's not going to bring the tractor trailers to the location. And if he does, I think based on these conditions, we can reject this conditional use
No.
at any time.
No. No, because if it's over 10,000, he can,
Inside.
if he modifies the building, he absolutely can.
So if it's over 10,000 and it goes inside the building, do we have a concern with that? Nobody will see it.
Well, that's the traffic issue that they're
Okay,
talking
that
about.
may be the traffic issue, but, Mr. Peterson, do you have another comment?
I'm just gonna add, I guess the historic use of that site has been to have 25,000-pound vehicles plus or minus come and go it all day and night, and be stored inside. And I guess the only difference, the big difference here is that he'll start paying taxes, whereas the firehouse didn't, but.
I think they already are. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve conditional use permit 2019-00014, application by James Summerall requesting a conditional use permit for a vehicle towing service as we've discussed tonight at 4746 Broad Street Road. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Budesky, would you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
No.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. You have your permit. I hope you stay up on your standards, and maybe when the permit expires, there will be no opposition. Thank you. Yeah. We're going to take a quick break so that we can move people in and out, folks that might want to speak at the next hearing. Our next hearing is from the application by Town and Country Partners. Seats?
He got me started asking me how late I wanted to be here. I never want to be here late. Well, sir. Order, order, point of order.
Yeah, because I mean, we took a break so that they could leave.
I know you'll be busy tonight.
Oh, thank you.
thanks everyone for coming back. The next item on the agenda will be presented by Joanne Hunter. It's the application for Mannequin Town. Before we start, I want to remind everybody, for the public hearing, we have some reserved seats up front, and we expect we're going to have a lot of people so that we can keep things moving. If you are next to speak, please come and sit in the front so that we can kind of move it along. Ms. Hunter, are there folks in other rooms?
Not for the Mannequin Town case. We went and checked all the overflow rooms. There
Okay.
are people for event makers, but not for the Mannequin Town.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and get started with Mannequin Town.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. and Mr. Gazer and Mr. Brandt, those are the seats we have reserved for the public hearing speakers. So once you're done with your applicant's summary, if you can move over, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Hunter.
Good evening again, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. So I'm going to give some background a little bit before we start this case. So there are two applications, companion applications with this application. There's a rezoning request and a conditional use permit request. The conditional use permit would be the adoption of the master plan, and then there's also two special exceptions that are being requested with the conditional use permit. One was from a standard for the residential setback of 500 feet from the arterial road, and a second special exception, which would be requesting the density to be greater than 6 units per acre. And I'll detail them in a little bit more detail later in the presentation. Well, because these two companion cases are so intertwined, what we would be doing is, if the board is okay, we would have one combined staff presentation, one combined public comment period, but we would need two separate votes from the board, first on the rezoning case and then the CUP. That's, the board's comfortable with that?
Any concerns with that? Okay, thank you.
So since this is our first MPUD request in the county, I did want to provide some background because it is different than our other zoning districts. This district was adopted by the county in 2015 after we held a series of planning commission and board work sessions. So a plan unit development district is very different than your typical zoning district. The typical zoning district lists all the uses, the front yard setback, the rear yard setbacks, how many signs you can have on the property, things like that. All of the details are in this. In a plan unit development district, this is a more flexible district that allows high flexibility. So instead of having all that written into the ordinance, the master plan creates the zoning ordinance for this district. So every PUD district is unique to the property and unique to the specific project. Much more information needs to be provided up front, but you can see the master plan is pretty thick, so the details need to be done at the front end and not at the rear end, which is typically done for most projects. So the MPUD was established to provide a mixture of retail service, office, civic, and residential uses within a single zoning district. The district facilitates more productive and efficient use of land by developing a range of land uses at various densities and flexible application of development regulations. The district does require a master plan. This is intended to promote cohesive and well-organized development, allow creative design and land use patterns that are achievable, which wouldn't be achievable in other districts. The regulations require interconnectivity, walkability, usable open space, mitigation of impacts on surrounding communities, and high quality. So like I said, this would be a rezoning and the CUP. The CUP would adopt that master plan that creates that zoning ordinance. So it lists what's all the requirements for landscaping, uses, signs, all of those things, sidewalks, all of that information would be in the master plan and adopted through the CUP. When we did this ordinance, there was some desire to find new locations for where we could put multifamily development. Because there's so much pressure on the county for multifamily development, as we were creating this ordinance, it was important for the board perspective to have a mixture of making it a mixed-use project that has a commercial element. If we did not have that, then I really believe that we would have apartment complexes and townhouse projects throughout the entire East End. So the requiring that commercial element elevates the project a little bit, makes it, we have much higher standards, and it sort of just dips our toe into the multifamily world instead of diving headfirst and allowing them everywhere. So I did want to show when we adopted the ordinance of where you can apply for the MPUD district, and that is what we identified as the Centerville Village Core. As we were looking at where do we want these types of uses, where do we want higher density residential development along with commercial development, it made sense for it to occur in the Centerville Core. This is where we have our existing infrastructure. This is where our comprehensive plan directs growth to. So we came up with this map that you can only apply for the MPUD for any property that's within this corridor here in the black. It's 261 acres. It runs from Mannequin Road up around the Sycamore Golf Course, down and around the Plaza Drive, the Food Lion Shopping Center and the businesses related to that, up to Ashland Road, down to the Ashland and Broad corridor, picks up down there, and areas south of Broad up to Mannequin Road. So that is the Village Core, and that's where you can apply for an MPUD district. The subject property of Mannequin Town is located right here in this hatched area. The MPUD, to apply for it, you have to have a minimum of 20 acres, and it can only be developed where there's public water and sewer. So now I'm going to go specifically to the details of this specific case. So this is an application filed by Town and Country Partners, LLC. The property is currently zoned B1 and R1, and they are requesting a rezoning to the MPUD. And then the companion CUP is to adopt the master plan and the proposal for the 2 special exceptions dealing with the residential setback and the density. So the property, as we indicated, it's located on the eastern portion of the county in the Centerville Village Core. See the aerial of the property. The property is somewhat oddly shaped. So it has frontage on Broad, access on Mannequin Road. There is a small strip of land that goes to this property back here. That property was actually zoned R1. The golf course is located to the north of the property. This area right here is the golf course. This is actually the driving range. Essex Bank is located here, so this would sort of wrap around Essex Bank. This property is vacant. You have the James River office buildings here, and then the Food Lion Shopping Center and associated business uses just to the east of the property. This is the comprehensive plan map. The comprehensive plan does designate this property as commercial. The blue area is the fire station. This oval is designated here because the comprehensive plan does talk about a connecting road that runs parallel to Broad Street that would connect this development to Plaza Drive. The applicant has provided that in his master plan, and that would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning of the property, the total property is 23 acres. It's primarily zone B1, except for a small portion, which is this sort of butcher cleaver shape, which is zoned R1. We did have several community meetings on this, probably at least 4 or 5 large community meetings. The most recent one we had was back in June of 2019. Ms. Lascalette, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Alvarez attended. Planning Commissioners Duke and Paduck attended, and about 80 citizens. Some of the questions and concerns that were identified by the community was traffic, phasing of the commercial and residential, whether the residential would be owner-occupied or rental, the density concerns, was there a market for more commercial uses in this area, and the impacts on the surrounding properties. So the existing property, as I said, was zoned B1. This was zoned in 1990. The rear portion of the property, which is not subject to the zoning case, which is sort of this lollipop piece. This was approved in 1990 it was Zone B1 and approved with a conditional use permit for a motel and convention center. That would still stand. There would be no change to that property with this zoning case. It's not subject to this zoning case. And the remaining property was Zone B1 and then the R1 to the rear. So with this proposal, the MPUD district has some standards. Like I said earlier in the introduction, we did not want these to just be residential districts. We did want to have a commercial element to that. So the percentage breakdown that is required through the ordinance is the maximum net available acreage for residential uses can be 50%. The applicant is proposing 44.8% of residential with 263 units. The density is 11.02 units per acre. The office space is required to have a minimum of at least 30% commercial or office retail. The applicant's provided 30.4, and there's a minimum requirement of 20% open space, and the applicant has provided 24% open space, or a little over 5 acres of open space. So as I indicated, there are 2 special exceptions proposed with this request. The way the ordinance is set up is that the board may, by special exception, modify any requirement of the MPUD district. The applicant has requested a exception from the residential setback of 500 feet from an arterial road. The applicant is proposing a 320-foot setback from Broad Street Road for residential uses. And the second special exception that they're asking for is the ordinance sets up a density limit of 6 units per acre, and the applicant is proposing a density of 11.02 units per acre. So I'm going to go through the master plan and talk about the phasing, parking, open space, amenities, landscaping, sidewalks, architecture, traffic, and the capital impact model. So these are all things that are required to be in the master plan to set up the ordinance for this district. So you're going to see this map a lot in this presentation, and I'm going to refer to it numerous times. So I want to give you a layout of the property again. So bottom of the screen is Broad Street. This is Mannequin Road here. This is the golf course. This is the driving range. So this is more Sycamore Creek. This is the fire station here. This would be the daycare center. Bundle of Joy, I believe, is the name of it. So what they're proposing is along Broad Street would be the first 2 buildings. The access would be where there's an existing median break here, and they're proposing the shops. Those would be 2 buildings that would be 21,120 square feet total, so a little over 10,000 square feet for each building. Those would be retail and office buildings. Behind those would be 2 other buildings. Those are called the lofts. Those would be 12,358 square feet of retail office. So each building is a little bit over 6,000 square feet commercial on the first floor. Each one of these buildings would have 4 apartments on the second floor. So the lofts is 8 apartments total. The offices, so this would be a new project drive with the applicant providing that connection to Plaza Drive. That's as part of the recommended in the comprehensive plan. And you'd have the offices. Those are 2 buildings, which would be 36,000 square feet total. Then over here you have the area called the Towns. That would be, it's not picking up. The Towns is 39 townhouse units. Mannequin Row, which would be an apartment complex, that's 150 apartments. The Flats, 66 apartments. And future James River Retail, which would be 24,000 square feet of office. We did get a change in the phasing proffer that was provided to us today by the applicant. So what you saw in your packet was phase 1 included the apartments. Now the apartments, which was the 150 here and the 66 in the back. This is now changed, so everything in green is what is proposed to be developed in Phase 1. So what the applicant would be proposing for Phase 1 would be the 39 townhomes, which are located here. They would build it, this building front here, Building B, which is the shops. That's the 10,560 square feet of retail. And the Lofts building, that's that second building in from Broad. That would be the 6,000 square feet of retail on the first floor and the 4 apartment buildings above. And in addition, Phase 1 includes all the road improvements. So they would be required to make that connection to Plaza Drive. They would also be required to move the intersection slightly for Sycamore Creek. There'd be an extended right turn lane and also some traffic improvements at Mannequin and Broad, which I'll detail a little more in the transportation section. So the way the proffers are set up with Phase 1, before they can get a CO for any residential use, they do have to have a CO for the commercial uses. So B, D would need to be constructed and then have a CO before they could get the first residential permit. Phase 2 is everything in yellow. There is no timing proposed with Phase 2, what would come first, if there's any commercial prior to the apartments. Nothing of that has been laid out, and then Phase 3 would be the future James River Retail, which would be to the right of the entrance. So I'm going to hit some of the areas of the master plan. Parking, the Mannequin Town will provide about 894 parking spaces. Those include surface parking, basement parking under the Mannequin Row apartments, some carport parking, parallel spaces along the road, and driveway spaces for the townhouses. So you can see the bottom picture is the townhouse, and they would have garages. This is a map showing the open space. The ordinance does require 20% open space. You can see the applicant is proposing to have the farmer's market remain on site. They would be located here. There is sort of a promenade that runs through the center of the project to create some civic open spaces. People can sit, walk, talk. There is a pool that is with the apartment complex. Residents of the development could use the pool. There's a dog park here, and then there's a BMP facility here, and the rest of the open space are tiny pocket parks throughout the development. In terms of amenities, I've reviewed most of those already, but you can see the promenade that's going through the center of the development and how it would be developed. For the landscaping standards, the master plan does lay out what they would have for entrance landscaping, streetscape landscaping, perimeter, parking area landscaping, and foundation plantings. Sidewalks, those areas in red are where they would have sidewalks. There is significant interconnectivity between all the uses. They've got some crosswalks through the shopping, the retail areas, sidewalks all the way through the back, and they have a few trail networks in the back and along the BMP. So I'm going to go through the architecture and go through each neighborhood and what they look like. The architecture is required to have a cohesive architectural design. They have submitted building materials that would be used. They would be modular brick exterior walls, standing or flat seam slate or faux slate roofs, EIFS, precast concrete, and stone panels for the accents. So again, I'm going to show you this picture for each one so you know where the buildings would be located and then what the architecture would look like. So as I indicated, those shops, which are those two buildings, 10,000 square feet each with the frontage along Broad Street. This is what the architecture would look like. They have provided some areas where it could potentially have rooftop decks, restaurants, that sort of thing, to have some community activity there. The next section would be the lofts. Those would be the two buildings that are the one buildings in from the shopping center. Those would be the ones that would have the retail on the first floor with the 4 apartments above. So these buildings would mirror each other, face each other, 8 apartments total, and 6,000 square feet each of commercial or retail in the lofts. The next area is the offices. So again, there'll be this project drive that runs through with a connection to Plaza. People can come out, down out to Mannequin Road. So the offices would be located there. The offices have been changed since when it went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had a Red Brook building with more of a stair-step roof. So this is some revisions that they made in response to some concerns about the design of the architecture for the offices. They also have some covered carports for the office uses. The next section is the towns. So those are the ones that are going to be off of Sycamore Creek. This is a picture of what the towns would look like. There would be 2 access points. You could come in off of Sycamore Creek. This would be the frontage for the townhouses. There would be an alley through the center. This is the rear of the property with the garages that would show that would face the alley, and these are the frontage. The top picture is what the front of the buildings would look like. I'm going to move over to the Mannequin Row, which is the apartments. So those are the apartment buildings, which would be to the right of the offices. This is the architecture for Mannequin Row. So basically 2 U-shaped buildings facing each other with the amenity package inside with a pool, and then there is some underground parking also with this with the Mannequin Row. The next one is the flats. Those are the 66 apartments in the rear. This is what they look like. This is the front of the building. This is the side and the rear. The property, this is that long, narrow piece. There is a single-family development just to the east of that. Staff has raised some concerns about this being a 3-story building. These are about 38 feet tall, and the impact on the residential neighborhood. The applicant has added these covered carports to serve as a buffer between the uses. And then the last architecture is the James River Retail, and that would mirror the buildings that are already in the front, which would be the second 2 buildings. In terms of traffic, the TIA was reviewed for this site. Just wanted to remind you that this property was zoned for B1. They can have up to 200,000 square feet based on their proffers. And when they did the TIA for the mixed use, it did show that the traffic impacts would be less with the mixed use than it was for the 200,000 square feet of office. The TIA did identify that we have existing delays in the area. 11 traffic movements fall below the desired level of service. Just to remind you, the level of service runs from A to F. Basically, A to C is considered acceptable. D, E, or F is not considered acceptable. So even without this project, we do have 11 turning movements in the study area that fall below that desired level of C. The TIA identified 15 turning movements in the study area that are impacted by the Mannequin Town development, so that's what this project does provide impact. If you look at the Mannequin and Broad Street Road, if you look at this project, the existing traffic with the existing proposed development, so you already have approved development on 2 other intersections at Mannequin and Broad. If you consider that and then a 5% growth of traffic along Broad Street, the study indicated that the AM peak at Mannequin and Broad would be a level of service C, and the PM peak would be a level of service F. So if you use that data and then added in Mannequin Town, the AM peak level of service drops to a D, and the PM peak is already failing, so it continues to fail.
Could you explain all those abbreviations you just wrote out?
So the level of service is that's runs between a level of letter categories of A through F. A, B, and C are determined to be acceptable levels of service for a traffic intersection. It deals with the amount of delay you have waiting and other factors. D, E, or F are determined to not be acceptable, and a TIA is a traffic impact analysis, so they did have to work with staff and VDOT to determine what intersections were analyzed. The applicant has made some commitments with the proffers to address some of the transportation concerns. They have provided the full cash proffer for transportation. They're also planning on making some off-site improvements, one of which would be to extend the right turn lane at Sycamore Creek. They are not providing a left turn lane at Sycamore Creek, only a right turn lane. And they also are planning to do a improvements at Mannequin and Broad, which would be a new right turn lane with a through lane, and any signal modifications that are required with those changes would be the responsibility of the developer. Two other changes, traffic changes that they plan on doing is Sycamore Creek. They do need to relocate that entrance slightly to the south, and they would make improvements to that intersection. And as I indicated, this is the Plaza Drive connection, which would run across the rear of the fire station property, which they would be making that improvement and connecting that road to Plaza Drive. That would then generally give the property 3 outlets, Plaza Drive, Broad Street, and Sycamore Creek and Mannequin. So VDOT has reviewed the project. They've had some comments. Most of them can be addressed through the plan of development. The one thing I do want to point out is they have not reviewed any detailed drawings for those proposed changes at 621 and Broad. So they do have some concern that whether it can be met. The applicant has proffered it, so they would have to meet whatever VDOT requires with that. I wanted to review the capital impact model with you. This is one that we were able to, first one that we were able to run for both commercial and residential. As you recall, when we did the capital impact model, we also included commercial impacts on this. So with the 263 residential units, the model has indicated that the population projection for this development would be about 441 people, and about 12 students would be generated from this request. So while there are 2 different housing types in here, multifamily and the 39 single-family townhomes, the model is run using both of those. We can put in the 39 townhomes, we can put in the number of multifamily units. It gives us the residential impact, and it averages those costs of every household. So basically, the capital impact for the residential is that are profit eligible are $4,272. The applicant has proffered that. If you want to look at in the red category, which is the non-residential impacts, which is this category, you can see there's no impacts on schools, parks and recreation, and libraries, and environmental services, which is convenience centers, because they're businesses. However, commercial does have impacts on fire, sheriff, transportation, general government, and court. So the model does show us what the capital impacts are for the commercial development, and that's a grand total of about $329,990. We don't only want to show the impacts, we always try to show the revenue. These revenue numbers are completely from the developer. So he estimated the real estate tax at $580,000, TCSD tax at $350,000 for a total recurring revenue of just under $1 million. And then there's one-time fees, building permits fees, POD fees, water and sewer connection, and he's estimated them to be about $1.7 million. So Just to summarize some of our outstanding concerns with the request, the resident density of 11.02 units is higher than the 6 units per acre that's permitted in the mixed-use district. They are requesting a residential setback of 320 feet instead of 500 feet, which is recommended in the ordinance. The architecture is generally consistent with the overlay district regulations, but applicant has not demonstrated architecture is compatible with the Centerville area. Not enough details were provided on the signage and landscaping sections of the master plan. As properties develop and ownership is platted, the tightness of the site may present issues with setbacks, et cetera, and meeting some of the requirements. And the plan does not fully address connectivity of the project to existing adjacent businesses and the impact of this development on them. As I'd indicated, the driving range is directly to the north. There could be some issue with golf balls coming over and hitting either people or cars. And then also that property to the rear, which has buildings height of about 38 feet, that is adjacent to a residential district. Because both a rezoning and a CUP is required through the MPUD district, there are 2 sections to this. There are proffers that the applicant offered as part of the rezoning case, and then there's CUP conditions that the staff developed and applied to the permit. So for the proffers, the applicant has proffering the conceptual master plan that was shown submitted in your packet. There was a black line condition. They did update the date, so the correct date for the master plan is 9/24. They are prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the property, whether it's commercial or residential, they would make that connection to Plaza Drive. Before the CO for any property, for any use on the property, they would need to make those intersection improvements at Mannequin Town and Broad Street Road. All utilities on the property would be located underground. The residential density will now be no more than 263 residences. That includes the 39 townhomes and the remaining apartments. There'll be a minimum of 93,000 square feet of commercial and our office on the property. The sidewalks shall be generally shown in accordance with the comprehensive plan. We do want to comment on proffer number 6 is the only commercial phasing that we have committed is phase 1 has 16,000 square feet of commercial with phase 1. No other phases identify when commercial would occur prior to any other uses. They have added the cash proffer of $42.72 per unit. It used to say lots, so that was a good improvement. Again, that's the phasing. They are proffering that 16,000 square feet of commercial would occur in phase 1, and that would recur before any residential use. So again, because that phasing was changed, I want to clarify what would occur in phase 1. The way it is set up now is that the applicant would make all of the road improvements before there's a CO for any project. Then they would have to get a CO for the 16,000 square feet of commercial, and then they could build the 39 townhouses. Phase 2 is much looser. Phase 2 is just phase 2. There's no timing or commitments to any of the uses in phase 2 or 3. So Sycamore Creek Drive, the improvements would be made there prior to the first CO. Mannequin Town Boulevard, Capitol Park Boulevard, those are project drives, so they would also be made before the first CO. So all road improvements are required before the first CO. They would also do the right turn lane at Mannequin Road and any signal changes that need to occur. The CUP, so those are it for the proffers. Now we're moving into the conditions. These are conditions that the staff put on the permit. So the number 1 is the use, that they're establishing the mixed plan unit development on the site. The master plan would be property would be subject to the master plan. That sort of sets up the zoning standards for the case. Where there's a conflict between the master plan and the conditions would take precedence. There's a density limit of 263 residential units and 93,000 square feet of office or retail space. The residential setback, no residential structure can be closer than 320 feet from Broad Street Road. If you approve this as written, you would be approving that exception for that standard from 500 feet. The permitted uses for residential, they can be apartments, condos, or townhouses. This is a change that the applicant has made since the Planning Commission. The apartments this is a change that staff placed on the permit since the Planning Commission, that apartments may only be 1 or 2 bedroom units. However, apartments with 3 or more bedrooms are not permitted. I don't know if that's worded very well, but it is. The permitted uses would be limited to the B2 district. The B2 district is our neighborhood commercial uses. It allows things like retail that serves the needs of the residents, restaurants, banks, that sort of thing. And the CUP uses would be from the B2 district. At any time, staff can ask the applicant to provide the density ratio calculation. So as we move through the review process, they would need to keep up with that to make sure we're meeting the standards. The parking plan would be the same as what's provided in the master plan. This is in the Centerville Overlay District, so a certificate of approval would be needed with each building permit. The amenities, open space, and buffers shall be submitted and provided in conjunction with the POD for each phase, so those would come in each phase. In terms of phasing, that is one other change, that the farmers market was in phase 1, that has now shifted to phase 2. They do have to provide loading and unloading and trash pickup spaces. They will have protective covenants for maintenance of the property and our standard transfer condition. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Wait a minute.
Who's asking? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We'll open the public comment in a few minutes. Oh, I'm talking to the board. Thank you. Sorry.
But you'll get your chance.
You'll get your opportunity. Ms. Lascaux.
So, Ms. Hunter,
Yes, ma'am.
this is something, and of course, we've talked about this case quite a bit, but it just occurred to me when we were talking. So the entire project is 23.87 acres.
Correct.
Okay. Of that, and this is on page 324 of the board packet, where we're determining the percentages by, the different classifications of use. So the 93,478 of retail office space is just a little over 2 acres, 2.15 or something like that. Is that right? 43,560 square foot per acre.
Square footage? Can you
Well,
repeat
not-
the question? I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so 93,478, and this is not taken, I don't think, when you say 93,478, does that include the parking for that?
That's just the square footage of the buildings.
Okay, so there's gonna be parking in it, all right.
Right.
So 93,478 is just a little over 2 acres.
So we did not break it down in acreage, so it's based on units. It's hard to explain, it's complicated, but the area that if you look in the appendix, they have the areas broken down of how much is acreage for commercial and residential. Let me get you there.
So I don't have to do the math? That's awesome.
Yes, so if you look at page 438 of your packet.
438.
Actually, probably 437 is better. So if you see the areas in red, includes the acreage with the parking and what is being calculated as the percentage, how many acres. of commercial. The blue is what's counted towards how many acres go towards residential.
Okay, so the residential from, it's off a little print here, 9.3
Yes.
acres. So 9.3 acres,
And 6.3 acres for the commercial.
so 9.3 divided by 263. No, you can't do it that way, can you?
So the way the density is the net density of the entire property. So it's the 23 acres, and you divide the 263 into the total 23 acres, and that's how you come up with the 11.
Ms. Hunt, could you go to slide 41? It's on,
Sure.
I think it's on this topic.
I'm following you on that.
Oops. Oh, it's not working.
Keypad?
It's not letting me go to slide 41. Let me do it this way. This one?
I think that's the one that I captured with some of this acreage calculations. I don't know if that helps.
No, I got it. I'm good. Okay.
Ms. Hunt, would you
Mr.
like-
Chairman, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So, on the residential units, you know, we've been back and forth on a couple of things, so I'm not sure where we've landed. So, are there any restrictions on the number of bedrooms?
Yes, so that, staff did add a CUP condition that the apartments could have no more than one or two bedrooms. Now, the townhouses are not subject to that limitation, so the townhouses could have more than two bedrooms.
Okay.
But the two areas, which is the 150 units in the two U-shaped buildings and the 66 units in the rear, they would be limited to one and two bedrooms only.
And that's in the proffers.
It's a condition that staff placed on it, so there's proffers and conditions. That happens to be a condition that staff added.
Okay, that would be part of the CUP.
Yes, ma'am.
Condition 5A, I think it was. That's okay.
Multifamily dwellings are permitted? No, that's not it. Could you point me to that?
Sure. If you- I'm gonna put it up here.
Ms. Hunter, that condition isn't in the packet,
No,
right?
it's not in our packet, that's what I'm trying, I can't
Okay.
follow you.
It was in the
It was-
presentation,
It was one we added
right.
based on on concerns that we've heard from different board members.
Right
So
there.
it's underlined there. Apartments may be one or two bedroom units.
And where are the conditions in our packet?
So you've got some black-lined proffers that were handed out this evening with some modifications. We should have handed out the CUP condition too, because this is the change from when your packets went out. I apologize for that.
Starting at page 354.
But what we received tonight supersedes the packet, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So a motion would just be modified by what we
Gotcha.
received tonight.
Okay, so this is what we're working on. And if you don't mind, Mr.
for
Chairman,
it.
so the cash proffers on the residential units, the number that you're using now or quoting now, the 4272, is that a change?
No, and I know you and I had a conversation
Right.
about whether it was different, the number, and I redid the model and actually contacted Tischler Bice. The model runs both of them, it's different calculations, but they take the total amount of the capital impacts and divide it over all the units. So all of them are the same, even though some are run. So the model ran the 39 townhouses as a single family and came up with that number of what the impacts are. It then also ran 222 apartments, or whatever that number is, the 39 minus 263. It came up with the total capital impacts.
Right.
And then it divided it by the 263. So it does calculate all of the impacts, the single family and the multifamily.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, and that makes sense. But the original model did not, well, it did all 263 units as one type of housing.
No, I would just forgot that I ran it the right way.
Ah, okay, okay. All right, very good.
Any more questions, Ms. Lascolette?
Yes, but not right now.
Okay. Mr. Peterson or Mr. Lopez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Joanne. I've got the revised in front of me, but I think it's the same here. It's the 16,000 of commercial. I've got it here on the page in front of me as number 9. Yeah. So help me again understand this, since this is this new piece of paper in front of me. Minimum of 16,000 square feet shall be constructed and certificate of occupancy received prior to the issuance of a CO for residential use. So let's say we build the 16,000, we get the CO, we're then free to build the residential, and that would be phase 1 would be the townhomes.
Correct.
Could they build the apartments without building any more commercial?
Yes.
Could they build all the residential without building any more commercial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from Mr. Lumpkins?
So I was looking at the road plans when Mr. Peterson was asking his question, but the bottom line is, under the current proffers, buildings B and D, which I think you called the shops and the lofts. And the lofts have 8 dwelling units at the top, but B and D are the only commercial buildings that they need to build before they could just complete the residential.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so D would be, there's 8 total apartments above, so they're only committing to D, which would be 4 apartments. Just wanted to clarify that.
Both of them have units on top, B and D both have?
No, just D and across from D, so it's only 4 that are in phase 1.
Can you pull that map back up again, the one that we always see?
I'm sorry, it's not letting me type in the number. I actually wrote down which numbers different pages are, so I have to manually go through this, so,
It's okay, we'll get there.
sorry.
There we go.
So the lofts, which are these 2 buildings. So these are the shops. So there's 2 that mirror. These are the lofts. This is also actually. So the lofts are the apartments above the 4 apartments. So they're proposing to build these 2 in phase 1.
Phase 1 would just be these 2, not the
Now,
other
I'm sorry, I'm going to try to get to the phasing one. I was trying to be quick, but we might as well just get to the right one, right? I think I'm almost there. There we go. So phase 1, again, is all the road improvements. These 2 buildings, B and D, which B is 10,560 square foot of retail. D is the loft building. That's a little over 6,000 square feet of retail or office, and it has 4 in each building, so it would be 4 apartments in addition to the 6,000. So the 16,000 square feet of CO that has to be issued before any residential would be those two buildings, and then they could get all the townhouses. And then Phase 2 is everything in yellow. However, there's no time commitments to anything in Phase 2.
Right, and no time commitments to anything in Phase 3 either.
That's correct.
So the only requirement would be these two commercial, and then all the residential could be built? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Well, we're on this page, Ms.
Yes,
Harder.
ma'am. Yes, sir.
The exception for the 500-foot setback is related to these buildings because they will have residential?
No, the setback is actually from, I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson,
That's
to
all right.
make you roll around all night. But the setback is 320 feet here.
Right.
So the way the ordinance is written, it says all residential structures have to be set back 500 feet. We consider this building here, D, which is going to have the apartments, as a mixed-use building. So there would be four apartments closer than that 320 feet.
So where is the
I think the battery's going
500-foot
on
line,
this.
more or less?
The 500-foot line is generally right about
So those
here.
are not the only apartments that are within the 500 feet?
No, and also the townhouses are as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms.
Just
Laxalette?
just another one. So the 16,000, a little over 16,000 square feet, the commercial part that's in Phase 1 is actually approximately 40% residential, is that right?
Those apartments above D?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't do the calculation.
It's 16,000, 10,000 here is the commercial, 6,000 is the residential.
retail is 6,000 square feet on the first floor, so it would be a true 6,000 square feet retail. And then the apartments are above, or upstairs, and not included in that square footage.
Okay, so the 10,000 called the shops, that's not commercial?
That's commercial.
Okay, but, and the lofts are residential?
6,000 square feet of it is commercial, and then there'd be a second story above, which would have 4 apartments.
Yeah.
So 10,000 is commercial and 6,000 is commercial?
Yes, ma'am.
So the lofts are not residential?
4 apartments above the commercial in the loft, so they
So-
would be second-story apartments.
How many square feet in those 8 dwelling units, do we know?
It'd probably be
That's-
6,000 square feet if you double it,
So that's, we don't have that on
I
there.
thought the lofts were residential.
Well, the
Only the
upstairs
second
is
floor.
residential. The building is called the lofts, but it's got commercial on the first level.
So the 4 buildings along Broad are commercial and commercial, office, retail. Here are the office uses, and then the residential is here and
Right.
here.
Right.
And if I may, when you're measuring commercial versus residential for the purposes of this 30%,
The lofts,
the C and D, the lofts, which have the units on top, they're getting treated as 100% commercial
that's correct.
and no retail, and no residential.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minnick?
So, on the preamble to the MPUD is, so, and I think, you know, we had a flurry of activity here. So is this the kind of designed, I mean, obviously this is our first MPUD. So is this seems a little, doesn't seem cohesive to me in terms of this phasing at this point. We're doing basically 1/2 each of the lofts and the shops, and then we're doing all of the townhome component here. And if so, but I think isn't by design, the MPUD should be a little bit more cohesive. Granted, there's also some network TIA level of service work, road network infrastructure also being done.
Right. When we worked on this ordinance for a long time, I'd say probably 6 to 9 months. We had numerous planning commission work sessions, board work sessions. We might have even had a joint work session. And there was always a concern of just having high-density retail, and we did not want these districts to just be a way to get apartments. We always wanted that commercial element. So there was a lot of board discussion of how to tie those together to allow these types of higher density uses, but allow it to have the commercial uses to help pay for the services and things like that. So we always wanted it to be an integrated project.
Okay, so I guess by my definition of integrated, we're not quite there yet, probably?
That would probably be a decision.
Okay.
I wouldn't
Yeah, I
want to
know.
make that
That's,
comment.
I know. Thank you.
Mr. Lumkus,
Do you have more if Mr. Minnick is finished?
I think he's finished for now.
All right, this looks, we've covered the phasing, I think, enough, and I think we've expressed concerns about that before. But talk about the road network. I think this application has been improved from what I recall seeing earlier. Pretty much all the roads need to be completed before the first CO is issued, correct? It wasn't that way a week or two ago, right?
Yeah, it was always that way. I mean, that was something we have worked long and hard with the applicant. We have indicated that traffic was a big concern in this area. We knew that there would be resident concerns, Mannequin and Broad. We hear that with many other applications. So we really did stress to the applicant that the road network was critical, especially that connection to Plaza Drive, and he did work long and hard and address our concerns in terms of
Good,
making
good.
those
Let
improvements.
me ask you a little bit about Plaza Drive, just to understand. So and you've used the words Project Drive or Project Road, and I think that's probably just like a developer, your world language. Does that mean just something that's a road that's being built
For the
as part of the?
development,
Okay.
yes.
So the proffers talk about, number 11, Mannequin Town Boulevard. Prior to the issuance of the first CO for the property, improvements shall be provided in accordance with the Mannequin Town Master Plan. So I think that's going to be on page 96 and 97 of the appendix to the master plan. When I look at the satellite image of Plaza Drive now, or at least in this appendix, they're just cars parked in the middle of it. And so what portion of Plaza, is the applicant obligated to just, or that's what I'm, there you go. So tell me what has to happen based on these proffers. That has to be, is that a VDOT road right now?
No, it's actually, there's no road connection there at all. The only road ends further to the east. However, this is been on the comprehensive plan. So this is the fire station right here. This is the entrance to the parking lot behind the fire station. And then this is it's a gravel lot that serves the fire station. The applicant has petitioned the volunteer fire station who owns the property. We did just get word from the fire chief that on last Thursday night that they did come to an agreement that they will allow the applicant to purchase that 50-foot right-of-way that would run along their property. I think in terms of in response for getting that right-of-way, I think the applicant's going to make some improvements to their parking lot, provide some paving for it, and he would have to build a state road out to Plaza Drive. So this will be a state road along here.
And that's going to be Mannequin Town Boulevard. That would have to be Mannequin Town Boulevard all the way to the end. And the deal the deal about improving that lot, that's between him and the fire?
Correct. The staff was not involved in that in any way. That was something that the applicant had to go and work that out.
Okay, great. So that needs to be completed, and Capitol Park Drive coming off of Broad Street, that also needs to be completed. before the first CO will issue.
Yeah, and that would be the entrance to the property, so.
All right, that's, yeah, number 10, yep.
So just to get everybody up to speed, this would be Mannequin Park Boulevard over to Plaza Drive. Capitol Park Drive is this entrance here coming in to serve the development. So that would serve both the commercial and the townhouses.
All roads, all roads, the intention is to turn them all over to the state?
Not all of them. There is a sketch in there. They are going to have parallel parking along the main road. This is not working. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. The main road that runs between the offices and the loft, they are going to have parallel parking along that road. VDOT doesn't like that, so they're going to keep that private. But the majority of the road, and then the road back to the complex, the 66 units in the back would be private, but the other roads would be public.
Okay.
If they're private, who will maintain that road?
It would be the HOA, and that's why there's a condition in there that they would set up protective, restrictive covenants for the neighborhood, and maintenance would be the responsibility of that organization.
Mr. Chair, following on that same subject, the roads, you had given us level of service, off-peak and peak, existing, and assuming growth 5%. In those level of service, were those improvements we just went through, all of those improvements taken into account in coming up with those level of service numbers? Were the improvements associated with this project?
Right,
were
the
they?
TIA did not analyze what level of, if there'd be changes to the level of service based on the improvements. That was not part of the TIA.
Presumably, it'd be a little better, we just don't know how much better or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Come on, if you don't mind going back to slide 41 on the acreage calculations, Ms. Lascolette's questions, I think, cleared up everything for me, but
Oops, there it was.
so the far right column is the minimum under the ordinance?
The minimum or maximum required by the ordinance, and then the middle column is what the application provides.
And your retail office space, the square footage is the building size?
Yes, and the total commercial area is 6.336. Thank you, Lisa. The acreage that corresponds to that retail office is a little over 6 acres.
And so you get the 30%, 6 is 30%
Of the 23,
of the 23 point
yes.
something. The residential units, though, include the 8 on top of the 8, the 4 each in the lofts, right?
They're included in the commercial.
Oh, those residential units?
the
They're
4
not
above.
residential units?
The 4 units above are considered commercial buildings.
And they don't, so
They're,
it's not significant, but the 263 residential
oh, they're
units-
included in the residential density, yes,
That's-
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
They're not included in the
In the
acreage
acreage,
calculation, but they are included in the number of units.
correct.
Okay. Do you mind going to slide 33 quickly?
Ah, it's working now. Okay,
Oh, good.
33.
And when you first put this up, I'm thinking, is that a map in the comprehensive plan? But it's not, but I can see it came from the ordinance.
No, it is actually in the comprehensive plan. It's just a small purple line, and it doesn't show very well, so I went over it just to highlight it. But it is in the comprehensive plan, but it is faint, but once you see it, you will see that it is there. It is in the comprehensive plan.
And the reason I'm focusing on this is because I think some of the concerns in this, that we have and the community has, is you know, when you start these things, do they, you know, where do they stop?
Sure,
And,
I've seen it like this before.
The ordinance reads, it says, "This district, being the MPUD district, shall be located in areas which have sufficient infrastructure to support the proposed development, including roads, public facilities, and public utilities. More specifically, the district shall be limited to the area generally bounded by Mannequin Road to the west," which we have that, right? "Parcels abutting Broad Street Road and Plaza Drive east of St. Matthews Lane." Could you show me where St. Matthews Lane is?
St. Matthews is
That one,
here.
okay. So when you say abutting, well, I guess we're going, I'm having a problem. I think this ordinance is conflicting with the drawing you have a little bit, but I guess it depends on what's abutting. But right now, staff's view is anything inside of that drawn line is eligible to apply for an MPUD.
Yes.
Right.
And we'll make sure, we'll take a look at that for the rewrite to see if it needs to be clarified.
It says Ashland Road to the east, which we have that correct. And then it says Saddle Creek Parkway extended to the south.
This is Saddle Creek Parkway here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Okay, yeah, that's kind of just thinking ahead about where this might lead, and if your buttons are working, 70, let me look at 76, page 76 real quickly. Let me read that quickly. Number 13, in accordance with the Mannequin Town Master Plan 90 and 92. And that's what you described as another right turn lane going south on Mannequin. And there's enough right-of-way on that road for what has been proposed. There's not going to this is not pending any acquisition of land along Satterwhite.
As you recall, the VDOT had some comments that they have not looked at engineer drawings for this. However, the applicant has proffered that, so whatever he needs to do to facilitate that improvement would be his requirement before he got a CO.
The improvement is a right turn lane and a straight,
Right, and then also
and you
signal,
said something, signal improvements.
signal modifications to address those new turning movements.
I didn't see that in the proffers, but is that something that is just going to naturally flow from VDOT?
I believe it's in there, let's see. What number?
Didn't say, I don't recall signaling, but
Let me- Here it is, Mannequin, proffer number
Number
three. The last sentence, the construction shall include necessary
VDOT
improvements to the traffic signal and
Thank
meet VDOT requirements.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Nice
Sorry.
question.
Mr. Minnick?
Yeah, just, is, John, are you good?
No, I got
You wanna
one more,
take-
but go
wanna
ahead.
take a break? Oh, okay. Just quickly, so there are two special exceptions being requested.
Yes.
And what are those, what's precipitating those two special exceptions?
I guess that's probably a good question for the developer.
Okay, I'll hold it
Yeah.
then. Thank you.
Did you,
Slide 78, just a question for me, just to understand one, and then I'm done.
Thank you for having the page numbers for me, helpful.
This is just to educate me a little bit about how the process will go going forward. Each plan of development, that last one, each plan of development submitted for the property, how does this work? I think of a POD as being a POD for the property, but is this POD, multiple PODs, is it going to follow the phasing, or how does that work?
Correct, so they will, depending on how they move through the process, the first POD would include all the road improvements and the two commercial buildings. They may or may not include the townhouses in that POD. They may do a separate POD, but likely, once Phase 1 is completed, each building as it comes online would be its own POD. So at any time, we could ask them to provide the calculations so that we make sure they're meeting all the requirements in the ordinance.
This is the first one of these we've done, and you said at the very beginning of your introduction that this whole ordinance requires a lot more work on the front end, and we see that with this 100 and some page
Right.
master plan. So a POD is going to be a little bit simpler, I would think, because we have.
That's the point of the PUD is all the work is upfront where, and then everything should go pretty smoothly because we know how it's gonna develop at the end, where it's usually flip-flopped, with other zoning districts where you're just getting a very conceptual plan and then you do the detailed engineering drawings afterwards. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms.
And that's why you can allow additional flexibility because you have so much of the upfront homework done.
Thank you. Good stuff.
Ms. Lasclet, you have another question?
Just hopefully very quickly, on page 333 of our board packet, county staff comments, concerns, and there are 12 of them. And I'm assuming because they're still in the board packet, they are still not resolved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify another issue?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to recognize if we have any further questions, Mr. McGuire is here from the Fire and Rescue Association. Ultimately, what's been agreed upon as it relates to Plaza Drive is they have agreed to enter negotiations with Mr. Gazer regarding the potentiality of that road. Those negotiations are between the two of them. As it relates to the application, should this move forward, if Plaza Drive is a requirement, that requirement will have to be met so he can move forward. And so we're not necessarily part of those negotiations, but it is a requirement set forth in the conditions here.
That's right.
Makes sense.
Good point. Mr. McGuire, would you like to add?
For the matter of record, that's for an easement across until conveyance to the state. So it mentioned that it was a purchase agreement, but it's actually not a purchase. They will build the road on an easement since the road is built to state standards, and then it would be conveyed over the state directly from there.
Okay, thank you. Good clarification.
And I take it, looking at that, the state will probably require some adjustment in terms of the entrance. It won't just be wide open at the back end of that. I imagine there'll be some entrance ways and things like that. We can expect VDOT would
Some
require
turn
that,
lanes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be connecting to another state road, so they'll have to meet all the state requirements. It would
Okay,
be,
yeah, 'cause I'm-
it would be a typical intersection.
I do have one question, one final question, and then hopefully we can give it to the applicant. But you mentioned some of the roads are going to be private, and how are those roads bonded? Are those roads bonded when the application is approved?
Well, they probably won't need to be bonded because he won't be able to get any COs until he makes all the road improvements. So typically, you bond a road when you want to get a building permit or a CO before something's ready. He's going to be building all the road improvements. Prior.
Okay, so another question related to that. If this project were to fail, and the roads are all cut in but not finished, what happens then?
There would be a bond. They're either going to be constructed or bonded, so there will be some trigger
So
for the
there will
county.
need to be something, I suspect. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Or if not, I'd like to ask the applicant to come up and present. And I think you took about 30 minutes at the Planning Commission meeting. I hope you can do it in about 15 minutes for us. You've heard a lot. You've heard a lot of our discussion, so it might give you some focus areas. But
Let me get you set up before I go away.
If you'd like for me to answer your questions before I get started, I can.
well, I don't want to disrupt your presentation, so whatever way you
So, and there's that, you know. forward, back, and then the light is there.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. I appreciate your detailed look at Mannequin Town. We're really excited to be here tonight to present to you Mannequin Town. I know you'll have a lot of questions, and so I'm going to try to get through my presentation a little quicker. I think Ms. Hunter covered a lot of it, and she did a good job of covering it. And so I'm just going to move forward. My name is Scott Gazer. I live at 1505 Mannequin Road. I live in Goochland. I'm excited to present this proposal to you today. I'm here with some people who are working with me. My engineer, Brian Mitchell, is here. My partner, Mr. Kevin Brandt, is here. And so let's get started. So just real quick, Mannequin Town is located in the core of the Centerville area, right up next to Food Lion, right between Satterwhite's. Currently, I think you heard we're Zone B1. We're allowed to do 200,000 square feet of commercial on the front piece. And you can kind of see what roadways are installed. What is not installed is the access easement across the fire station per the comp plan. This Sycamore Creek Drive is installed, but we do plan improvements. Our current plan has no open space, basically no more improvements required for zoning, and no requirement for the access easement. So today, I just want to make it clear, today we are approved for a B1 shopping center. It's been approved since 1990. 20 years ago, we went in and put in the landscaping because, you know, we like the area we live in and we wanted to make it nice. Originally rezoned in 1990, this was part of a larger zoning with Sycamore Creek Golf Course. We purchased it in 2000. In 2005, we installed utilities. I believe in 2014, the board approved MPUD, and now we're in 2019 requesting it. I think it's important to understand that when this was rezoned, it was done in conjunction with the Sycamore Creek Golf Course. And this is a plat of the entire parcels that were rezoned at that time. The majority of it was golf course. And there was some R1 and B1 use. Of course, we were the B1 use on the corner of Broad, and then the R1 use were some residences around Sycamore Creek Golf Course. The original layout shows a shopping center up front, B1, and it shows a hotel, motel, and conference center on the back. And this is what we're approved for today. There was 158 acres in the golf course. The businesses were 25 acres, and then there were 61 acres in residential. And I'm going to get back to this slide in a minute. And again, I want to point out that this is what's approved. What we're requesting is actually a lower traffic use. So this is what's approved today. We could do a big box on there and do a big shopping center, 200,000 square feet. There will be no profits paid, no connection to Plaza Drive, no improvements to the interchange at Broad and Mannequin, really no mitigation of impacts, but this is the zoning that was approved. 5 years ago, or 6 years ago when the county came up with MPUD, it was an idea to try to create something more visually enhancing or maybe something more pleasing for the community. Mixed use has made its way down Broad Street in different communities, and this has been designed over the last couple years to really kind of fit Goochland. We don't think the big box fits Goochland. This is the big box. So today what we have is 200,000 square feet approved of commercial, large retail, big boxes, large parking areas and no open space, and no more improvements required for zoning. And what we have approved today is 5,000 more cars per day than what we're proposing to you. So what we want to do is a small village, 93,000 square feet of commercial, 263 residential units, with shops and offices and homes and apartments in a village setting. Smaller parking areas, more open space, and it'll follow the comp plan, and I'm going to get to that in a little bit. And again, 5,000 less cars per day. As Joanne went through, and I think she did a pretty good job, we broke down all the units here, commercial and residential, to kind of show you where the square footage comes from. The blue is the commercial buildings, and the yellow or the residential, as Joanne pointed out. This is a good slide. It answers a few questions. I think Mr. Minnick asked what were the two things we were asking for. Well, obviously, one is one of the conditional uses would be density, and the second is the 320 feet away from Broad Street. Originally, when this ordinance was presented, a 500-foot setback was set for residential to be beyond the 500 feet and the commercial to be within the 500 feet, and that was kind of set. But the conditional use permit process for this allows you to request a different distance, and the only reason we're requesting a different distance is because we built the road. It's there, and it connects to Plaza Drive. So we think it's a good use. One side's residential, one side's commercial. If we had 500 feet of setback, we wouldn't be able to fit the residential in. Another important thing to think about is the sizing of our buildings. Most of our buildings have been done in a village scale, a village design, 1 to 2 stories. Even the office buildings are 2 stories. The residential buildings are 3 stories, but they're set back far enough that they should not be blatantly visible to the roadways. Again, just another layout, and Joanne went through some of our designs, and I'll go through this quickly. But what's exciting for us is to build some new shops. There hasn't been a new shopping center out here since the Food Line was built in the 80s, and there's only been a few active commercial projects added to that project since then. We're trying to create a vision for Centerville that people can follow, a vision that is more for lack of a better word, architecturally pleasing and matching. And so we worked real hard with the county to come up with this plan. Rooftop decks, dining areas, place for us to congregate, places for us to meet our neighbors. The lofts, I know they were a little confusing. They were a little confusing to me, too, when I discussed it with Joanne. They're mixed-use buildings, so think of downtown Broad Street where you worked below and you lived up top. So, that's kind of what those buildings are. There's only 8 of them. If we, based on the current zoning, we think that we have some pretty good people who would like to be there on those 8 units, and they're just 8 units. The offices, we heard from some people, they were worried about, they didn't like the architecture, so we changed it. We changed the color. We added carports because we think that if we're going to park our cars out here, we want to get into a cool car. In the back, there's trees up against the golf course. More pictures of the offices, the townhomes, Mannequin Row, and again, stop me, but I think you saw this, the flats. And again, the parking and the whole layout, I think it's important to kind of look at it as a whole, and the retail works really well up front. The offices provide a transition. The farmer's market and the park in the back, actually it's in phase 2, but they're operating there now, so that will continue. So some of the amenities that Joanne covered, the pool, the farmer's market, the open space, shops and restaurants. We do plan to have a dog park and be dog friendly. So what I really wanted to do is just real quick go into MPUD, and so I didn't just make all this stuff up and come up with it. There was a lot of hard work and a lot of meetings. But basically, MPUD allows for multifamily dwellings such as duplexes and apartments as a conditional use. The statement of intent requires us to do a detailed master plan. I think you guys, if you've met with me or if you've talked to Ms. Hunter, you've gone through it. And it is true that a lot of the work was done up front. A lot of this work we had to do up front. So there's less work to do in the future, but it's a lot more to understand. Again, CUP allows us for multifamily dwellings, but for you, the supervisors retain the authority to decide. This is the first MPUD district that has ever been brought before you, and I appreciate your willingness to hear it. Because it's the first one, we're not trying to set a standard here. Actually, we're trying to set a higher standard. So you have to ask yourself, each project is unique. Does it follow the comprehensive plan? Is it a good use of land? Does it have adequate utilities and services? What impacts will need to be mitigated, and how will we mitigate these? So I'm going to tell you how we're going to mitigate these as we go through. First, we provided a development impact statement. The county requires a development impact statement, and I think Mrs. Hunter did a thorough job. There's about $1 million in annual revenues, recurring revenues in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. We were required to do a traffic impact analysis, as Ms. Hunter pointed out. Later on, I'll point out some of the details and answer some of your questions on the traffic. The fiscal impact, such as tax revenues, that was also done. Statement of intent. Multifamily is not really set for the whole county. It's only limited to a few areas, and in those areas, it's really limited to the core of the Centerville Village, and Ms. Hunter went over that. These design standards are intended to promote high-quality developments, stimulate investment advantages to the county's tax base, and improve housing options. Again, the master plan. This is just what the master plan looks like. Front page, and then some pages with some details with the landscaping. Some of the other details would be the master plan, the open space plan, the phasing plan, which was discussed, another plan that shows all the details of the buildings and the square footages, parking details, connecting sidewalks and open space. I think this is an important one. One of the things we don't have in our village is connectivity. We can't get to each other. We can't walk to the food line, they can't walk to us. So this is going to connect the whole north side of Broad Street with trails and roads and sidewalks. Oops, did I do that right? Let's see, I think I did. All right, so that's the core. We talked about the core. So the comp plan gives us a lot of information about how to handle mixed use. And it says, as development occurs, the county encourages balanced growth by directing new growth to major villages. Well, that's Centerville. And keeping the majority of the county designated as rural enhancement. The comprehensive plan shows designated growth areas in the county. Really, about 85% of this county is rural, and 15% is a designated growth area. We need to take advantage of our designated growth areas and put our density in these designated growth areas if we are to retain a rural Goochland. We need to maximize these growth areas for taxes. The more people you put in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, the lower Tuckahoe Creek Service District taxes will be for everyone. And that's just the truth. Right now, we have designated growth areas. It points out again, the designated growth areas identify where commercial and residential development should be concentrated. Tuckahoe Creek Service District is one of these places. And the Tuckahoe Creek Service District is intended to serve as the economic driver for the county. Land use villages, it says here, right on the front page. Guide development to village areas and designated growth areas. And that's where the utilities are. We talked about Wi-Fi earlier. You don't have problems providing Wi-Fi when you have utilities, when you have people. When you have people spread out, it's harder. As a county, when we can provide services on roadways that are built well, with utilities and with fire stations next door, that's the best way we can serve our citizens. Again, the comp plan pulls out major villages are the places with utilities. They are the designated growth areas. It's a logical location for new residential options. This is a new residential option. The major village should promote a variety of housing stock. And we worked really hard with Ms. Hunter to provide these 3 different types of housing stock. I know they might sound strange because it's new, but this is the world. This is the way things are going. People are looking to live in active villages or around active villages. The comp plan goes on later to say that, again, new growth should be targeted to designated growth areas. And we should revise the zoning ordinance to allow the opportunities for varied housing. We just have one. We have MPUD. Again, encourage more density towards the center of villages and reduce density along the fringes. That's really important. You voted on Tuckahoe Bridge. I think the big argument was it was on the fringe, it was outside the village, and it should be a lower density. And the neighbors won that one. And I agree. We should have higher density towards the center of the village, not on the outskirts of the village. Encourage sidewalks, promote a variety of residential housing types. I think most importantly is what my traffic engineer did on the TIA, was the traffic study. And Ms. Hunter pointed out some information on the traffic study. But no matter what we do, no matter how we look at this, the top table shows 12,442 cars leaving. And that is based on the retail office development that I showed you earlier that's currently approved for Mannequintown. Based on putting apartments in there, and office and retail, the total trips per day are 7,098. So there's basically, on our proposal, 5,000, there's a proposed, at full build-out, 5,000 less vehicles per day, given this plan, than the current plan. So when we talk about density, and we talk about sprawl, what we see moving west down Broad Street are parking lots and large buildings and large shopping centers. But something else you have to think about, cars, okay? What uses are going to provide more traffic and what uses are going to provide less traffic? This mixed use, because it bundles commercial and residential all in the same use, as Joanne pointed out earlier, mitigates some of our impacts because it's half commercial. In other words, if there was a development with 19 units to the acre, it would be 19 units to the acre. But because we're half commercial and half residential, we're at about 11 units to the acre. And so that's why we have less of an impact. But right here, I just want to, again, the 5,000 vehicles per day, if you're thinking that this neighborhood is too dense, then what we're able to do currently is way more dense. And based on this, and I think Joanne again said, the TIA, I want to point out the TIA, because this TIA looked at many intersections. It's a pretty big traffic study. We looked at everything up and down Broad, Mannequin, Hockett, and I want to point something out. It looked at the development that was to occur on all the other interchanges. So it looked at the Satterwhite's project, and then it looked at LIA's project across the street, and it looked at other projects. It said, if those build out based on their zoning, what is our traffic going to look like? Well, in the last 30 years, none of them have built out. The only thing that's built out is the food line. The other thing we added to it was a 5% increase. So traffic, we said, well, if we're going to build everything out, let's give it a 5% increase in traffic. And so given full build out of everybody's property and a 5% increase in traffic, our traffic engineer said that we will mitigate that interchange and everything that we're doing with these five repairs, for lack of a better word. So we're going to, and again, it was brought up, construct an additional southbound lane at the intersection of Broad and Mannequin, creating a double turn lane. Reconfigure the existing traffic at Broad and Mannequin to accommodate those double turn lanes. Construct a northbound turn lane at Mannequin and Sycamore Creek Drive, and that's a right turn lane. And a westbound approach at the intersection of Mannequin? I don't see that. I don't know what that means. Construct an additional point of access at Plaza Drive. And so, again, based on that, if we were to stay the way we were, we'll have 5,000 more cars per day. If we go with Mannequintown's proposal, we'll have 5,000 less cars per day, and we'll have all the improvements made. We'll also have the Plaza Drive completed per the comp plan. Again, promote and foster growth, move it to the designated growth areas. Provide more than one route option for corridors to disperse and minimize traffic. We're actually going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 entrances to our little site, and that's a lot. Most require 2. And develop a roadway transportation that achieves a level of C or better. And we believe that our improvements, and according to our traffic engineer, will make the Mannequin Road interchange a level C or better. The levels of service in the major thoroughfare plan right now, the county is not showing Mannequin or Broad at a level of service anything but an A or C. Same with the below capacity from the Goochland 2040 thoroughfare plan, shows Mannequin Road at below capacity. This is the improvement we intend to make at the fire station. This is the improvement we intend to make at, Sycamore Creek Drive. The reason we're not doing a left-hand turn lane is the traffic study shows no turns there, no turns, 0 on the traffic study.
Where are you talking about?
Right here.
No,
We have currently no traffic, no left turns.
Coming from the north?
Coming
Coming from
making a
that
left turn.
direction. And on the next slide, I'll show you why. Or coming up. There's Mannequin Road. I think it was pointed out that we met with VDOT several times. There's a light here, and we're going to add another lane in here. We have met with VDOT. My engineer's here to back it up if you have questions. And we do intend to make those improvements. We've proffered these improvements along with the improvements for the fire station, and we understand we have to make these up front. As people who live in Goochland County, my partners and I believe that we should make these improvements up front. Again, this is another slide that shows you the improvements, but I think what's most important is if you look at the traffic counts, Mannequin Road only has 2,100 cars per day. So today, Mannequin Road has 2,100 cars per day. That's why it's a level of service A to C. Now, if we build it out and everybody develops, which hasn't happened for 20 years, it could go to a D or an E or an F. But we plan to make these improvements up front so that that doesn't occur. Broad Street. This is the Broad Street turn lane. Not a lot of people aren't aware who live down on Mannequin Road, but when a long time ago, we donated the right-of-way there for Broad Street so that we could have a safer roadway. And there it is. The capital impact model, Ms. Hunter went through, and it's 4272. It was higher originally, but the model changed this year, I think for everybody, so it went down for us. And we do plan on paying all those impacts. We kind of went through the revenue, and I don't have to go through it again, but this generates, it's about a $96 to $100 million project, and it'll generate about $930,000 in yearly revenue and $1.7 million in one-time revenues. When it comes to density, we're not the densest out there, though we may appear to be. Reader's Branch has 300, Mosaic has 500. West Creek has 2 apartment complexes that were built, the Notch and 2000 West Creek, and they are about 336 and 373 units. When you look at that, West Creek has 373, the Notch has 336. There's a third location. None of those apartment complexes have any open space. None of them are paying any proffers. When you look at Readers and Mosaic, they have the units and they have the open space and they're paying the proffers. And when you look at Mannequin Town, we have 25% open space with 11.3 units to the acre and proffers. And if you look at it, if you think about it, we've got West Creek at 19. We've got, I believe, Tuckahoe Bridge is at 1. It could be more. And then you have RPUD at 2.5. We're at 11. If you look at that carefully, it makes a lot of sense to put people in the village. That's where it makes sense to put people. And one of the main reasons is because, 1, we have a lot of entrances and utilities. 2, we have people who live around the village. But the village is where we need people. We don't need any more cars. We need people. So I did a little study. I went on the GIS and I said, well, goodness gracious, how much land is over there? It's 369 acres on that side of the Tuckahoe Creek. And you can see the Tuckahoe Creek. I've kind of followed it. On the other side of the Tuckahoe Creek would be, Tuckahoe Bridge and some of the outskirts of the area. But there's 369 acres in there. Believe it or not, there's 32 homes in that 369 acres today. Now, the majority of that's in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and I've outlined it for you. You've got Sycamore Creek on the left, has 14 homes. And the good neighbors behind our flats have 18 homes. So there's actually only 32 homes on this side of the creek. If you add my density to that, which is a big density, we're still at one, on that side of the creek, I don't own that land. I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of land over there. But we're still at only 1 per 1 acre. In other words, 1 unit per acre on that whole side of the creek. So again, when we raise the amount of units over there, we're going to go to 295, and that's still 1 per 1 acre. Right now, there's 32 homes on 369 acres. That's 1 per 11. The Tuckahoe Creek Service District is our area on this side of the creek. If you look at this side of the creek, it's up to Broad Street. It goes to Broad. The other side of the creek is Tuckahoe Bridge. The creek is a great dividing line. You know, the reality is you can't build on it. You can't build up to it. It's a dividing line, and it's a natural dividing line. When you cross that creek, you're in the country. And so there are only 2,000 cars a day on that road, and that's why we're not seeing a lot of issues today. But the future we will. So yellow are the existing houses. The red you can kind of see is the business. And I tried to kind of mark it, but the reality is the golf course has, you know, a lot of land on that side of the road. So there's really not a lot that's been developed. So again, we're less traffic than B1. We're close to the fire station. We're going to make improvements to Goochland's infrastructure, which include the full Plaza Drive, the Route 250 interchange, the Plaza Drive interchange, proffers, and we're going to provide a project that generates $1 million in TCSD taxes. We're going to have 25% open space, and we're following the comprehensive plan by putting the density in the core. We're creating village character in Centerville, and we're trying to bring people and community together. So with that, I'm going to kind of just leave it and stop for a second, and then let the people who have to speak come up. Sorry. Okay, we'll let my partner Kevin speak first, and then we'll let the public speak. Kevin?
Thank you very much all for having us here, supervisors, fellow residents of Goochland. You know, this is an interesting project. I've lived here for almost 30 years now. I live at number 5 Quail Run Drive. Excuse me, I have a little bit of laryngitis, so I hope you can hear. I'm not a developer. My business partner and I backed this project over 20 years ago, almost exactly 20 years ago. Scott came to us with a vision of doing something really beautiful, a small village, beautifully done, where people could live and walk and take their kids and be safe and have a really nice environment. That's what we think he's created here. The problem is, at this point, all the development 20 years ago, there was nothing in Short Pump. 25 years ago, literally zero. There was a Short Pump there and a building with a plane in the roof. Well, things have changed, and they've moved all the way out here, and everything's built up all the way to the county line. So development is going to come this way. And we've waited 20 years for it to be here, to be the right time. In that prospect, we've worked for 3 years to develop this plan, intensely for the last year with the county administrator and his staff. We've gone back and forth. We've done changes, improvements, many improvements that were recommended by the staff. But all of that has cost money. Doing this plan up front is much more expensive than any normal development. We originally just wanted to do part of the houses and they said, no, give us the whole plan in detail. We've got a 100-page plan that's been worked on for a year. It's never going to be perfect. There never will be no issues, no thoughts, no changes. But we've reached the point where I think it is a good plan. I think it's well designed. I don't have all the details, Scott does. I'm not going to go into them. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes. But on our end, we see this as two choices that are very simple. Forget all the other complications. As of right, Scott mentioned this, I'm not sure if he was as clear. Today, we can go build a Kmart there. We don't need any proffers. We don't need any approvals. We've got to have construction permits. But basically, we're B1. We can build that immediately, not fixing the roads, not doing the connectors, not paying $1 million in proffers, and not creating the tax base that the community needs. That's not what anyone here, especially us, we live here, want to do. We want this village. But we can't build it if it's non-economic. And the people who, this balance that we've done between the townhomes, the rental homes, the commercial space, and the office space is the very best we can put together. We've extended more and more on the entrances, the repairs we're going to do up front. You're talking about well over $1 million worth of just improvements that we've got to do on top of the proffers we're paying. So this is a project where we've bent over backwards to try and get it right. We've worked very closely with the county. We went to the Planning Commission, got a 5-0 vote in favor of it. They've seen us before. It took a lot of work. And we really would appreciate being able to move forward with this. We think it's going to be a tremendous project. If you look just in the middle, we took all the mistakes we saw at other places and tried to fix them. We have, in our commercial area, 75 feet between the buildings with no cars. It's not like where the Whole Foods is, where you can't take your kids and your dogs and walk them anywhere because there are cars on every street. There's no cars for 1,000 feet, all the way down to our park. This is designed for families and people to relax and be in a home environment where they can work, they can live, and they can enjoy it. But we do have to be able to put this together in a way that people will build it. Scott said a number of 100 million. I don't think it's, maybe it's that much. But people have to come do that. Someone has to build it and operate it. And that's why we've worked with the county to put this plan together, and it's the best one we can do. If we can't do this plan, we have to go back to a big box structure, which is not what we want to do. We really believe this would be a great thing. We're looking for high, not huge shops. This is designed for, little stores and boutique businesses and really nice bakery. We already have people who've approached us that want to do a family bakery. We've got people who want to bring their small businesses into the commercial space here. And I think that's what the community would really enjoy, is someplace they can go, walk around, have lots of open space, and have a place to go shop that isn't a giant, overblown mall. This is a village. It's a village concept, and I hope you'll consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Any questions for the applicant before we break? No, we can ask later. Okay. All right. I'm sorry this has taken longer than usually our presentations are not this long, but since this is the first MPUD, we want to make sure we get it right. So we've gone over a little bit. What I would like to do now before we start the public hearing is take a quick break. I'm sorry if we...
You guys have been taking breaks. We haven't.
Yeah, you guys can get up and go. We can't. So I would like to just take 5 minutes. If you all want to stay, you can just stay in your seats. But I'd like to take 5 minutes to... okay? Thank you. Everybody, thanks for giving us a little break. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And we usually let all citizens speak one at a time for 3 minutes at the public hearing. If a citizen wishes to speak as a representative of a group, then he or she may extend his or her time for remarks to another citizen. for it, four folks can do it for up to 10 minutes for one speaker. But those folks that are donating their time must come up and identify themselves and cede 2 minutes of their time to this representative. If that's not clear, up to 4 people can come up and give up to 10 minutes to one speaker. We also would like to have the folks that are going to speak, that are ready to speak, to come up and sit in the seats that we've reserved, so that it'll move a little smoother. If anybody's in the other rooms for this hearing, please come on into the room and get ready to speak. So again, if you are speaking for yourself, you have 3 minutes, and give us your name and address, and tell us what you feel. Try to speak into the microphone so that we can capture well your name and address and everything else for the minutes. Yeah, and you don't have to use the entire 3 minutes if you don't want.
I understand.
Give you extra points.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jonathan Lau. Ms. Beskowitz is going to get some slides up there, so I guess my time will start when somebody shows how the technology works.
Slacking, I'm sorry.
That's it.
Well, you're certainly welcome to, Dustin.
I'm Dustin Griffey, 512 Three Shop Road, Mannequin-Sabat, and I'd like to give Mr. Jonathan Lyle my time because I can recognize that he will take care of the needed demographic problem we have here.
And Mr. Chairman, if you could interpret that for me, I'd appreciate that.
So I think you have 2 additional minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Jonathan Lau. I live at 1521 Mannequin Road, and I just want to say that, you know, in the first Harry Potter movie, The Sorcerer's Stone, Neville Longbottom got extra points for Gryffindor because he stood up and had the courage to say what he thought, even though it was in conflict with his friends. And I feel a little bit like Neville because my friend Scott Gazer gave a really good presentation here tonight. But I do have some differences with what he has presented. And I think the concept of MPUD is great, but I have some concerns on both the density and on some of the setbacks. And so I push something that advances the slides, and I'm not sure what I push.
This button, and that's the light, and that goes back.
All right. So I know what the green light is for Mr. Peterson, right? Okay.
Not in Hong Kong.
All right, so MPUD, I think, is a good concept, and there's been years of planning, and it's been observed several times. This is the first MPUD development plan that's come, and it's had 2 significant special exception requests. So we're going to take B1 property, and we're going to put it into this pioneering MPUD. And again, I want to recognize that Town and Country, Scott specifically, have put a lot of effort into this. I've met with him 4 times, maybe 5. And I appreciate what he's looking to do. So what is the request is tonight? Well, the eye chart in front of you shows that by right, B1 right now, what was done in 1990, they could do a number of things. There are 34 businesses that could go into B1. There are 21 that could go in with additional CUP. The setbacks, the heights, there is no residential density. The traffic impact wasn't applicable because they were already approved to do what they want to do. And on the capital impact model, I don't think one has been conducted as to what would happen with B1. The MPUD Article 14 that is in place that was developed 4 or 5 years ago does talk about a mixture of retail. What Town and Country is talking about is a mixture of retail and residential, and the county staff has said this is a good place for MPUD. Differences are with the current Article 14, as I'll call it. MPUD, it has a 500-foot setback. It has 6 residential units per acre density. The traffic impact is going to be lower, has been observed, than what the existing B1 would allow. And there's no calculation that's been done because it's not being proposed as to what would the capital impact model be. Town and Country has said, well, what we'd like to do is still have the mix, residential, business, office, but they're looking for the 350-foot setback, 38-foot height, I believe is what they're looking at. The residential is going to 11 units per acre. And again, they're going to have lower traffic versus B1. The full capital impact is $2 million, but due to the General Assembly and what proffers are allowed, voluntary, it's $1.5 million. So there's still going to be impact on the county that isn't going to be covered by the proffers, but that's not Town and Country's fault. That's what the General Assembly says we're allowed to do. So the cumulative planning implications are that, yes, it's appropriate for MPUD. There is a special exemption being asked that's to narrow the setback from 500 to 350. They are asking for higher densities, 11 versus 6. Traffic is going to be traffic. If somebody can invent an answer for VDOT, then we'll all be pretty amazed, but that's just, it's going to happen. And I think the staff's comments are that careful consideration has to be given to potential impacts to public services. What are we going to do if we increase the density of residential? I don't know if that's my whole 5 minutes or just my first.
55 seconds.
I have 55 seconds, so let's go through the next 4 slides. So with the special exemptions, really what you're doing is you're creating a new definition for MPUD. And my question is, can this zoning be deferred to allow Town and Countries to further explore how a good concept can be implemented following the existing MPUD ordinances? Can you defer, or I guess deny, until we can talk about setbacks, density, how the roads meeting VDOT standards, traffic impacts, is there anything that can be done, public safety in the schools? I think it could be a wonderful addition to Mannequin, to Centerville. But getting it right the first time, I know Ms. McGee has said this does not set a precedent, but I think it does send a signal to other developers as to how thoughtful and effective MPUD could be done here in Goochland. There's my thank you slide and the red light. So, and just for Mr. Peterson, there's the green dot.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
And I'll sit down.
My name is Michelle Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, and I'm giving my minutes to him.
Good evening, I'm Carl Nelson. I live at 2610 Mannequin Road, and I'm also donating my time to Robert. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here. Okay, my name is Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive since 1994. I just want to start by saying Mannequin Town is first MPUD application, so we need to get it right the first time. I totally agree with that. If Mannequin Town was a straight-up application and met all the criteria, this would be a no-brainer, but it's not. It's crowded, it's complicated, and it's contingent on special exceptions that blow density out of the water. According to the comp plan, Centerville Village should preserve rural elements, traditional village designs, be a gateway, establish a village identity, should ensure compatible land uses with existing land uses, and ensure development does not exceed county's ability to provide services. That's what MPUD design, setbacks, densities, mixed use, and overlay district standards are designed to do. And the way they do that is complying with the standards. That's how those goals are accomplished. So what does compliance look like? Well, in section 1, it says mixed use mitigates impacts to surrounding communities. Section 2, a master plan shall include information such as land use and densities and shall demonstrate compliance with Chapter 14, 21, and the mixed-use design standards. Section 8, development shall complement and be compatible with surrounding community and architecture. Section 10, residential density shall not exceed 6 units per acre. Also says no residential partials shall not be located less than 500 feet from an arterial road. Now, that's a lot of shalls in there, and section 6 also has a shall. Although the board may modify any requirement, the special exceptions shall subject such conditions deemed necessary to ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses and meet the general intent of MPUD. So even the special exception that's being exercised tonight has a shall for compatibility and intent. So do these special exceptions meet those requirements? Let me just quote the staff report. Quote, "There are a number of outstanding concerns identified in this report," close quote. Staff report is also peppered with words like exceeds, does not limit, not met, must verify, not provided, not included, does not address, and could be improved. So a question of compatibility and intent, I don't think it meets that. So what are some of the specifics called out of the staff report? The setback, none will be less than 500 feet. Well, they're asking for 320. The intent is retail up front, as mentioned, and housing in the back. So it doesn't meet that intent. Density shall not exceed 6 units per acre. They're asking for 11. Let me point out that our PUD has a generous 2.5 units per acre, and it limits the impact to county services, schools, and traffic. MPUD by design is more than double our PUD by design. The special exceptions want to double that, so it's a double-double. So in essence, that is a huge impact on the surrounding community. So it doesn't meet mitigating impacts. Also, the staff report talks about excess density resulting in 987 parking spaces. Think about that number, 987. It's a lot of parking spaces. So back to the staff report. Item 17 of the staff report, architectural design. Applicant has not demonstrated architecture is compatible with surrounding Centerville, so that's not met. It also says, item 18, building height. Mannequin Row and the offices are 38 feet. The flats are adjacent to single-family neighborhood, therefore do not provide transition in height to lower density use, so it's not met. Also in the staff report, item 12, and my favorite, proximity to single-family residence, the flats, carports will be utilized to provide an opaque buffer. So in Centerville, MPUD applied. Buffers will include trees, shrubs, and carports. Is that what we want to be known for? I don't think that the intent is met in MPUD. It also goes on to say traffic at build-out, 15 turning movements affected, 1 at grade F, including Mannequin Town traffic. So if you made the density within the MPUD requirements of 6, the impact would naturally be lower. Also, the staff report says, proffer to connect the Plaza Drive. The applicant does not own or have control of the necessary right-of-way. That's kind of like having the cart before the horse. So how can it be approved? You don't even know what the outcome of that's going to be. And unfortunately, it puts the owners of the property in a position between the developer and the comp plan and the needs of the county as far as fire service. So you can't, and the whole purpose is to mitigate the traffic impact. Well, you're mitigating one traffic at Mannequin and Broad, and you're creating a new impact on the owners of the land over at Plaza Drive. So that doesn't meet the intent of minimizing total impact. So in conclusion, the requested special exemptions basically flip the MPUD requirements on its head. If approved as requested, they essentially create a whole new zoning district created solely by special exception. So if granted, we'll have 2 types of MPUD, regular MPUD and MPUD by a special exception. So does the zoning request and the CU have the necessary conditions to protect Centerville and MPUD as required in Section 6? The board will have to decide that when they vote. So do you want Centerville Village identity to be defined by MPUD or MPUD by exception? I hope it's not MPUD by exception. We only have one chance to get this right, and tonight's the night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for approving the new hires for the fire rescue people, the stations, because we're going to need them. And remember that fact. I have spoken to this board not only about the pace of growth.
Name.
Larry Barker, 2170 Mannequin Road.
Thank you.
I have spoken to this board not only about the pace of growth, but also the amount of growth in the east end of the county and its effect on fire rescue to keep up. Now you are asked to approve 263 more residential units. This is almost 3 times as many as the Tuckahoe Bridge project that was just approved. Even though all 6 fire stations will now be staffed 24/7, 365 days, thanks to you all, it only takes one accident with multiple injuries or a structure fire to clear out 3 of those stations pretty quickly. The average time from dispatch to transport to return to station countywide is 1.5 hours, so 3 stations could be without anybody for an hour and a half at the minimum. Also, multi-floor buildings are popping up like weeds in a vegetable garden, yet the county has only one older ladder truck to address these high-rise 3- and 4-story buildings. I know the county has plans for a second ladder truck for the East End, but it is a couple of years away, and we're going to need it. You cannot depend on, I don't think, on Henrico to send a ladder truck. It may not always be viable. The West Creek Fire Station is several years away, so the east end of the county will have to depend on the existing stations, all the while knowing call volumes will be increasing. Recently, there was a standing room only community meeting about the Mannequin Town project. Some of you were there. About 99% of the people there were against the project as presented. Most of the problems with safety, density, and traffic. All of you that were there heard these complaints. We are not against growth totally. As you know, this board, the community, and Main Street Homes compromised on the Tuckahoe Bridge project, going from 197 homes that Wilton wanted to 147 homes to 123 homes to a final compromise of 98 homes, and it's still profitable, or else they wouldn't be doing it. So just maybe there is some compromise that can happen with the Mannequin Town project as far as density and the traffic and the safety that are the concerns of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Gentlemen, my name's Ron Payne. I live at 3 Deer Run Road in Mannequin-Sabot. Been in Mannequin-Sabot for about 30 years, and as Mr. Brandt said, Short Pump was a wide spot in the road 30 years ago. And I watched with horror as that marched west, as Richmond expanded, Chesterfield County grew out of control, and when the Board of Supervisors in the county put the comprehensive plan together, I said, by God, there's hope. You know, they've got a plan to control the growth, to keep it into confined areas, and this village concept is the best thing this county has ever done to preserve the rural character of the county while allowing the inevitable growth that's coming our way. I don't know all the details about the numbers, but I do feel that this is a plan that should be approved. I've been to numerous meetings where it's been discussed and hashed and changed and improved, and I've watched this evolve into something that I think is as good as it can get. The MPUD plan allows you flexibility to approve once the master plan is in place, and I think we have something here that we can all be proud of and we can build on for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Nancy Laundrie, 2140 Prophet Road. My main concern is schools and what we're going to do with all the new people coming to the county, especially on the east end, that are looking at probably going elementary going to Randolph. According to the county study that was done in 2017, all 3 elementary schools were built around the same time, about 1958. And really, when they looked at the schools, they said that they really had outlived what usually think their usefulness is. And, you know, they need repairs, they need roofs, heating, air conditioning, windows, all those kind of things, which obviously costs money to do. I know that the county is looking at building a new elementary school, but that really, where it is not going to help the East End very much, because from what I understand, that area that you're looking at building the school district, and you are looking at building that is in Goochland. That really doesn't help us out on the east end where it seems like all the growth is. And we're looking at even improvements to Randolph, any type of impact that might have on the schools on Randolph is not going to be until 2022. Randolph is already overcrowded. The school was built for 409 students when it was built. The year 2018, 2019, there are 476 students enrolled at Randolph. Right now, there are 3 trailers at Randolph that are used to have classes because there's not enough room in the building. I don't know about you, but I have concerns about my children, my grandchildren being in trailers. I don't think they're safe. They certainly are not as safe as a brick building. If we have bad weather, if God forbid we have something where we have a shooter, which can happen anywhere, kids are not safe in trailers. Don't put any more out there. Please don't put any more out there. We're not against development. We're not against growth. We just want you to look at it and do it in a reasonable fashion, looking at the impacts that it's going to have on traffic, schools, fire and rescue. Look at those things and determine if we really want to do this now or we just want to see down the road, maybe put it off, maybe defer, maybe have them come back with a little bit lower density. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lumber.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road. I am the anchor, and I think you're glad. Members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Badesky, we appreciate the opportunity to share the concerns from the community that will be impacted by Mannequin Town on a daily basis. We are the community that lives off Mannequin Road. You know us very well from Tuckahoe Bridge. Setbacks, density, roads meeting VDOT standards, traffic impacts, fire and rescue, schools are major concerns that we feel have not been fully addressed by the application. We do understand that the applicant has a right to request the rezoning as that they desire. We also know that they have a right to special exemptions to the requirements found in the article. We have to prepare for 3 things all at once. That was the MPUD zoning, the CUP for the master plan, and the special exemption. This doesn't seem quite fair to only get 3 minutes apiece when we have to address 3 major things that you all are going to vote for that are going to impact us for years to come. However, as you know, that special exemption is subject to such, I'm not even going to bother reading all this. Anyways, tonight, you have heard that it is lacking an awful lot. The goal of is to a balanced development that contributes to the welfare of the community and preserves its rural character. I please ask you to protect and preserve Goochland County's 2035 comp plan as we see that it was, in our eyes, was created, and defer the MPUD zoning request and vote no to the special exemptions for the setback and density. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Hi, good evening. My name is Patrick Gregory, 1903 Mannequin Road.
I'm here to voice support for the project. I really like the village feel, the characteristics of it, the green space, the quaint retail spaces, the walkable and interactive community, and the thoughtful design. These all honor the things that I enjoy so much about Mannequin Sabbath. And I think this development will attract other people and other businesses with similar values. I think it's worth highlighting something that both the developers talked about that may seem obvious, but they're local to Mannequin Sabbath. The design team is local to Richmond. And when plans are executed, and when a shade of gray is being interpreted, I think it's especially important to have people with reputational capital at stake making these decisions. Goochland's done a ton of work to ensure smart growth. We have a thoughtful comp plan that encourages growth in the Centerville Village. There's a pathway for mixed-use development that we're discussing now in Centerville Village. We have widened roads through and up to Centerville Village. We've got public water extended, and I think Centerville Village is primed for Mannequin Town, and I urge the board to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Arnold, 819 Dover Bluff Place, Mannequin Sabbath. My question is more about timing. Institutional investment advisors for some of the largest banks in New York are now predicting for their clients a 40% drop in the stock market starting in July of 2020. I'm concerned how this financial forecast could leave this project with unoccupied commercial space, at least for a 30-month period of recoupment, and for apartment rentals rates to drop. There are currently 302 apartments available in what is called the Short Pump Town Center in the price range of what they're talking about, and there's a total of 800 unoccupied apartments at higher levels. I did not understand about the private roads in this, and I live in a neighborhood where we're all private roads, and I know how expensive it is to maintain them. And I really question whether people who live in townhouses are going to have the financial backing to be able to maintain private roads, because it is quite expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold.
Good evening, board. Thank you very much for your service. My name is Lisa Dearden. I live at 3330 Cedar Plains Road in Sandy Hook. I've known the applicant, Scott Gazer, for about 14 years in my capacity as the farmers market manager that is on site there, Mannequin Market. I am in support of this project. Familiar with the comprehensive plan, not maybe so many of the details as some of the other gentlemen before me, but the overall concept of the village and the keeping the density in the village area is really important to me. Building a sense of community and the walkability and the mixed use and the open space and the ability to have retail, both retail and residential, is important for any village, not just our village, but we really don't have a heart in Centerville. There's really no village there now. Connecting it with roads and with the sidewalks would really bring a special community feel to that area. I think Scott's done an incredible job. He's worked on this for a long, long time, and is it perfect? No. It's a start. The MPUD does have it written into it some guidelines. They're not hard facts. Otherwise, they're not hard lines. Otherwise, you would not have the ability to override those. So I just want to express my support, and hopefully you will approve the project. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dearden.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Keith Yantz. I live at 1904 Camberley Court. That's in the park at Saddle Creek, right behind where this development is going to be. I'm here representing myself, but I'm also the president of our HOA, 102 homes that sit right across Broad Street behind Yardworks. So we will absolutely be impacted by whatever development is in the area. So many details and several phases and growth and project progress is just hard to do. I understand that with a project like that. I have met with Mr. Gazer, and I have challenged him on all the questions you've heard here tonight: infrastructure, schools, libraries, EMT, fire station, and he has answered all of those questions for me. If I want a big box, all I have to do is go east on Broad Street for about 10 minutes, and I have all the big boxes that I'll ever need. Think about the traffic coming into Goochland to shop at a big box, coming past the shops that we have as a village, and then leaving, as opposed to residents and businesses sitting there on Broad using the businesses that we have. I think the question really is for us, what is well thought out, responsible growth for Goochland County, and particularly in the East End where the infrastructure is? That's the future of the county, and that's the question that I have in front of me. We have a proposal that incorporates some of the village concepts, and what I would say, sitting there and being impacted by what is coming, when the development is done, I will welcome the new community, I'll welcome the new neighbors, and I'll welcome the new businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yos.
My name is Joanne McCartney Yonts. I live at 1904 Camberley Court in Mannequin, also in the park at Saddle Creek, also bordering Saddle Creek Parkway. So this is going to be very close to where we live. And we've been here 6.5 years now. And I had my concerns when I first moved here because we saw the McDonald's come in and then Taco Bell, and I thought, oh my gosh, are we going to have Hardee's? Are we going to have KFC's? Or are we just going to be fast food row? And I had a lot of conversations with Mr. Minnick and Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Alvarez. And I had enough conversations. I attended enough town halls. I finally, had to realize, especially Mr. Peterson let me know in no uncertain terms, that the development is going to come into villages. And we'd read the comp plan and all of that, but for years we had come to the restaurants in Goochland. We'd patronized many different businesses in Goochland. That's why we moved here. But once we came, and I had to really kind of think about this for a few years, and as Mr. Alvarez said tonight, you are not in the business of deciding who can come. And you all told me this 6 years ago. Well, that being the case, Mr. Gazer has now come with what I think a lot of us think, is a very sensible plan. It's in keeping with the comp plan and this whole concept of villages and developing the villages. If you don't approve this, I don't really know what it is you want. Because to me, this project, yes, it's scary. It brings with it all the fire and rescue and school and road issues. We know that. Every community in this country has to grapple with that because when you're undergoing growth, that's just what you deal with. So I'm not making light of that. But I think at the end of the day, as many people have said, I've seen enough of the big box. I know where to go to get that in Short Pump. I love shopping in Centerville. I go to Food Lion multiple times a week. I use the PT. I use Coleman's Florist. I go to Pac Mail. My neighbors use the chiropractor. I would love it if I don't have to go to Short Pump for everything. And if we could get this kind of development that would have a mix of retail and restaurant and people, then you would start to develop this village concept. It's what you all said you wanted, but I think that concept is being lost in all of this because of the concerns over the growth. It has to be done right, but Mr. Gazer has really tried hard, I think, to understand everybody's concerns and to address them as best they can. I'm sure he'll still continue to do that. But I, for one, and a lot of my friends here, we support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yos.
Hello, my name is Sarah Friedman, 1526 Knuckles Lane, Mannequin Sabot, and I'm giving my time to Mr. Friedman.
Gary Friedman, 1526 Knuckles Lane, Mannequin Sabot. 25 years I've lived in Goochland County. 26 years ago I moved to Richmond, and I had to spend my first year here living in Henrico County, right on the border of Goochland, because there's no rental housing stock here. I couldn't move to the city and go to the county that I wanted to be in. I moved here for Goochland County because it is why we all live here. I want it to be a beautiful place. I have 2 children in the school system. Over the last 25 years, we've had 4 small businesses in Goochland County. We still have 2 of them. We don't want it to look like Henrico. That's why we all live here. They've said tonight on the other side of this that you've got one chance to get it right. I think that I'm glad that they gave us that line because this is getting it right. It doesn't say it has to be perfect. You don't have one chance to get it perfect. You got to get it right. 19 years ago, I was with Scott and Kevin, knew them then, when they purchased this. Scott said something very early tonight, which was they immediately started planting shrubbery, trees. You guys have seen that place grow and be greener than it was 20 years ago. They're doing this because they want it to stay nice. Scott grew up here. I've known Scott since high school. I've known Mr. Gaze, his dad, and their farm since then. These are the people that we want to develop it. Kevin has lived here a long time. He lives in a beautiful part down the street from me right off of Hermitage. We don't want it to change, but change is coming our way. This is a beautiful plan. They have spent all this time already spending not only the things they've talked about, already improving the roads, already making the plan, already spending, all of this time building the report and answering questions in meetings and doing that. But the other thing that nobody said is they've carried this property for 20 years with the right to build a store, to put a hotel up, to put something that would not characteristically be Goochland County. They haven't done that. They didn't need to spend all this time, this money, and this heartache and headache to get to where we are now if they weren't on the side of Goochland County. They could have already made us look like Henrico. They didn't. So I'm up here asking you not to defer. I don't think you're going to get another plan that's better. You have the ability to change the setbacks. It was set before you had a full plan. So Scott said quickly earlier that if he has to go 500 feet, there's no room for the residential. To make this work, you have to make some compromises. They've made a lot. Everybody's made a lot along the way. There's been a lot of changes, even some that were done today. So I'm representing people that live right there. I drive by it every single day. If this is going to get developed, which it will, I want it to look like this, not like Henrico. Thank you for spending all this time with us tonight. We appreciate you giving us so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Chuck Bent, 72 Harvey Road, Rockville, Virginia, resident 34 years. One of the things that's bothered me, when I first heard about the village concept, I don't know how many years ago, I thought that was a good idea, and I still do. The density needs to be where Scott is proposing it. My real concern is the apartment situation. If you do the math based on the units, 85+% of these residential units are transient apartments. They're not people that are going to live there. They don't have an equity share in anything. They're people coming and going. It doesn't seem to me that's what's going to build a neighborhood. Get rid of the apartments, put in some more townhomes or whatever where people can buy, people can own, people can have personal pride in what they have. I've sent you all emails on this very subject, and I just think what we need in the village are people that live there, people that are going to be residents for the long term, not people that are coming in based on a lease of 6 months or a year, and then we got a whole new set of people in there. If we do the apartments, again, there's like 85% of the units in there are apartments. If we do the apartments, my suggestion would be that we rename this not Mannequin Town, but Henrico County West, because that's what we're going to have. I think you can do a real nice job with some more townhomes that people can own and get rid of the apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bent.
Good evening. I'm Davette Bent, live at 72 Harvey Road, Rockville, for 34 years. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but after hearing some of the presentations, I was kind of maybe bothered a little bit by some of them. I too have submitted a lot of my concerns to the board via email. And during that time, I did propose and express my hopes that you would deny this application. Now we're hearing of changes and exceptions from the original proposals. It hasn't changed my mind, but some of the things that were brought up here at the final hour is to raise the density, 6 to 11 point something. That's almost double. People have already talked about that. The one that really stood out to bother me tonight was mentioning there would be, I thought one time, 800 and some parking spaces, then I heard a little bit later 900 and some. A good amount of these parking spaces are going to be used by these transient apartment dwellers, like Chuck said. That really concerns me. Where are they going to go when they come and go? They're going to come right out to that new road, the new road that's going to go behind the firehouse and right next to the children's daycare center. And then where's it going to go from there? It's going to spill out either behind Food Line and go out to cross over St. Matthew's Lane, or are they going to come back down Plaza Drive trying to get onto Broad Street where there's no stoplights? That really bothered me tonight, and that's why I got up to speak. And I really, really wish you would deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bent.
Hello, I'm Cindy Wright, and I'm at 1830 Roundfield Lane, and we've lived here for about 8 years and really enjoyed living in Goochland. We're very close to the village, and when I heard about Scott's plan, I was really excited because I heard that there would be townhouses and condos, and as I know we're now all not getting any younger, I thought what a great plan this could be. You know, a place to downsize, maybe draw from the community, and keep everybody here in the county. I was a little disappointed to hear about the number of apartments and the rental units. And it does feel a lot like Henrico County and what we're seeing just east of here. That's really concerning to me, especially when I heard the lady's report about the low occupancy rate or the over in Henrico. I think all of this is a little concerning, and I do like the idea of keeping this more of a community and the village to be more of a community of people, not renters. The other thing that I have a concern about is raising the density or doubling the density. I think that we should stick to the plan. It seems like the plan has been well received by the whole community, and I'd like to see us follow that comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Good evening. George Andrews, 33 Broad Street Road, Mannequin-Sabot, Virginia. Board members, thank you for the great work you've been doing in Centerville with the places you've already approved down there, the new development. We've had a lot of those members come up here tonight. Great neighbors, great people who are moving into Centerville. And I would encourage you to approve this project tonight, not to defer it. I've never seen such work go into any project in Goochland County in the 40 years I've been here. The number of meetings of work between staff. It seems to be an excellent plan to me. I would much prefer to see something like this than the big box stores, but I think one thing Scott hadn't said, and I know this for a fact because I've approached them about people wanting to put hotels on there. And I think hotels can be 6 stories tall. And I don't think there is a 500-foot setback line for hotels. And Scott has kind of discouraged that and said he wants to put something nice like this. He doesn't want hotels or those things sitting on front. So when we're talking about those heights and setbacks, that needs to be taken in consideration. You're talking 30 feet The apartments are going to be back behind it. There's the land slopes back in there. You're not going to really see the apartments. The density I have no issues with. As Mr. Peterson knows, we started off in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District with a debt of $60 million. Mr. Gazer and a lot of us have been footing that bill, and now it's $90 million. And the county very wisely passed this zoning, new type of zoning. And it's exactly what we need, and the time is now. The revenue that will be generated for this, for the Tuckahoe Creek District, is extremely significant, extremely significant. But this plan, as opposed to the big box stores, I really don't want to see them either, or a hotel sitting on there. Not just one, but I think you can put a hotel per 2 acres. So we could be looking at multiple hotels at a far less setback than 300 feet. And so I would encourage you to approve it tonight. I do know there are people who are ready, other people who want to come in and build some apartments here. And if the market isn't right, then they probably won't start right away. But there are some people who built some beautiful things with deep pockets that really want to make a mark here in Goochland County. I think this is an excellent opportunity for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Anyone else?
Doug Elliott, 1280 Hermitage Road. You know, evolution's kind of tough with us sometimes, for all of us. I think some of the latest statistics that even in the housing that we've seen with H.H. Hunt, with Mosaic, 2 years ago, they were doing 80% residential single family, 20% cluster homing or apartments and townhomes. Today, the evolution of housing has changed to 80-20. And so I know most of us in here, that we all sit here, I don't know that that's exactly where our desires are. But I think if we're looking to the future, that there's just a lot of folks that just want to live in apartments and they want to live in townhouses and condos that maybe none of us want to. That's a reality. Not that, you know, I agree, or a lot of us agree here, but that is a fact that we have to look at. I totally agree with Mr. Barker and some of the comments about, you know, the impression upon the rescue squad and the fire department. I think the board really needs to step up and address those concerns. And if it needs extra funding, then we need to give them the extra funding there to try to address that and some of the school issues. And then I think what's, you know, was just been brought up, that the alternative are disastrous. I'm a CASA worker. One of the biggest problems you have with hotels is sex trafficking. And God knows we don't want that in Centerville. I don't necessarily want as many apartments, but I don't want hotels and sex trafficking. And I know what big box retailers can bring in the, you know, in sometimes like that. So, you know, looking at the alternatives, is this the best thing in the neighborhood that we can come up with in relation to what he could do right now, and what the planning staff has worked, and what Scott and them have done is over and above. It's been just unbelievable the amount of work, and I compliment the planning for what they've had to go through. It's really amazing, but also the fact of what they're offered, what the community will get with road infrastructures. Nobody's offered. There's a developer behind Satterwhite's that's already okay, and he offered nothing. They have offered an immense amount of money that it's going to take to do with their, I don't think they've ever figured out how much it's going to cost them, even though they say they're going to do it. And they're held to it. But it's going to cost them more than I think they're going to realize, because that stuff just costs lots of money. And even what they're going to do what I understand, for the rescue squad. So, in closing, I think, does it check all the boxes? No, but it's, you know, the alternative could be even worse. So, and what it could bring to the county in terms of revenue and stuff, that's there. So, I think you'd consider it and take in some of the, you know, the things that have been brought to light by some of the folks for the fire and rescues and police part, and take those in consideration, and we could have a good project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Anyone else? Last call? No. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And I would like to ask Mr. Gacy to come up and just address some of the concerns that were raised and maybe some questions from us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, you know, there's a lot of great comments from a lot of great citizens, and I think everybody does love living here. I've told my neighbor, Jonathan Lyle, many times that we both want to keep Goochland rural. We just have two different ways that we think we can do it. And I'm not saying he's wrong, and he's not saying I'm wrong. And I appreciate that. I do want to, there were a couple things raised that may have been misconceptions or not. And I just want to respond to them. First of all, Mr. Lyle said, traffic is not traffic. And he's right, traffic is not traffic. The traffic we have proposed for mixed use is a lot less cumbersome than the traffic that we're approved for today. So I want to make that clear. Traffic is not traffic. The traffic for retail and the traffic for residential differ greatly. And we are still looking at 5,000 less cars per day. I think the most important thing that I noticed was that I don't think anybody inside the Tuckahoe Creek District spoke against it. And I think that there were a lot of people who live outside the Tuckahoe Creek District who don't see the benefit. And I appreciate both perspectives. If you live in the district, the more taxpayers, the better, because it helps offset our tax. But if you don't pay that tax, then you really don't have any liability. So as a neighbor, you're not paying the tax. So when we sat down with the county, and we sat down for at least a year before Mrs. Hunter was willing to even push our proposal forward. And we did iron out a lot of these things that were brought up tonight. And so traffic is not traffic. This is a different type of traffic. You heard some people talk about schools and impacts and all that. I think we addressed that. I think we're paying that in the proffers. I think the big issue here is that MPUD, this is the first time we've looked at it. And the question is, are we meeting the requirements of MPUD? MPUD allows us to ask for exceptions. And we've been asking for the same exception since day one. And we told you why. 320-foot setback for the residential. Well, that makes sense because the road's built. It's 320 feet. So we want to be on the back side of the road. Some people brought up the fact of hotels or that we're going to get some transient people in here. You know, a lot of us started off in apartments. Maybe some of us will end up in there. I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of apartments, but like Mr. Elliott said, that is where we're going. If you look around the interstate and in Scott's Addition, people are going to apartments because they're getting older and they don't want to buy a house for $500,000 to finish their life in. They want to live in a small apartment or condo. And so given the economics of this project, and I want to say some things, we have looked at all this.
Scott?
Yeah, you can't hear me?
No, I addressed the board.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So when it comes to our special exceptions, yes, from the beginning, we've asked for the same special exception. When it comes to the density, I think we've been honest in telling you that, yes, we are asking for a special exception and that the project works based on the density and the layout. We have looked at it 100 different ways. We have even called some of our neighbors who were opposed and said, hey, let's meet and discuss this. And we have been lucky that most of those neighbors have met. Though there are a lot of people at Mannequin Road I have not met with. And so I want to say that the comp plan gives us direction. Everybody here participated in the comp plan. The comp plan allowed for MPUD. And so we're here today to show you that we think MPUD can be built in a better way than what's approved today. And I think some other people pointed out, yeah, there's some holes in there. But isn't this better than what we have? Didn't we create MPUD to use it? Or did we decide that we don't want density in our village? This is the place for it. My whole life, or most of it, I've lived out here. I've ridden horses, I've hiked, I've biked, I've hunted, I've fished. There are places to do that. My dad has a farm. There are places out west. Goochland has a lot of beautiful places. But Broad Street, in the center of the core of the Centerville Village, I know we all drive by it, but that is the place for people. We have 200 homes across the street, and we have 38 on this side of Broad Street. For the last 30 years, 38 homes. So it's not too dense yet. I appreciate those people who live on large tracts of land. I'm one of them. Mr. Lyle lives on one of them too. But not everybody can afford that. Where we're going in the future is we're aging and we need less space. And right now in Eastern Goochland, there are no homes sub $500,000. So this is what's coming. We've pushed it back. We've landscaped it. We've given it beautiful architectural covers. We've decided to mitigate all the improvements by fixing all the roads. We've basically done a lot. And what you see ahead of you is a lot. There's been a lot of work in this. It's not that we left Ms. Moore out of this situation. We didn't. We have had 5 public meetings. We've heard what the community has said. And honestly, I don't think some people will ever agree that density in the center of the Centerville Village is appropriate. In fact, I think some people think no density is appropriate, or maybe we should wait. We have put together a lot of effort in this plan. I think you heard we live here, okay? So it matters to us what we do here. We've held it for 20 years. We paid the taxes. We paid double taxes and still did nothing. And we're not trying to be unreasonable here. We've put together a plan that's going to cost us millions and millions of dollars, and it's going to benefit this community. It's going to benefit the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. All those people across the street who have water, there's going to be double water coming out. We had problems with our water in Saddle Creek a couple years ago because there's not enough water flow in the system. And it's just that true. There's not enough water flow in our system. You guys did an incredible job of getting us back on track on the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. And you've continued that streak. And we're asking you to see this project as it is, as a diamond in the rough that needs a little shining, but we think this is the best possible opportunity for our community. And we think this is the way to bring our community together. If there are any more questions, I'd like to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Gazer. Questions for Mr. Gazer? Mr. Lumpkins?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Simple thing that is just kind of minor, but your picture that you showed us, the diagram that I've seen, and my recollection of driving by there, there's a right turn lane heading west on Broad. There's a right turn lane onto Capitol Park Drive.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. One thing I meant to ask you earlier, I guess we didn't really ask you any questions before the break, but what is the pricing point? What do you project, if you have projections on the pricing point of, say, your townhomes in that phase 1?
So the townhomes the pricing point is $400,000. They may go a little higher to like 500.
I think,
Scott, if I can follow up just a second, what about the apartments? What are you looking at for the apartments?
As far as
Lease,
size
rental.
or rentals?
Rental.
So the apartments, we're looking at 1 and 2 bedrooms. I think in talking to one of the interested parties, I did a whole spreadsheet on this, but basically, we're looking at one bedroom's probably at $1,500 a month, two bedrooms at like $2,100 a month. So they're not inexpensive. These would be luxury apartments, overlooking the, the golf course. Another thing is, I think it was brought up in the back. So somebody had mentioned that we were really close to residential. In the back on the flats, we are really close to residential, so we pushed the buildings back 150 feet away from the property line, and that's another one of the opportunities given to us. And in addition, the last building back there is 2-story, not 3-story. So I just want to point that out. It's in that picture right there. We have a 2-story building as the last building. We met with all the neighbors in those neighborhoods, adjoining neighborhoods, and they were concerned about the height. So we met with them and we adjusted the height for them. The other thing is we decided to bring them water. They don't have any fire suppression in the neighborhood next door. So we're going to bring water up there too, so that they have a fire hydrant. Also, we're going to bring a fire hydrant behind the fire station. So there's a lot more improvements. I think some people looked at this and said, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, but they're not the neighbors. We met with all those neighbors. They're not here. So the neighbors who live right around the property are fine with it. It's the neighbors, mostly on Mannequin Road, who aren't. And so I want to point that out. The Saddle Creek neighbors, Park at Centerville, and the people who live in the neighborhood behind the Food Lion. Doug, I forgot the name. But they support us. And we met with all of them. Any other questions?
Mr. Lumpkins.
So, if you have any, you're not the developer builder, you're developer, and you're gonna.
We're the developer. Potentially, we'll build the retail, yes, sir.
But your plan is, like, what I'm asking is, what kind of thoughts, projections do you have on what I guess some folks call absorption rate, or really more like building it out?
So the 2 apartment people I've talked to recently, in fact, I think the easiest one to discuss would be 2000 West Creek. And I heard 2000 West Creek leased up in the fastest Bristol has ever leased a project. I don't know if you heard that.
Yes, yeah, that's what they told us.
So
what
the
about
demand.
building, timing on building, okay, absorption rate, more on the townhomes.
Yes, sir.
Purchase, build out, purchase. You're not gonna build them all out, and a developer, do you think they would do specs? What I'm getting at is the impact. Nancy, I didn't understand her last name, talked about schools, and I was gonna respond to the schools, but obviously, this isn't gonna be built in 6 months, where suddenly, boom, we have this impact. So I'm trying to get a sense of what
So the
your
real
plans
timing.
project out of when we will start seeing impacts.
Let me let my engineer speak to that, please.
Brian Mitchell with Townsite Engineering. We'll be the engineer of record on this project. We do a lot of projects like this. Really, I think your question is the 39 townhomes, how quickly will the absorption of that, and will he build them spec or not? Usually what they'll do is Scott will bring in a builder, they'll have a takedown schedule. The takedown schedule will probably be, a first, bank of buildings, maybe the first 5, and then see how sales go, and then from there, it'll stagger on, probably 3 years, to build 39. I mean, if that's 10, 12 a year. The plans will show the entire 39, pad grading, all the water, sewer, infrastructure, all be ready, so it's pad ready for the builder. And really, the market's gonna drive how quickly those 39 townhomes go.
But, it's 3 years, 3 years is what you're.
Yeah, I
you would
think
say,
so. I think that's
from-
probably an appropriate, 12 a year.
From when you break ground, or when you have the pads ready?
I think probably. Yeah. Yes, I mean, the plan stage, it will have a, probably a 6-month period from the time the zoning is to where we're producing plans and getting those through an approval stage. And then, to actually do the site work, we're talking probably another 6 months. I mean, so, to actually break ground on building the buildings, I mean, you're a good year away, at least, maybe a year and a half. before any occupancy starts occurring. And then after that year and a half where occupancy starts occurring, I think we're probably, depending on how quickly sales go, I mean, I would project probably a 3-year period, but that's totally market-driven at that point.
Understood. I mean, we heard this evening a prediction that July of next year, 40% drop in the stock market. I'm sure if that happens, that'll have an impact.
Other questions?
Thank you. I guess.
So to really answer your question, it takes 6 months to do the plans, and the county's got to approve those plans. So.
I followed it, and that's,
Okay.
I got it. So, I don't know whether to have this discussion with the group, but we're getting late, and we have another case. So I'm just going to go right in, and my last question ties into the phasing problem, and you heard at the very beginning of this presentation, and you gave us a new revision to the phasing plan with change, today, this new thing, but it doesn't change the fact that there are only going to be 2 commercial buildings before you can build everything that you plan to build residential. And when we talk about our role, I don't see it as the government's role, to tell you that, you need, I'm uncomfortable at some level saying you need to do it a certain way. But the whole idea of MPUD is just that, mixed use. And we're looking at a situation where it could be 3 years townhomes and then the apartments. 5 years, we'd be looking at, we have 2 commercial buildings and nothing but residential. And we all know, when I got on this board, the then economic development director said, John, we could fill West Creek with townhomes. Everybody tells me that residential is the demand and we could build it out. We're doing MPUD, as Mr. Lyle said, a pioneering thing. But clearly, from our perspective as a board, the intent is to have mixed use. I'm just uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable telling you the order of things you need to do, or this board dictating it. But I'm uncomfortable with you coming in here with a plan to do a mixed-use plan. But the phasing doesn't really, I think, address what is a genuine concern.
I'd like to tackle a couple of questions. Short statement, but let me try and do this.
Keep the statements really short.
Very short, extremely short. As a functional matter, there's no way to predict everything that's going to happen. The county required us to do what we gave you tonight. We'd rather be able to do whatever we want in whatever order we want. But they gave us that. As a practical matter, I and my partner, is the money behind this, would like to get paid. The only way we get paid is we sell these pads to builders. If they pay us for it, they're going to build it as quickly as they can. I think this project's going to go up over time more quickly than people expect. It'll take 2 or 3 years, but I think you may see a lot of it done because it's in our economic interest to do so. Nobody wants to sit there from a landowner standpoint and not build buildings. If I could, I'd build every building there starting immediately because we want to get it done. And it's disruptive. If we tell you as a neighbor that's going to come into the townhomes, we're going to spend 5 years building the offices and the commercial buildings, you're going to say, I'm not going to buy your townhomes. So as a practical matter, this is going to solve itself in that it behooves everyone, the people who own the land, the people who buy the land to develop, and the people who are going to buy the townhomes or the stores. Nobody wants to buy a store and have the 2 buildings across the street start 2 years later, 75 feet away. So I think that will solve itself very quickly. The 2.
And I agree, but we're still looking, ultimately, at the end of the day, we're looking at what you've proffered. And you said a moment, the county is making you do these things. I hope you're not saying that about the proffers, maybe the conditions, but not the proffers.
Not the proffers, the phasing that you were talking about. They requested that, we agreed to it.
And I think if I can add, the timing question for me is MPUD, and it goes back to also to the, I heard somebody say, we don't want to see the residential from, that's not the reason we set that setback. A setback was put in place to make sure that we reserve a lot of that road frontage for business. So I think that was the only reason why we said 500 feet to residential. But related to this question, I think our concern is that 16%, which is what's being proposed to be done for retail commercial up front, will happen. That's profit that's going to happen. We'll get 39 townhomes, and then the rest will be built, and we'll never have the commercial, which is what we really kind of wanted to bring into the MPUD.
I
And that's-
understand, and
so
I'm
that's
just
my
saying
concern.
that's not functional in the real world. Because why wouldn't I want to sell the property immediately to someone to build a commercial? As soon as we see that things are built, businesses are going to want to be there. As soon as they say that we're going to start on the second phase, they're going to want to be there. They want to build businesses. They just need people to use them. So I think you've got a little backwards there in that the demand is there for the commercial. The commercial wants to see housing done so people can walk to their shops. These are going to be shops that people can use. And so I really don't think, as a practical matter, the commercial will ever be a problem. I think it'll be pushing us to build it sooner. On the schools, someone mentioned those several times. I don't think they may have quite understood what the county said in their analysis. It was very important. We don't have more drain on schools. We are building a project that's going to create millions of dollars of connection fees, millions of dollars of annual income on taxes, millions of dollars in proffers, and virtually no school usage. They estimated 12 out of the whole project. I think they're wrong. I think it's more than that, but it's a lot less than if you build homes. So this is a very good, from an infrastructure standpoint, and I know Randolph School needs help and so forth. This is not going to and cannot hurt the schools, and the county's already done that research. Fire departments, it may, but it's right there. It's pretty easy. They don't have to go far. They kind of like that. And we're putting in fire hydrants. So you don't want a fire or a problem, but if you have it, they're not going too far, not an hour and a half away. And the last thing I'd say is, and I don't mean this badly, but several people said this is your chance to get it right. And some people argued for and against. It's even bigger than that. We've gone over this with the county, which is why they've brought us here, why we went to the planning commission and got through, I think. They know we can't do this without the structure we've offered. But if we can't do it, nobody else can. So if this type of project can't be started, nothing in the Centerville district will ever get built, because other than big box, because you simply can't afford to do it without the mix that we brought together. You need it's not 19 like apparently some people have been given in different areas of West Creek, but it is 11. And that was the least we could get it to work with the numbers from the developers. But very honestly, we put a lot of money into this. We continue to be, I think, a low-cost producer in that we don't have to make every nickel of this. We all have businesses and jobs. This is partly a labor of love. And if we can't build it, nobody can. So getting it right the first time really is, I think, encompassing this project as it's given.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions for the applicant or Mr. Peterson? Thoughts? Questions?
I'll try and do this quick.
Okay, good.
I have another question for the developer, either Kevin or Scott, either one. No, either one. I'm going to follow up on the absorption rate, that townhomes may take 0 to 3 years depending. Is it theoretically possible that the apartment building could be finished before the 3-year build-out of the townhomes? Because as I understand it, you need a certificate of occupancy for 16,000 of commercial before you get the first certificate of occupancy of the townhomes. So that 16% will be done before you begin the 0 to 3 year absorption on the townhomes. And what you've told me is the West Creek 2000, it didn't take 3 years to build it and finish it. So is it theoretically possible that you end up building the apartments even before the townhomes are finished being sold with only 16% of the commercial? And where I'm going with this is, you know, if we wanted apartments only,
You know, I'd like to handle the simple question, though.
Let Brian answer first.
Okay, go ahead.
do you understand, first, do you understand the question?
I do understand the
Okay,
question.
thank you.
I think you certainly have a valid concern. What happens if the townhomes aren't fully built? You built a 16,000 square foot commercial, and then an apartment developer comes in.
Boom, done.
Where are you at? Well, I will say when the apartments get built, one thing that, just from the space planning standpoint, the earthwork, the apartment developer is going to build the remaining site work. So the commercial pads will actually get entirely built. You know, if you go over into you know, a mixed-use development like this, you'll see empty pad sites with parking in, everything ready, just waiting for the building to get built. It actually makes it a lot more marketable as well, because then, you know, an office, a tenant, you know, a doctor's office that wants to go somewhere and is looking for somewhere, they come and they see that. And so what will happen is if your scenario does come out to play, you'll actually end up getting all of the commercial pads, the remainder built out and in its entirety, which, you know, is actually building part of the commercial. It's not the buildings, though. You're correct about that. So that's totally market-driven.
Is what you're saying applicable to the flats as well, that those pads will be built out in the early stage?
When you say the flats, you're talking about in the
back,
in the
the
back?
back.
No, it's really the front, because of that, Mannequin Row is so close to the commercial, and because of the earthwork that we're going to have to do with it, staging area, that sort of thing, it'll end up building out the remainder of the front commercial piece.
Okay, well, so the answer to my question is yes, it's theoretically possible for the apartments to be completed and leased up before, even before that 3-year period is done with the townhomes, is that?
It is. It's aggressive, I would say. But, you know, certainly anything like that is theoretical. But you will get all of the commercial building pad and site work done at the same time.
Okay, and I mean, the genesis of that question is if we asked you to build all the commercial first before you built any residential, that'd be like fingernails on a blackboard, right? That doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Because we know the demand's there for the apartments, but we're just not sure that the demand's there for the commercial. So that's
right.
Why I asked the question.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it
You're
theoretically possible to let the market demand drive the apartments even faster than the commercial? And the answer is yes, is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't mean to put you on the spot there. Thank you.
Did you have another?
So you've made a proffer, you're willing to build the two commercials, D and B, which I think are called, the lofts.
Yes, sir.
And you say as a practical matter, you're going to build out the rest.
Yeah, so the real changes to the phasing plan, I think, were really to make sure we got all the roads built out front. Because I think when I looked at the phasing plan, it wasn't clear that we were going to build Plaza Drive and we were going to build all the improvements. So the phasing plan is more about development of the site. And so what my engineer has said is you really can't piecemeal this site. So we're going to have to develop it. So to develop the apartments, you got to have the pond for the water to go in. Well, to have the ponds on the side of the townhomes. So, you know, as Ken said, theoretically, could we build the apartments before the townhomes? Maybe. But the reality is, it's always been our intent to do most of the site work up front. So as Mr. Mitchell said, I think West Broad Village has an empty pad site on it. Maybe some of these others do. So the pad sites would be in place, the water, the sewer, the roads, the parking, everything, except maybe the building, would be in place because we can't come back and do that later. So we have to do it up front. So in the phasing plan, it's all the roadways and entrances. So first is safety, then it's the first residential project with 16,000 square feet of buildings, and then hopefully phase 2, it's the rest of it. But we are getting, there's a lot of people who are interested in the commercial. So we do feel like, but I want to say something. Each project here, the townhomes, the apartments, the offices, they'll all have separate PODs that have to go through the county. So it is a little bit of a question mark as to what will occur first. Yes, we know there's an apartment person who wants to buy it. Yes, there are townhome people who want to buy it. And if we start with the townhomes and do the office buildings and move into the apartments and build the rest of it together, it should all flow pretty quickly. But it's not our desire not, as Mr. Brandt said, not to build the rest of it. We've already spent 50% of it when we get into the site work.
Last thing there, again, on a practical standpoint, we need to build the townhomes. That's the first thing you've got on the first phase. And if we were building 1,000 of them, I'd be concerned about how quickly they would get filled or get built. Given the rate at which similar townhomes have been purchased, and given that our village is so much nicer and quainter and more livable than anything that's out there, I don't think the problem's going to be how quickly they can get built. I think the problem's going to be we're going to be sold out before they're built. I really think this is going to sell out very quickly on the townhomes. I think the rentals will take longer, but I would expect the townhomes to be sold before they're finished. So I don't think this is going to be that's the easiest thing to sell, because there's very few of them, and they're going to be a center part of the village.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have enough information for moving forward? Mr. Minnick, did you?
Yeah, just quickly. So, what's the, so I think kind of overarching in this discussion is kind of a little bit of what represented a bit of a false choice for me on either we approve this MPUD or we get a big box, something along that, or something along that line. But, you know, false choice indicates that you have, by logic, that you have a third choice in here. So my question is what might that third option be? And to ask that, to get into that question a little bit, what's the math that went into the apartment complex, or the apartments, versus some sort of mix of owner-occupied condominiums or something along that line, and perhaps rentals? I mean, this would be a additional option versus a, you know, kind of an all or nothing. I got to have apartments, or you get a big box. I'm just trying to explore that a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Gazer, come back up.
Did you want me to answer that?
Yeah, well,
Please.
yeah, that's,
Okay.
well, yeah, it's not rhetorical.
So, yeah, there's always the possibility to do townhomes, and we could lay it out again. But in that case, we wouldn't be able to give you all the proffers that we've given you. We've reached a point with the county and with a lot of you where I think we started at paying the proffers, and we moved up. And so whereas most people pay the proffers, we offered 5 additional things. And so I agree, we could go back, we could change the plan to townhomes and maybe make it a little less dense, but the entire plan would change. And we would have to change what we could proffer. And I would say based on that, we probably could not proffer as much as we have. We knew that, you know, other developments had come in and had offered proffers and were approved or not approved. And we figured in this case, we would offer proffers, and then we would offer over and above those proffers. So the off-site improvements we've offered are pretty substantial. But we could not offer them if we just did this all for sale. And in the beginning, there's nothing in this that says we can't sell it, and I think I've been honest with you. If we find someone who wants to buy it and sell it for sale, we'd love that. You know, for the same reasons everybody else said. We want to have people own their homes, and we want to have them be a part here, and not be, you know, whatever the word was that they are, transient. I don't know any transient people here, but that's the answer to your question is, yeah, there's, this is where we've gotten after 5 years of public meetings, and 2 years of working with the county, and maybe our next project could have more for-sale projects. But as you heard some people say, there is nowhere to lease out here, at least in the village. We don't have but 32 houses on that side of the road. It's 2020. We've owned it since 2000. So we've held it. We've paid taxes and Tuckahoe Creek Service District taxes. This is what the board said to us, and it wasn't your board, but when they put the Tuckahoe Creek Service District together, it was for opportunities for the highest and best use. Highest and best use for each of us in our properties. And this is the highest and best use. If, Mr. Minnick, you wanted to sit down and we went through this and we cut 8 homes out or 10, I don't think it would change the character that much. We just, and we're not trying to give you a position and say, take it or leave it either. We really believe, and you've heard from a lot of people, and again, we really believe that this is beneficial to those in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District.
I'd like to address the question. Scott's going a little afield. Just very simply, it's absorption. If we could find a developer who would build for sale apartments, we'd sell it to him. But there's not the absorption rate for sale apartments in Goochland, where no one believes there is. We do have developers who said they can do high-end rentals. Those rentals tend to be not short-term people. They tend to be 2, 3, 5-year rentals. They tend to be longer term. These are people who want a place to come and live. But we're reacting, and we've studied this now for years. If we could do it all with for sale product, we would. There's no demand for it. We won't have a builder. If we don't have builders, the retail won't come. If the retail won't come, the townhouses won't sell. We've gone over and over and over this now, literally for years with the county and with the supervisors, county administrator, to try and create the best balance of what can actually function. We didn't make these things up. Scott's met with dozens of developers and dozens of groups trying to figure out what they'll build. Because in the final analysis, we can all decide what we'd like, but if someone won't build it, the whole project can't succeed. This is the best we've been able to find. If we can, while we're doing phase 1, if we can get someone to buy it from us and build for sale product, we'd love that. But at this point, we haven't seen that demand.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, Mr. Minnick?
Just one other thing I wanted to clarify about. So we've got an estimate that the impact of build out on the schools is like 12 or 13.
That was the estimate. I think it's a little low personally, but it is much lower than homes. We all agree on that much.
Yeah. So okay. So then. Are we kind of looking at, but we're also kind of couching Mannequin Town as a, family style walkable, but we're not going to really have, I guess if you're only going to have 12 to 20 students, let's just say, school age children, I'm just wondering who we're kind of catering to here.
It's a great question. We're catering to the people who live here. Everybody who wants to go shopping at nice places to get your dentist or to get your hair done or to buy some fresh made French pastries. You're catering to the community who'll bring their children and come and walk through, like they do at the mall in Short, the big mall in Short Pump, which has huge amounts of people, huge amounts of kids, and all going through it all the time because there's no traffic. The difference here is we're not some huge giant mall.
Yeah.
We're a village.
I got that.
Okay. Thank you. Discussion? Thoughts? thoughts, Mr. Peters? It's been kind of quiet. Well, how about,
Go ahead.
Ms. Lascolette, wanna?
No, I mean, I have the exact same concerns that have been expressed here. I've talked to Mr. Gazer about it. The density is a problem. And I've not liked it since the first time I heard it. I do think this is a good place for this project to be, but this density is just way too much. That's just my opinion. And I know the issue on the apartments, if it could be like 50-50 or something, you know, maybe that would be more palatable. I don't know, I know magic number, but I think that's a problem. So, this is my comments.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Well, we've heard a lot of folks tonight speak in favor and a lot speak opposed, so I'm not sure how to make everybody happy here. But there is a lot to like about this. There's a lot to like. It's a good location for this. It's MPUD. It's inside the core village. Scott and the developer and the money folks, you guys are good folks. You've built a lot in Goodson. We know who you are. You live here. You work here. You play here. The traffic improvements obviously will address some of the issues to a certain extent. You're paying the full cash profit that's indicated. You're restricting it to 1 and 2 bedrooms to take some of the pressure off the schools. So there's a lot to like here, and I kind of want to get behind this. But there are some wait a minutes and some things we've heard tonight as well, the density notwithstanding. Now, I don't know what went through your minds when you pulled up the MPUD zoning and it said 6, and then you said, let's design something with 11. I don't know how you made that jump, but somehow you did, and that's what's before us is 11. Again, the setback, same thing. Pull out the zoning, it says 500. Well, let's do 300, and then there's be some more residential closer, but we'll put those on top. I don't know how that leap of faith was made, but it was, and it's before us, and I'm not going to try to get into your heads and think about what's going on inside there. There is, in the conceptual design, a desire for a variety of housing alternatives. We didn't put a minimum single-family number in there. We just left it to developers. We painted with a broad brush and said, let's have a mix. As I drive through this, all I'll see is multifamily. It's 100% multifamily. I won't know who owns it. Is it condo? Is it townhouse? Is it apartment? That's on the deed, not on the front of the building. And as I drive by, I won't know. It's all going to be multifamily. There's no single family as I understand it. There's no.
The townhomes are single family.
They're attached, right?
Yeah, but they're for sale.
Single family attached. There's multiple families living in one building. You can divide it up. Anyway, let's not get split hairs here. But as I close my eyes and think about multi-use, I mean, if we wanted apartments, we would just create a zoning for apartments. That's not it. So we wanted a variety of housing alternatives, a mixed use, some commercial, some retail, and just a good mix, a healthy mix. We didn't know that it'd be mostly rental and 100% multifamily or attached at the time, and we didn't put anything in there like that. Maybe we should have, maybe we shouldn't have, but this is what we're learning by going through this the first time. The phasing, you've heard my discussions on that. What could we end up with? A little bit of commercial and then a whole bunch of residential, and that's not really consistent with what our original thinking was. And you were in some of those original discussions as well, Mr. Gazer, and you kind of heard that from day one back then and been hearing it ever since. So the phasing does give me some pause as well. The ratio commercial to residential, no more than 50% residential. That ended up being by acreage. So if I build 1-story commercial and 3-story residential, but they're both on 1 acre, I got a lot more residential than I do commercial. But we've decided that acreage is the right way to do that as opposed to square foot, assessed value, tax revenues, some other measure that would be more of a balance between 50% residential and 50%. That's, again, on us. We didn't put it in the zoning ordinance. We did put the density and the setbacks, but we didn't go further by putting specifics on each of these things I'm mentioning, but we just had a concept in mind, and that's what we're here today to flesh that out. We've all heard the comment about not being like Short Pump, and I'll leave it to others to decide if this if these apartments look like Short Pump or not, like whether it looks like Green Gate or not. That's really subjective and not objective, and I can't weigh in yes or no necessarily on that. So, like I said, there's a whole lot to like about this development. The developers, the owners, the MPD, Core Village, TCSD, Full K. There's a lot to like here. But there are some things that give me pause. And I just wanted to share those with you as well, and the rest of the board. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lucas?
Well, I would just echo that. And Mr. Lyle said that approving this, well, I think primarily the increased density would, quote, send a signal to developers. Well, I think the flip side of this might be that developers are sending a signal to us. Now, of course, I guess every developer wants more density, I suppose, but when you look at what is going on in the country, but certainly in the Richmond area, people do want to, as Mr. Elliott said, people want to live differently than maybe a lot of us think we want to live, and I think there's a demand for it, and my biggest concern with this is the phasing. You have 8 commercial buildings, and you're only committing to do 2 of them before this is completely built out residential-wise.
Can you hold
Just,
off?
yeah,
Let us finish our discussion.
I'm talking to, we've got to get through this, and I just want to wrap up with my thoughts. I'll let the chairman run the meeting. Let me just wrap up my thoughts before I lose them here. But I appreciate Mr. Williamson's comments. But he said crowded, complicated, and blows the density away. And yeah, the density is a problem relative to what I think, the numbers started out. But when you break down Section 1 and Section 6 of the ordinance, Mr. Williamson pointed out special exceptions and how there's some shalls in there. In the sentence he read, I'll read it again. Special exceptions shall be subject to conditions deemed necessary by the board to ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses and carry out the general intent of the MPUD district. When you go back, I think the general intent, it's in the first sentence, and I think we can get there, and I think this board is certainly should be comfortable with the changes here. The setback thing, we've talked about that. I don't see that as an issue, going from 500 to 320. It just makes sense in this case. Mr. Williamson pointed out that staff pointed out that it's not compatible with surrounding architecture. And I caught that when Ms. Hunter said that as well. But in the same sentence, she said that it complies with the overlay district. And that's near and dear to me, being representative here in District 3, because I think we have the same thing coming. There's growth coming in where we're sitting right here in the courthouse area. And we have a limited, very, very, very limited overlay district. And if we want to control the look and feel, we need to, as a community, decide in these areas where we plan on having density, we need to say there's going to be a heavier hand of government controlling the look and feel if that's what we want. But for this application, they're complying with the overlay district. I'm not sure that we're in a position to start saying, well, I don't know that we can react. I think it gets to be the subjective, what's the surrounding architecture? So I think that's a bigger argument or a bigger task that we as a board have to tackle in terms of what do we want our village to look like, what do we want or Centerville to look like. And I would support a closer look at tightening down the overlay district, so maybe we can really have that feel that people tell me here in the village that they would like to see us move towards, and versus just haphazardly putting up houses. I think we've covered the effect on fire rescue, the schools. Nancy, I think it was Landry, redistricting is coming. The school board has told us they were going to be redistricting when they build Goochland Elementary. Timing may be tight. I mean, we're looking at, 2024 before the school opens. So that's depending on how fast this goes. But again, maybe the school board will be forced to redistrict a little earlier than they want. Yeah, it's just a small amount of students. We'll see. Couple of other comments to some folks. You know, I like this, the phasing just is a real challenge, and I hear as a practical matter, I shouldn't worry about it, but we're looking at an application where we could have 2 of 8 buildings and the residential, and we know, as Mr. Peterson pointed out earlier, that the demand is residential. We're hoping and counting and believing that your expectations and your projections and your years of effort and a lot of money you've spent here already is you know, has gone into what something's really well thought out, and this, you can make this work financially. But you keep telling me that you're gonna build the commercial, but we're looking at something where it won't. You can guarantee it, but you haven't done that in the proffers.
I'm willing to put it in the proffers. That's what I was trying to say. I can address this.
Come on up.
I can happily say that the other 2 buildings facing those 2 will be built and finished before we get a C of O on the rental units. If that solves your phasing, I would be happy to do that because I am 100% confident it'll happen. So we'll have all 4 of the upfront buildings completed before we get any C of O on the rental units.
Yeah, another 16,000, so it'd be 32,000 square feet. And, Ms. McGee, that's a voluntary proffer? I mean, we can look at that as we consider the final decision.
I think Ms. Hunter and I would caucus on that given what the applicant has said. But
Okay. So let me kind of give you my thoughts on this. I tend to agree. I'm very concerned about the timing, and so I think this would be more acceptable. But I think this project is a great project. I think it improves our housing options in Goochland. We have very little, and if you're on Facebook or anywhere, people are constantly looking for a place to rent. I lived in an apartment for 5 years before my wife and I were able to buy a home, and then that home was a townhome, so this would have been a good fit for us because we could have just moved down the street. Eventually, we were able to afford a single-family home, and we did that. I think now we're almost ready to go backwards and go back to the townhome and then maybe the apartment. But some of the things that I heard, I think this is creating a village. We call these villages in Goochland, but they're not really a village. Sometimes it's like Sandy Hook it's a country store. There's no village around it. And Centerville is sort of the same way. You pass through it, there's a Food Lion, there's a restaurant or 2, a couple of fast food places, and you go past it and the village is over. I think this kind of enhances the village. The density, the architecture, the reason we made this a CUP zoning was so that we could argue all these things, and these folks here with the big guts could make the final decision. We probably could have, we discussed, I remember being in the room as we discussed density and comparing to other localities, the density of our density for MPUD was much lower than anybody around us. But we thought, well, you know what, we can always adjust it via the CUP process. Fire and rescue, we've been working really hard to make sure that we have them fully staffed. We have a 25-year plan that increases the number of ambulances, fire engines, and even stations. I'm not really sure that I know the total number of parking spaces, but my guess is it would be probably about the same as if we had a big box store, and they would be more occupied probably in the box store. I'm not seeing, and I heard something about low occupancy rates, The West Creek 2,000 apartments got to 100 units rented earlier than any of their other apartment buildings in the entire nation. And they are very close to being full. Now, I don't know, maybe they filled up all the needs. Our 25-year plans includes schools and fire, as I just mentioned. So a lot of times people see this and say, you haven't planned for this. We've planned for this. We've planned for another 3,000 lots that have been approved in the county. So 260 is not a whole lot, but it's a little scary because it's only one location. They exceed the open space requirements. And I know we think, well, 12 students is not a whole lot for 263 units, but that's about what we have in the West Creek Notch apartments. They're 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, so there not many families move in. When my family moved in, all came from Cuba. I think we had 12 people in a 2-bedroom house, but that's not going to happen here, more likely. Not at $2,000 an apartment. Yeah. So anyway, those are my comments. I do have concerns about the timing. I would love to see it more detailed and see the retail going, because again, when we did MPUD, our goal was to protect some of we don't have that much, 300 acres of business in the area, 260 acres, somewhere around there, of business zoned properties. So we wanted to make sure that we protected so that we can have the businesses that we need, because they will pay for fire and rescue and for everything else. There was one comment made, and it was in the package that we got. It talked about the solution had not been achieved yet for the road behind the fire station, but I think we heard tonight that that's kind of a done deal. So those are my comments. I don't have a lot more to say on this. I think I like it. We've been arguing over this for probably 7 of the years I've been on the board, but we haven't seen it completed. And I think it looks very good. I would prefer to have more condos or townhomes, but I understand the market, and I'm not going to force. It's not my job to do that, but anyway, that's where I am.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lascolette.
I would like to add one thing. When Ms. Hunter was originally presenting the case, the board packet is showing county staff comments and concerns, and there were 12 of them.
Mhm.
And I asked Ms. Hunter, had those been addressed, and I believe her answer was no. So there are still 12 outstanding concerns of the staff and of myself that have not been addressed on this case. So I still think there are a lot of things still need to be done, frankly. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can, again, we've been at this way too long, but, I mean, I don't think there's anyone that's, well, we've all been interested in MPUD, been very interested in MPUD for a long time. I mean, everybody has watched what's gone on in Short Pump. We were I think that was the principal reason we sat down and pounded through an MPUD zoning, because we had in mind that we were looking for something certainly in Centerville, and that was probably going to be the first place one was going to land. Again, everybody, I think, has adequately covered pretty much all the talking points. I'm going back to a comment that Joanne Yance made a little while ago about, what is it that we want that's kind of difficult to answer in one, in a sentence or two. What I can say is that a lot of what I see in this proposal. Again, I have the common, uniform concerns here about the phasing, the commercial implementation piece of this, the mix, the density, the lack of perhaps a look at a third or fourth or fifth option in residential modalities in that location. And so for a lot of reasons, I can see this plan as being executable. I think it can indeed get better, and I do think we need to get the answers to staff concerns that haven't yet been completely addressed. And so as much as I don't want to do this, I would recommend a motion to defer this, to work through these last, what I think, very significant items. And I think the board was adamant in its discussions years ago that we didn't want, if we wanted to build more residences in Centerville, as Mr. Peterson mentioned, we would have just said, just convert it to, residential, R1, or just put apartments in there. What, doesn't make any difference. We'll just put residential in there. And the potential fear of that coming true, even though we've established an MPUD, is at least a 50-50 chance here, because we're not going to see the commercial element, which is really the ultimate, really the largest element that we're seeking in this development. So, Mr. Chair, there's my motion to defer.
So we have a motion to defer.
I'll second.
And we have a second.
Rather defer it than,
If the movement and second could specify a date, typically our motions are to a specific date.
Yes, I would amend my motion.
so.
To what date? We have, I believe our November meeting. Our November meeting
No, this
is,
needs to be on, I'm still here through December.
yeah, at our November
my
meeting.
job.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to defer it beyond our time.
No.
No.
We need to own this one up.
No, try
We
December.
own it, we
I think December would be, in November, we have the zoning rewrite, and that's going to be, the presentation alone is long. So I would hate to have everybody here again
I think
for,
it's 2 months to try and work out.
what's that?
2 months to try and work out.
Right, I think 2 months, and we can have
December?
more, so December?
Is it the same board in 60 days?
Yes. You have to deal with us.
Is
You have
that
to come back
deferral
and do it
on?
again. December, I would amend my motion to make
Okay.
it December 3rd.
Okay, so
Deferral.
we have a motion to make it December 3rd, and we have a second.
And just a point of order, Mr. Chairman, are we deferring both the rezoning and the CUP?
Yes,
Yes, both. I
Just
think it
to be
makes sense.
clear.
yes.
I think it makes sense to do both. And then, so,
Mr. Chairman, before you call for a vote, may I ask one discussion point? Is it easy to get on the screen the items that you say are still open? Did you have a slide that had remaining
Page
concerns?
333.
Page 333?
Yep. And a couple of them don't seem to be that big of a deal, but
Mr. Chairman,
Well, it's just how I vote. Well, it's just going to make me,
Mr. Budesky?
can we do this? Yeah.
Yeah, if we can identify some of the items, because I think we owe it to the developer to kind of understand what it is that we're asking.
I think all 12 of them.
well,
So,
that's why I'm asking. I
Right.
heard the motion to defer was largely driven by these remaining staff
No,
concerns.
no, not entirely, no.
Not exclusively,
No,
okay.
no, it has to do with density and apartments and everything.
And that is not the comprehensive list of the 12 that are in the staff report.
Yeah, I don't think we can go through.
What page is are the items on the staff report?
333.
333.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask?
Yes.
And I don't want to, I want the board to make the motion that you want to feel comfortable with. But if you're asking for us to go back and work with the developer, I think we do need, certainly there's some staff outline concerns. But the takeaways that I'm sensing are certainly the density concerns, the housing type concerns,
Phasing.
the phasing concerns. While they're referenced in the staff comments, these sort of outweigh even some of the staff comments that were listed here. And so as we go back and discuss with the developer, we want to make sure that the case we're bringing back tends to address at least some of the raised concerns here this evening. The developer always has the prerogative to agree to make changes or not agree to make changes. But when we bring something back to you, we want to at least be able to outline the fundamental differences from this evening. And so I hope, my question really is, did I capture in my summary there the fundamental concerns of the board so we can go back and work?
Yes.
Yes.
If you're
I
asking
think
me,
you did.
yes, but
Yes.
I'm not going to speak for them.
Okay. So, any additional discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, so Mr. Wodeski, would you do a roll call vote on the deferral?
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette,
Yes.
Mr. Minnick,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for hanging with us. We're going to take a quick break so that the other folks can come in. Hey, let's get back together. Finish this thing.
Good morning.
Ms. Hunter, can you didn't have to do that.
This next public hearing is a conditional use permit application, CU 2019-0015, filed by Event Makers USA to operate a concert venue on a portion of a property. The full property is 227 acres, and the concert venue without the parking would be utilizing about 5.74 acres. Property is located in the West Creek Business Park on the eastern part of the county. The designated land use plan is for prime economic development. The surrounding properties are also in West Creek with that same designation. And you can see that we do have some residential, the yellow and orange zoning nearby this site just to the south. The property is zoned M1, just like the entire West Creek Parkway. You can see the residential zoning there, and there's some also agricultural zoning in the area as well. This is the aerial of the map. You can see this is property is currently used as the striker fields. So this is West Creek Parkway and 288. You see the 4 parking lots that were constructed originally with the Motorola, proposed Motorola project. And then Markel used, not Markel, the strikers used the fields here. The proposed concert venue would be located between the existing parking lots and the existing fields. You have Farm Bureau directly across the street and the apartments just to the north. So what they're proposing is to operate a concert venue currently known as Innsbrook After Hours, based on its location in Innsbrook Industrial Park in Henrico County. They do a concert series where they offer rock, country, contemporary, reggae, and hip-hop music. The maximum paid attendance for their events is 8,500 people. What they're proposing, and this is a change that they made to their
to their application, since it went to the Planning Commission, would be to have 4 concerts only in the 2020 season, which is next year. And then they're proposing for the remaining years of the permit that they could have up to 15 concerts, and those would take place between May and October. The applicant has also made a modification to limit the shows on to the weekends, Saturday and Sunday only. That addresses numerous staff concerns regarding traffic. We do know that several intersections in the West Creek area fail during the PM peak hour, and an afternoon weekday concert would have exacerbated that problem. The applicant did ask, is through their request for some permission to have Friday shows with the county administrator's approval. Staff is not supporting that based on the traffic concerns in West Creek. They would allow the gates to open as early as 3 p.m. The sound curfew would be to end at 10 p.m. No tailgating is permitted, and inside the venue they do have food and beverage and hospitality. So this is how the layout, the stage would be back here. Just to orient you again, those 4 parking lots are just off the screen to the north. West Creek Parkway generally is to the east. Farm Bureau is generally directly across from here, and then this is the existing soccer fields. The stage area is located here. This is the sound mixing board, concert seating, and then back here is the food and beverage tents. For the concert series in Henrico, this is how their attendance played out over the last 3 years. So their average attendance was 3,925 people. 1 to 2 shows per year typically exceed 7,000. 5 or 6 shows per year reached over 5,000 attendees, and then the remainder events were under 4,500 people. So I'm going to run through some primary area of concerns that staff has identified, and then I'm going to include in that is what the applicant's proposal is and if there's any remaining concerns by staff. Those areas of concern include security, law enforcement, life safety, noise, traffic, and parking. So we'll go over security first. So the applicant does utilize RMC of Richmond for their security for all events. They're a licensed and bonded security company. They also provide security for the Virginia State Fair, the RIR Raceway, and other major events in Central Virginia. So they do many security at many events in the area. The number of the staff would vary depending on the anticipated number of attendees per show. However, it's a core group of about 25 to 30 security personnel. So what the security personnel do is they are not allowed to make arrests or manage traffic, which in the public right-of-way. What they do is they would alert law enforcement if a crime is detected or a disturbance is determined to be too dangerous for them to deal with. Their services include radio communication and supervision for the concert venue. So they really function more as parking lot management, bag checking, those type of things. There's also a need for law enforcement at these type of events. What the law enforcement would do is they would be responsible for directing the traffic in the public right-of-way. If there was something that the security, a disturbance or an issue or a crime, they would the security would alert law enforcement. Law enforcement would have to address that. And the applicant indicated that typically for traffic control and safety management is about 6 or 14 officers would likely be needed on site. So the applicant's proposal is to contract with law enforcement personnel from the Virginia State Police and other law enforcement entities as needed. They have indicated they would reach out first to Goochland personnel to see if they'd be interested in filling those off-duty roles. And when they could not fill those roles with Goochland staff, they would use the Virginia State Police. And then they also have indicated that they would hire a head of security, and that person would determine the number of personnel needed and placement of law enforcement for traffic control and to address public safety concerns. We did provide this information to the sheriff's office. The sheriff did identify a number of concerns. Some of his concerns was that the proposal, as it's written, would eliminate the sheriff from the planning and decision-making regarding the events. Any problems that arise from the venue will fall to the sheriff to manage. However, the local oversight is cut out. Right now, they do have a very difficult time honoring off-duty and extra-duty assignments, so they don't believe that they could provide adequate staffing, and events requests for off-duty assignments need to be made far in advance. Sheriff also indicated that they were concerned with hiring other officers from other jurisdictions or the states. Since the Planning Commission meeting, we did get feedback from Henrico County Administration that they will not be authorizing off-duty public safety personnel to work at the event makers, and since then the applicant did modify that to the state police. The sheriff also had concerns with traffic and noise. Moving on to life safety, which includes fire and EMS. The applicant's proposal is to provide and pay for medical services. They offer to have EMS services based on the following matrix. So that lists based on the size of the crowd that's expected, how many units, EMTs, ambulances would be on site. BLS is a basic life support, EMT is an emergency medical technician, and ALS is an advanced life support. One area that the fire chief has identified as a concern is the smaller events, but I'll go into that again in the next slide, but the applicant's proposal also included having a certified and state accredited fire official to be present on site. Fire marshal or fire official is needed to inspect all of the food operations, as well as if there's any pyrotechnics, and then also making sure fire lanes stay clear so that people can move in and out safely. In response, the fire chief has provided comments that fire rescue is not in a position to routinely provide EMS on-site support. There was concern that there is no ALS units, which is advanced life support units, for events under 4,500 people. This could impact how the county manages recurring events and existing 911 call volumes. Private EMS vendors may be utilized with proper permitting. However, it's unclear if those people would transport to the hospital, and then if they leave to transport, then is the event left uncovered. Fire marshal is required to be on site. The county does have that only a one part-time fire marshal, and the fire chief is a little uncomfortable with having a non-Goochland County fire marshal overseeing fire prevention at these events. So now we'll cover noise. For the conditions that address noise is the limit on the number of concerts. That would be 4 in 2020 and 15 for the remaining permits, years of the permit. The concerts would be only on Saturday and Sunday, and the sound curfew would be 10 o'clock. The event makers' operations agreements state that sound checks cannot start until 2 p.m., and they have a dB rating at what can occur at the maximum dB at the front of the stage, as well as the property line. So at the property line, the dB cannot be higher than 65. Just to give you some perspective of what that means is normal conversation is about 60 dB, and very loud or noisy traffic is about 85 dB. So they have to keep that dB rating at 65 at the property lines. Event makers did sponsor a sound test at the proposed venue on July 9th from 2 to 4. They did they mounted speakers and played different genres of music for every half hour. And the volume was measured, the dB volumes were measured 100 feet from the source, which is where the soundboard would be during the concert, and then also at the property lines to see what those dB ratings were and whether they could meet that 65 dB. At the property lines, at all of those locations, Federal Reserve, Broad Branch, Farm Bureau, and Hardywood, they did fall below that 65 dB. While that test was going on, we had staff go out and volunteered and went out to 10 different locations. We'll tell you this was not designed to be a scientific sound test. This was for informational purposes for staff to see how far the sound would travel and to see where it would be heard. So we didn't do any very scientific analysis. We didn't look at the impacts on the environment or anything like that. But the volunteers, we did do a 1 mile radius. Whoops. So this is a 1 mile radius around the event. So the the volunteers that were located at Rochelle Road, which is here, and where we do anticipate future residential in that area, they did describe the sound as loud and annoying. The people that were the representatives that were at the apartment complex, which is just to the north, they described the noise as being plainly audible. We did have 2 people set up in Henrico County, one at Old Coach Lane and one at Lockwood Drive. Both of them had identified it as they was audible also in those locations. Sweetback Lane, which is over here, it was barely audible. And Monacan and Pagebrook, they heard it once or twice, but it was generally not audible. And then Rivergate, West Creek, and Creekmore, it was you could not hear it. So it seemed like once you got on the other side of 288 or south of Patterson Avenue, it wasn't audible at all. But any of these other locations, it was audible. So in summary, they did meet the dB controls. However, the sound was audible within a mile radius. Henrico County Administration has notified the county of concerns with the orientation of the speakers and the sound impacts on Henrico County residents. The speakers are oriented to the east, which is towards Tuckahoe Creek and towards Henrico County. Goochland County staff has also received numerous emails and phone calls from both Goochland and Henrico residents who are opposed to the application, with the primary concern being noise. I have a lot of information on traffic, but because the applicant has revised their application, I'm not going to go through that because the base of the concern was for the weekday traffic. So now that they are not proposing any weekday shows, I don't think that's pertinent anymore, so I'm going to skip through that. We did have a community meeting on July 9th. There was about 40 attendees. So there was concerns identified about how the orientation of the speakers. Wanted to know if other sites were considered, concerned with traffic, questions about number of security personnel, property values, things like that. So there was some concerns, but there was also some support at that community meeting. At the Planning Commission meeting, this was recommended for denial with a 5-0 vote, not vote. There was 19 citizens who spoke in opposition. The concerns ranged from noise, traffic, security, environmental impacts, property values, parking, trash cleanup, and public safety. There was one individual who's represented the West Creek Apartments, the Bristol Apartments, who spoke in support and felt like their residents, most of the residents were in favor of the request. So I'm going to run through the conditions. Condition number 1 is that the use would be established as a concert venue. Number 2 is the conceptual plan. Number 3 is that the applicant would need to get a special event permit on an annual basis. The special event permit will look at not only all the things that were considered as the CUP, but it also looks at sanitation, trash pickup, a lot of the more detailed things. Requiring that annual special event permit would allow the county to look at it and make changes each year as we learn lessons if things go well or don't go well. A POD would be required. The limit on the CUP activities, 2020 would be limited to 4 CUP activities a year and no more than 15 CUP activities for the remaining years on the permit. The months of operation would be May through October. Again, these events could only occur on weekends, Saturday and Sunday. There is a note there that the applicant did request Friday, but that's not being supported by staff. They would not be able to occur the same days as field days of the past because that already stretches the county to meet a lot of the needs and could not handle 2 major events of that caliber. The hours of events would be 3 to 11 with sound ceasing at 10 p.m. The limit of attendees would be 8,500. The applicant would provide 2,125 parking spaces. Those would be the 4 parking areas at the Markel site. Access road, internal access to parking areas and facilities shall be constructed and maintained in a manner satisfactory to the Goochland Fire and the Community Development Department. No parking can occur on Wilkes Ridge Parkway or any state-maintained roads. A lighting plan must be submitted. They would need to meet all ABC requirements. No fireworks would be allowed. They would provide to the county an annual notice of their schedule of events. This is a 5-year permit till 2021. No, 2-year permit to 2021. I have to check that in the staff report to see if that matches up. That might not be correct. Tara, if you could check that for me. And our standard transfer or lease condition. Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Hunter this morning?
Just one real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lascolette?
So under the conditions, item number 3, the special event permit, until a special, so every single event has to have a special event permit?
No, they would get an annual one, so there would be one permit that would cover every event for that year. But each year they would need to get a new one.
Okay, so an individual event or an annual, so they could do either one?
Yeah, they could do either one, but
You'd think they would do
I
annual?
would think they would do the annual, yeah.
Thank you,
We would want them to do the annual, but yeah.
thank you.
And it may be for their large events, they may do one for their smaller, events that are 4,500, and then a separate one for the events that are 8,500 max.
Other questions for Ms. Hunter?
2-year?
Real quick,
Mr. Peterson?
item 11, on the CUP conditions, parking, it says 2,000 spots. They could have up to 8,500 people. They think they'll squeeze into 2,000 cars?
The parking has always been a concern. The applicant has indicated that about 30% of their attendees use ride-sharing options. They are also looking at leasing parking spaces in the west end of Henrico and doing shuttles. But we have spent a lot of time talking about parking and concerns with that.
They all know not to park on Wilkes Parkway.
That's what condition, yep. That's why we need that fire marshal out there.
Understand, thank you.
Other questions?
Ms. Hunter, I checked both the conditions in the staff report and the resolution. They do both have 2021.
Okay, so this is a 2-year permit as a trial.
Okay, sounds like we don't have any more questions for you. Would the applicant like to come up and present?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Larry Krieger, 12331 Dewhurst Avenue, and that's in Enrico, Virginia. I have a newfound respect for all of you after sitting here and watching. I do want to make sure, I do want to state that we are looking at 4 concerts in the year 2020 and up to no more than 15 concerts in 2021. There were some people here earlier who thought that for some reason we were going to do 4 concerts every week, because that's what they were told. So that's not the case. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about the most important entertainment venue in Virginia. I can only hope that you see the After Hours Concert Series is not just a business opportunity, a fundraising opportunity, an economic development opportunity, but also a place where individuals of all ages, gender, race, and socioeconomic status can come and enjoy an outdoor environment with great national acts and wonderful hospitality, where friends and neighbors, business associates and clients, and parents and children can sing and dance and socialize, where a grandfather and his 10-year-old granddaughter can sing Beach Boys tunes together. This experience is not available anywhere else in Central Virginia. We are aware of those who consider music to be nothing but noise and an aggravation. I have personally been designing event sites for over 30 years, from the U.S. Open National Tennis Center to PGA Tour golf sites, from Boston Pop's concert venues to the Atlanta Olympics. In all that time, I'm not sure I've ever seen a better suited and located site for an event, especially for concerts, than the one that's in question here in Goochland County in West Creek. To those people in Enrico, well over a half mile away, I would say, the concert series has been located in virtually the same location for 35 years in Enrico County. The surrounding 2.5 miles area is home to well over 100,000 people. The population density is about 2,500 per square mile. The residents come from all walks of life and backgrounds. The general area consists of numerous lakes and creeks and forests, dozens of parks and recreational areas, as well as single-family homes, apartments, townhomes, and businesses. The concert series operates from 22 to 30 shows annually. The foundation and other fundraising groups promote at least 30 more events per year, most with music. Ladies and gentlemen, we in the Henrico Police field on an average of 3 to 4 sound complaints per year, with many of those coming from the same individuals. To date, we have heard of absolutely no adverse effects on the ecosystem of the lakes, creeks, and forests, no stillbirths, and no six-legged frogs. Speaking with people who live in Henrico County within a half mile and up to 1.5 miles of the current concert venue, their only complaint is the difficulty with traffic on Knuckles Road, created by one road in and one road out, a problem that will not exist in Goochland. Sound is never an issue. To that point, I'd like to state that in an extensive report by Temple University, it shows that decibel levels of a diesel truck traveling at 40 miles per hour are 80 dBs, and a passenger car traveling at 65 miles per hour is 77 dBs. That stated in 2020, the collective noise generated by these vehicles on 288 will far exceed any concert dB level the residents will experience on any given workday in 2020, 250 workdays in total. all compared to up to 15 concerts over that same time period. The concert series additionally agrees to keep the levels of sound at the property level line at no greater than 65 dB. 65 dB is under the 70 dB noise source rating chart as described by Temple University as less than a passenger car at 65 miles per hour, living room music, radio or TV audio, vacuum cleaner. And I quote that. The chart comments, note that this sound level of noise is an arbitrary base comparison. Upper 70s are annoyingly loud to some people. The next level of comparison is 80 dBs, where the comment notes 2 times as loud as 70 dBs, possible damage in 8 hours of exposure. I would suggest that those individuals who are making assumptions about the effect that this concert venue would have on them and their community are part of that small group who arbitrarily believe that this will have an impact on them. Again, for up to 15 concerts a year. If in fact it is annoying, I would have to ask them simply if the sounds from 288 are annoying, if the delivery truck driving down their street is annoying, and if the neighbor's radio or record player is annoying. Businesses and hotels within 1.5 miles of the current location in Recco benefit noticeably from concerts on weekends and weekdays. New businesses are attracted to the Short Pump area due to its diversity, inclusive of schools and entertainment. I believe that Mr. Gunst would attribute at least a good share of the rapid growth in the area to his vision of providing the entertainment factor to an area where people live and work. We believe that objections and comments by an Recco County Board of Supervisors was entirely politically motivated and designed to keep economic development in Recco and out of Goochland County. In the end, the After Hours Concert Series will only operate with the blessing of the county administration, adhering to all rules, regulations, and governmental directives. The CUP represents the vehicle to get us to the point where any and all concerns from the county are completely addressed to their satisfaction. I'd like to also emphasize that the festival permit, as was stated, is an annual operation. In order to operate the concert series, we have to get a festival permit each year. So after the first year, if we have 4 concerts and there are things that have to be addressed, then those would be addressed in the coming years. We certainly look at being here for many years to come, more than the 2 for the Cup. But we feel like this is a good way to begin the process and allow Goochland County to determine its benefits and its detriments. Don't forget also that there is a potential tax revenue that can be created by the Board of Supervisors, if so desired, in the way of a ticketing tax that we now pay other communities around the state. So I would be more than happy to answer any questions I can at this point. And again, thank you very much for having me here.
Questions for Mr. Krieger? I do have one, Mr. Krieger.
Sure.
I saw a blurb on Channel 6 website. It was there, then it disappeared, then it came back at some point, that this was not replacing the Henrico location, that this was an addition. Can you clarify?
The best way to clarify that is that the Innsbruck name cannot leave Innsbruck. The concert series is what we operate. So the concert series will go where we decide to take it.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, so at this time, I think we have quite a few people that might want to speak, so I'm going to read the rules again for if you want to share minutes with anyone. You can, up to 4 people can donate minutes to a speaker, up to 10 minutes total for that speaker, and they must come up and state their name and address and for the record. And we had some reserved seating signs up here, but they're gone, but I don't know that we need them. But if everybody can start lining up so that we can move it along a little quicker, that would be great. And again, keep your comments to about 3 minutes. And
Are they saying 2 other people and me equals 10 minutes?
3 people,
And me
yes.
equals 10 minutes?
Yes, sir. Is that what you want?
I'm counting minutes here.
All right, so here are 3 people that are going to get their minutes. So
Okay. If they'll come up and state their name.
Hey, I'm Kathleen Brown, 2306 Briar Grove Court. That's Richmond, 23238, Henrico County, and I'm giving my minutes to Larkin Brown.
Thank you.
Susan Scott, 2307 Briar Grove Court, Henrico, Virginia, 23238, and I'm giving my minutes to Larkin Brown.
Hi, Maggie Norman, 2216 Lashley Lane, 23238 in Henrico, and I'm giving my minutes to Larkin.
Thank you.
No, we've got enough. Thank you. And I'm Larkin Brown. And I live at 2306 Briar Grove Court, Richmond, Virginia. I have submitted a copy of my remarks. The statistics and quotes come from the 2 documents from Goochland County, the Community Development Report and the Planning Committee Report, so that's where I got them, and I want you to have them so you'll know that I'm not making these things up when you hear them. The proposed West Street concert site is zoned prime economic development. The applicant states that the concert series will produce additional revenue for the county. However, the Department of Community Development report, page 13, states that the series would provide little net gain and little property improvement for the county, and instead would cause numerous indirect costs to the county with public safety personnel expenses. The applicant states that the series will create an extremely family-friendly community environment in Goochland County. The current Innsbrook after-hours concerts are not particularly family-friendly. They're exactly what you expect. They're a boisterous, drinking, loud, adult rock concert venue. The Planning Committee transcript of the meeting dated September the 5th has Mr. Krieger stating on the record that Innsbrook is currently uncomfortable with the way the concert series are being managed and produced. Why is this? Has anyone pulled the Henrico County Police reports for past Innsbrook hour incidences? How will Goochland's version be better? Additionally, they would like to expand further use of the site for additional special events. This means more events, more people, more county personnel, more traffic, more noise. The county sheriff does not support the project due to the small number of Goochland County Sheriff's personnel, which he states will be stretched thin, and this in turn will create a negative impact on 911 calls from county residents. Page 9. It is difficult to believe a newly elected sheriff would come to an exact opposite conclusion concerning this issue, since the decision to support the concerts would still be based on the same personnel shortages. A Goochland Planning Commissioner stated that the Virginia State Police would not be able to participate as they are under the jurisdiction of the state. Therefore, where will the security force come from, and what Goochland County official will be designated to take the full responsibility for any health emergencies, accidents, or acts of violence that occur during the concert using non-county personnel? As of now, the applicant states the problems that arise will fall to the county sheriff to manage. There's going to be a 6-foot-high fence that will completely enclose 8,500 people. This type of enclosure creates a problematic concern as it pertains to fights or shooting incidences. Alcohol will be served approximately 3 o'clock during the events and up until 10 o'clock when the people will be sent home driving on the roads. The applicant will need use of a bomb-sniffing dog to help secure not only the site, but known threats against the artist. Applicant states that a retired law officer will be the head of security, and the number of armed police will be determined, I'm not making this up, by the applicant based on the expected crowd turnout and weather predictions. That's page 6. The county fire, rescue, EMS personnel have stated that they cannot provide the on-site support as required by the county for events serving alcohol. The events would also require the county's only part-time fire marshal to be on the site at all events. Goochland's Fire Department does not agree with the event maker's staffing numbers, and more county personnel will be needed, which the county cannot supply. VDOT has cited a number of concerns, they said, with the conclusions that event makers reached as it pertains to their traffic impact analysis. VDOT stated that the analysis is based on incorrect data and that the study requires 4 road improvement projects, including installation of traffic lights, the creation of turn lanes to achieve the traffic control specifications as cited in the applicant's report. Further, VDOT stated it does not agree with the applicant's recommendations and that no analysis has been provided to VDOT that demonstrates actual certifiable results to support the conclusions of their traffic control specifications and outcomes. The current proposed site has parking, I was told, for 2,284 vehicles. If the maximum capacity is 8,500 people and 2.5 people in a car, there's a need for 3,400 parking spaces. The site is now 1,116 spaces short. The idea that West Creek businesses would volunteer their lots for concert parking is ill-advised and probably will not be allowed by their insurance providers due to the risk associated with vandalism, theft, and other crimes. Farm Bureau has denied the concert use of their parking lots, and the applicant has no contractual understandings with any other private lots. There's also a no parking ordinance for the shoulder parking on West Creek and state roads. Again, where would the 1,100 cars be parked? Uber could not possibly transport the need of 2,500 attendees to the park site. The parking is currently under contractual use with Capital One, Richmond Strikers, Hardywood Brewery, and the golf tournament. Applicant has no plans in place right now for parking, events, conflicts, or a location for overflow parking. A sound test was held Tuesday, July the 9th at 2 o'clock. This was a work day when few of the surrounding county residents were at home. This test should have been conducted on concert dates and times like Saturday and Sunday between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. And if they had conducted the test at these times, citizens with complaints would fill this building. They'd be standing out in the parking lot. A 1-mile test radius means that the test speakers were a half a mile west of the Henrico County line, which is Tuckahoe Creek. The blue box that we have here, this is the blue box, and then this is where our houses start. So this is West Creek. This is where our houses, look at this. Look. There are almost 1,000 homes. This thing comes on from a knoll, comes down a hill a couple of 300 yards, crosses a creek, and then comes in, according to the people blogging online, about a mile inside the line it was heard. At that distance, it vibrated home windows in both Goochland and Henrico. It sounded like heavy roadwork machinery was operating in the back of Tuckahoe Creek. People literally came out of their houses during this test, and they went to the woods to see what was going on. It was only then that we learned about the project. There was no written notice from events makers, Goochland County, or adjacent homes. The sound was tremendous to the community of Tuckahoe Village West with 1,000 homes because it's directly in line with the sound projections from the test speakers. The sound was also clearly heard by the Goochland County personnel that were present. They commented that it ranged from loud and clear to muffled, but all the locations in the front of the stage heard the sound. The residents later reported they heard the sounds almost 1 mile into Henrico County. Farm Bureau employees reported that the sound inside the building was very loud. The idea that the county citizens would be forced to hear the concert noises on Saturday and Sunday, May into October, is unacceptable, unconscionable, and in direct conflict with Henrico County's noise ordinance. If Henrico County noise ordinance does not allow sound nuisances, why should Goochland County entities be allowed to generate a sound nuisance noise projected into Henrico County, breaking Henrico County's noise ordinance? Residents already have to regularly plead with Hardywood Brewery to turn down their sound systems, and their sound is only generated by a single amplifier that's about the size of a laundry basket. Can you imagine sound produced by a wall of speakers almost 20 feet high on a hill overlooking Goochland and Henrico neighborhoods? Obviously, there's a need for more detailed environmental noise assessments to fully understand the impact that the sound will have on county citizens and wetland environments. Comparing current Innsbrook after-hour sites to proposed Goochland sites is like apples to oranges. Innsbrook buyers receive a property disclosure notice before they purchase or rent property as required by the state. Also, the Innsbrook community has multiple large commercial buildings that absorb and contain the sound, and the site is bordered on one side by I-295. However, new and future Goochland subdivisions that have increased the county's tax base and will, they'll be negatively impacted by the West Creek Amphitheater. People locate to live in Goochland because of its rural character. In fact, the Creekmore Park Homeowners Association sent a letter to the county's Planning Commission stating the need to minimize the impact of development on existing neighborhoods, to protect residential areas from incompatible use, and to preserve the unique rural character of Goochland County. This was paramount in the quality of the life of that subdivision. You have also recently approved River Run Manor. The venue includes the following provision, paragraph 12, amplified sounds. Is that 9 minutes?
You got
No.
another minute.
I think you have a minute.
3.
That's
I'm
8
doing
minutes.
good. Subwoofers are prohibited. Subwoofers are prohibited. Outdoor sound are permitted 6 times a year, 4 hours each time, and all sound devices must be pointed west towards the river, specifically directed away from all adjoining residential Goochland properties. If this is the standard for the Goochland residential property owners, it is only fair it also apply to the neighborhood of Henrico County residential property owners. According to the CUP provided by Event Makers USA, their goal is to provide development that develops the welfare of the community and preserves its rural character. But the fact is the project does not generate revenue, it does not create site improvements, it does not increase the quality of life, and it does not preserve Goochland County's rural character. We are on the record. The sheriff does not support the application. The fire marshal does not support it. Goochland EMS does not support it. VDOT does not support it. Goochland County Planning Commission unanimously voted against the approval of the application. Is that 9 minutes?
You can finish.
The simple fact is event makers have not met the concerns of the Goochland County VDOT because they cannot remedy those overwhelming concerns. The reason they cannot remedy the concerns is because the location is not appropriate to the use. And I think a better idea, but this is me, I worked for Henrico County Rec and Parks for 13 years, would be to take, Henrico County understands that Tuckahoe Creek wetlands are attraction. They enjoy peace and quiet in the rural environment. Henrico County has made public access available to Tuckahoe Creek on their side by the creation of a park with a 650-foot pier system. It's a remarkable thing. The county has approved an additional 650-foot extension terminating right to the Goochland County line. I think it would be better if you considered using the West Creek Site Park to work with the Markrell organization to designate a portion of that land to create a West Creek Park site with access to the nearby wetlands. They create your own pier system that would interface with the existing Henrico County system. Future development plans for the West Creek properties would only be enhanced by including a park for the recreational enjoyment of businesses, staffs, and residents now located in the area. Goochland County residents currently enjoy Henrico County's Deep Run Park, and I'm sure Goochland County residents would greatly appreciate the convenience of a West Creek Park location. In closing, Goochland and Henrico counties will always be neighbors, and good neighbors work together for the betterment of their communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, or I'm sorry, good morning. I'm Pat O'Bannon. I am the Tuckahoe representative on the Henrico County Board of Supervisors. I have one comment that I really want to make. I attended the September 5th, 2019 meeting of the Goochland Planning Commission, and at that meeting, before that meeting, I had a meeting. I met with the county manager and the chief of police in Henrico and learned that Henrico would not participate with this particular, the event makers in the Innsbruck Act, the event makers, excuse me, with the amphitheater in Goochland. So when I attended the Planning Commission meeting on September 5th, and Mr. Krieger stood up and said that Henrico County was on board with this, the manager was all for it, the chief of police said that the police would be there, and what he was apparently referring to was at Innsbruck, and when you are in Henrico, you get police to come if there's a problem. But I at that time texted the manager. He was very adamant that Henrico would not be coming into Goochland. I emailed, and you have internet here. I emailed the chief of police, and he emailed me back and said the chief of police had not spoken to Mr. Krieger, and the manager also said they had not spoken with Mr. Krieger. I just wanted to make that clear. In this letter that was sent to Mr. John Badesky from the county manager, Mr. Vitolkas, it says, I'm writing you in regarding the application submitted by Event Makers USA for a conditional use permit to hold a concert series at 12575 West Creek Parkway. This application was heard and recommended for denial by the Goochland County Planning Commission on September 5th. It's scheduled to come before the County Board of Supervisors in the future. While Henrico County is not involved with this public application itself, I wish to clarify our position concerning participation of Henrico County's public safety personnel in the proposed events. As the Director of Public Safety for Henrico County, I cannot authorize the use of county funding to provide personnel or services for any private event or organization outside the Henrico County boundaries. I've also shared this position with the applicant, Mr. Krager of Event Makers. Although we cannot provide support outside our jurisdiction for this particular matter, I want to assure you and the Goochland County Board of Supervisors that Henrico County is strongly committed to the welfare of all their residents. Our written mutual agreements for law enforcement and other emergency services are top priority. We stand beside you as a neighbor and friend. Mr. Vitolka specifically asked me to read this particular statement. It was in an email to Mr. Badesky. Mr. Vitolka said, as Director of Public Safety in Henrico County, I will not in any way, shape, or form authorize off-duty public safety personnel to work at any Event Maker USA events in Goochland County. I have communicated this to Mr. Krieger. I think it was important for me to let you know that his statement as Planning Commission was not correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bannon.
Good morning. I'm Steve Fram. I live at 829 Lachlan Road, Mannequin Sabbath, 23103. I have three concerns. When I moved to Goochland 3 years ago, my wife and I immediately appreciated the quietness, sitting out back at night looking at the stars. We appreciate this county very much. Although when I would visit my brother-in-law, who lived about a little over a mile from Innsbruck, I do remember distinctly hearing music from concerts at Innsbruck, but it wasn't very clear. It was just more annoying. So we do have concerns with the music. I know the Mosaic community is being built. It's going to have maybe over 500 residents. They're going to be older residents, and I don't know if they'll appreciate being so close to the music there, next to Capital One. A second concern I have is, knowing what I've learned about Goochland County, I think it'll be a tremendous strain on the EMS, police, and fire, an undue strain on them to have them having to help with the concert, with outside the concert, managing the traffic. You know, I hope this would never happen. There should be a terrorist shooting or something there. You know, how are we going to handle that? And of course, the parking is a very large issue. My final concern is, and it's more of a question, what is the economic benefit to Goochland County bringing this in? I understand we could put a tax on tickets, but I don't see much of a benefit. I think people come to Goochland County, live here for other reasons, and they appreciate the more rural nature. I think that land could be better used for other uses than having this concert series. And for those reasons, I urge the county administrators to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fram.
I'm Russ Ricketts, it's 2401 Old Coach Lane, Henrico County, and I'm giving my minutes to her.
Thank you. I'm Beverly Swoboda. I live at 2310 Briar Grove Court, Henrico County. I'm opposed to the proposal. I contacted the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, the DEQ. They confirmed to me West Creek Tuckahoe Parkway is a federally protected swamp-categorized wetland and habitat for endangered species and under their jurisdiction. They would expect to be made aware, and their consultation would be necessary concerning restrictions, requirements, and environmental impact. They confirmed sound pollution is recognized by the DEQ. In this consideration, the applicant's sound check is irrelevant. A federally protected wetland requires a federally authorized noise measurement sound check, including charts of hertz levels, which he didn't have at all, and measurements of a variety of species, birds, reptiles, mammals, performed by the correct government agency. I have provided a list of these agencies and a noise measurement field guide report with an overview of the noise effect on the wildlife performed and published by your Department of Highway Administration. As an example, they differ. They, in their report, which I will submit, show immeasurable, irreparable damage in these areas to animals and the wetland sustainability. Hertz levels should have been used. Decibels are the loudness of music. Hertz levels are the vibrational pressures between the wavelengths that create pressure to the ear. So the wrong measurements were even used. And it's not a federally approved sound check. I have one here for you to look at, this in the overview of the type you would need. This is to protect the sustainability of the wetlands, but it's also to protect Goochland County. Unnatural sounds created in the wetlands and in the woods create unnatural behavior with animals. Deers frantically darting across the road, car accidents, bodily injury, leaving county liability. I think we've all experienced a deer. Well, this would be much more than one deer. Okay, let's talk about plastic pollution. That's another thing. Plastic pollution is recognized. Over 100,000 wildlife animals die every year from discarded plastics each year. The proposed plan for pickup of litter covers the venue and the parking lots of the venue only. Exits from West Creek are not considered. Entrance roads from Patterson Avenue are directly along the wetlands and cross two lakes. They go right over two lakes. Trash thrown along the side of the ponds can enter the lakes and the wetlands unless immediately picked up during and after each event. Once litter enters those wetlands and those lakes, it would be impossible to remove. Damage to a lake or a wetland has legal consequences and requires very expensive remediation and is considered a felony and subject to fines. So I totally disagree with that sound check. It's not even the right measurements. Thank you so much for listening to my proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Swoboda.
I'm Robin Ricketts, and I live at 2401 Old Coach Lane in Henrico County, and I can't remember being up this late in a long time. Our property is on the Henrico side of the Tuckahoe Creek, 4,100 feet or 3/4 of a mile from the proposed amphitheater in West Creek. We've lived at this address for 27 years. During that time, we've witnessed the effect of development on the wildlife in the greater Tuckahoe Swamp and around the Tuckahoe Creek, where there was once a rich natural environment that gave homes to many kinds of birds, fish, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. West Creek and 288 have been built, cutting down trees, paving over the earth, and destroying the natural habitat of many of these animals. We once enjoyed the peace and quiet of living side by side with all that wildlife, and now we hear the hum of traffic on 288, cars and motorcycles drag racing on West Creek Parkway in the middle of the night, and music from Hardywood Brewery. And we rarely see the animals that once roamed safely through the woods. My biggest concern, however, is not about the impact on the animals, but the impact on the people who live in the surrounding neighborhoods and how the sound levels from this proposed project will affect the property values of our homes. What might sound like music if you're sitting in a concert doesn't sound like music when you're sitting across the creek. Depending on the distance, it may not sound like music at all. It's just a rhythmic thump of a bass or garbled voices of the singers too far away to understand what they're saying. And listening to it is not a choice to us. It's forced upon us. Scientific studies, and I've included links in this document, which I emailed to all of you earlier, show that constant noise or constantly repeating noises have a definite detrimental effect on the health of people exposed to them. A 2018 study showed that excessive noise can be blamed for many health problems, including physiological stress reactions, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, and psychiatric disorders. Noise can destroy the enjoyment of one's own property and leisure time, leading to anger and depression. The former U.S. Surgeon General William Stewart said, "Calling noise a nuisance is like calling smog an inconvenience. Noise must be considered a hazard to the health of people everywhere." Interestingly, sound torture has been developed as a type of psychological warfare. Constant playing of loud music or white noise is used to break the will of prisoners. Sound torture has been used by our own CIA and FBI, and it doesn't actually matter what kind of sound it is. Is my 3 minutes up?
Yes, it is, but you can finish.
In fact, the most popular song used to torture prisoners at Guantanamo Bay and other detention centers in Iraq or Afghanistan was I Love You by Barney the Purple Dinosaur. The sound or music just has to be constant without the listener having any control over it. So I'm going to skip along. I just want to talk about the effect on property values. And I've mentioned a study. This study shows sellers of homes within a 2-mile radius of an airport will have to discount their asking prices 13.2% from the going rate of other homes in the same zip code. Sellers will also have to offer discounts for close proximity to railroad tracks, 12.3%, and highways, 11.3%. What will the discount have to be for homes near an amphitheater? So I would urge you to call other cities, and I've listed a bunch of cities that have amphitheaters, and ask them about noise complaints and real estate values. Okay, and I'll give this to her.
Thank you.
My name is Max Swoboda. I live at 2310 Briar Grove Court in Henrico, Virginia. My property abuts Tuckahoe Creek and is one of the closest residences to the proposed venue. We object to the issuance of the conditional use permit. I recognize that the CUP application is involved, but I'm concerned that certain procedural issues have not been followed. This includes the following. The county requires that the applicants seeking to rezone property obtain a conditional use permit must place a sign on the property to inform the community of their intention. And I've been looking for a sign and cannot find one. That's in your zoning requirements. The county pre-application checklist for rezoning and conditional use permits requires a development impact study. I do not see this in the application. I would anticipate that this study would investigate and address any of the environmental issues we are concerned with, such as noise or damage to the wetlands. And that's included in the pre-application checklist. A community neighborhood meeting was required by the pre-application checklist. This meeting was held. However, proper notification to adjoining property owners was not given, in my opinion. The county form requires the applicant to send letters to adjoining property owners that provide the date, time, and location of the meeting, along with a detailed explanation of the application. Our property directly abuts Tuckahoe Creek. We never received any notification. Subsequently, we and many others have been getting notices from the county on related meetings. I would contend that the distribution for notices being used by the county should have been used by the applicant when informing of the community meeting. And that's included here as well. The conditional use permit application dated August 7th, 2019 includes a signature page. This is shown on packet page 523 for tonight's meeting. This has a statement form, the applicant that's in it that says he has the right to submit the CUP application on behalf of the owner of the property. It is signed by the applicant and notarized. However, the bottom of the form requiring the landowner's signature, which would confirm the owner's agreement for the application, is left blank. This would seem like a critical detail. All of this shows a lack of attention to detail that we are concerned will show itself in other aspects of the project if it's allowed to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swoboda.
It's been a long time since I pulled an all-nighter. I'm Dr. Beth Rogers. I live in Goochland County, 418 Pagebrook Drive. I sent you all an email earlier with some key points and some references, so you'd have a chance to look at that before this evening. I'm a registered nurse with a PhD preparation in public administration and health policy, and 35 years of research experience in health policy as it pertains to chronic illness. There are so many problems with this proposal, but I want to focus again on the health impact because this is really a public health and safety issue. The sound test, as has been mentioned before, was seriously flawed and failed to include a lot of critical properties, including frequency spectrum, time course, rise time, impulse levels, and psychoacoustic measures. The reliance on decibels alone is extremely misleading because they fail to capture the impact of low frequency and impulse noises such as the bass music that caused the walls of my house to vibrate during the sound test. More than 50 years of research, which I have synthesized in the email I sent you, shows that even low decibel and sporadic noise hurts people. Noise is associated with cardiovascular disease, endocrine disorder, metabolic diseases, and even leads to dangerous genetic changes. Noise exposure also has been found to harm the development of a fetus in utero. There is a substantial amount of research showing it harms the developing fetus. The American Public Health Association, the World Health Organization, the CDC, and the Network for Public Health Law all consider noise the second most important public health concern behind air pollution. Since the late 1960s, the Code of Federal Regulations, specifically Title 42, the Public Health Act, has called upon local governments to do everything in their power to reduce unnecessary noise. The whole of Chapter 65 in the code is devoted to control of noise with very high penalties for violations. Section 4913, the Quiet Communities Act, specifically emphasizes the negative impact of noise on public health and on domestic animals, wildlife, and property. Noise invades the public commons. That's the air and space that we all share, and that belongs to all of us. Thus, it directly impinges on the rights of others. These concerts will subject many people to a known health risk on a regular basis, completely against our rights to be free of that threat. I have to note also my residential street is certain to experience a devastating amount of pollution, traffic congestion, and potential for delayed access to emergency services, which will further jeopardize our health and safety. The health of people must never be decided by public opinion. No matter how many people think this is a cool thing for Goochland, their preference cannot take priority over public health and safety. The fact that this threat comes because of an entertainment venue should make the right action clear. Granting this conditional use permit will go against more than 50 years of research that has led to environmental and public health mandates and will knowingly expose residents to a completely avoidable threat to their health and safety. There simply is no defensible moral, ethical, or policy position other than to follow the wise guidance of the Planning Commission and deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mr. Rogers.
Hi, my name is Boris Solomonov. I'm a resident of Henrico County, 1609 Lockwood Drive.
Can you repeat your name again?
My name is Boris Solomonov, 1609 Lockwood Drive, Henrico, Virginia. I'm not so sophisticated as previous speakers in the term of science. I will talk about myself, about my own perception and my feelings. Noise and vibrations make me insane. And now, I hope I will not going to get tortured in my own backyard. Again, about sounds and about music. I can only tell you a quote from somebody who really understands what it is. European compositor and virtuoso piano player Henrik Neuhaus, he said once, sounds need to be wrapped in a silence like a diamond wrapped in the velvet of a jewelry box. Okay, it's professional opinion. We may agree, disagree. I'm not against music. I'm not against even concert. I'm not against proposal of such. I'm against how it's presented. Because I cannot tolerate noise and vibration. Proposal without any mitigations to an investment in mitigations, such as, in my opinion, building summer theater, green theater, enclosed enclosures and sound barrier walls. Okay, nothing like such have proposed. By the way, respectful board, is it worse to allow such business in your county where business doesn't invest in the county? Because they don't propose anything except collect money and leave. prior to make any difficult decisions, we always ask ourselves, is it legal? Is it safe? Is it ethical? Legality and out of questions, because yeah, it's legal, you have authority to make any land development decisions, that's fine. Is it safe? Safety is a control of recognized hazard in order to achieve an acceptable level of risk. That's not me. I Google it today, okay? Forgive me. If you disagree with Google, well, fine. Right now, I believe that there's significant risk of public safety due to lack of county resources. Last time I was here at public meeting, I heard from a planning commissioner that county doesn't have noise ordinance. I hear numerous times that law enforcement doesn't have resources to properly conduct such events. So it's simply, county, you're not ready for this. If you're ready, if you think you're ready, you're gaining a lot of issues. And it's too risky to make judgment too risky. And I hope that you will not make such unsafe and risky decisions. About revenue, yes, it's very important. But in finance, it's always more and less. More to gain, less to give, less to pay. You, in exchange of this revenue, you're going to give up your image, your reputation. Is it worth it? And again, is it ethical? To allow such proposal, it's the same like dumping trash and garbage on a neighbor's yard. And good neighbors doesn't do such. And I hope that you will deny this proposal as presented, not to create an ethical decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Harmon Fisher. I live at 1409 West Shire Lane in Henrico. And I have a quote, "Do nothing from selfishness or empty conceit, but with the humility of mind, regard one another as more important than yourself," unquote. The situation we face in this meeting is totally opposite from what I just read. The previous meeting we had here, some statements were made that were not true, as we've just heard from others. I was in my front yard when the sound test was done, and I said to myself, wow, that is a monster system. And I could feel the vibration going through my body, and I'm on the forefront of where the sound is coming through. And I'm probably, I don't know, 1,000 to 1,500 feet from the venue. I have a niece that lives just off of Knuckles Road, and she lives, as the crow flies, approximately 0.8 to 0.9 miles from Innsbruck after hours. And her windows shake, so that's almost a mile. And I'm a fifth of a mile. We moved to this neighborhood because we wanted a nice area to live in and have a neighborhood with great people around us. We got all of these things, and it's been that way for 33 years. I can go outside and I can hear kids giggling. I can hear the wind rattling through the trees. I can even hear the leaves fall. I wouldn't be able to do that if this venue were there. To have our peace of mind disrupted the way this venue will do is not fair to law-abiding citizens who work hard and pay taxes. It is not fair to be forced and subjected to these events against our will. I guess we're in the minority according to our gentleman that wants to propose this. Most people in our neighborhoods work hard all week and come home to a relaxing weekend. This won't happen if you approve this. They're going to be subjected to this the whole weekend. And then they'll be rattled and have another whole week of work and have to come back to the same thing for 6 months. 6 months out of our lives, we're going to be disrupted. Some of our neighbors are sick and need solitude. Some are small children who go to bed between 8 and 9 o'clock. And there are 3 assisted livings back behind our house. So I hope that you have clarity of mind as the previous council did and disapprove this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
My name is Jane Barr. I live at 1411 West Shire Lane. I am opposed to this venue. I bought my house 34 and a half years ago for the peace, the quiet, the animals. I have deer, rabbit, fox, somebody said a coyote. I have owls. I have tree frogs. And the snakes, which I do not want to lose the peace and quiet that I have on Tuckahoe Creek. The venue, with those speakers facing directly east, will just rattle the house. It's bad enough with the helicopters that land at the Federal Reserve Building when they hover. The windows rattle. But with that music, it'll be worse. I don't think any of y'all live in that area or anywhere close to it, but if you've ever been to an outdoor concert with a lot of people, your bones rattle. So I hope you will vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Chris Cook, 1995 Shepherdtown Road. I'm also Administrative Services Director of Virginia Farm Bureau, and I think apart from Hardywood, we're probably the closest business to the proposed venture. I draw your attention to the letter I think Wayne Pryor wrote to each of you. If you've received it, then I won't actually waste your time talking about it. What I will say is I understand what everybody's saying here. I can't imagine sitting at home on a Saturday or a Sunday listening to this concert, because I was actually present when this test took place at Farm Bureau, and yes, it was very loud, and yes, it rattled the windows. And we're in a modern building, and it really made the windows rattle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sandy Philp. I live at 1520 West Shire Lane. So I'm down the road from these other folks. I wasn't going to speak. I get very nervous when I have to speak in front of people. Forgive me for not being ready. I suffered a concussion 6 years ago. I have light sensitivity and noise sensitivity. The idea of these people talking about the noise that they experienced from the sound test makes me nervous. I don't go to concerts. I can't go to a basketball game. I can't go to a football game. I can't go anywhere where there's noise. I live inside my house because of noise and light issues. I don't go out very much at all. I have to wear sunglasses and a hat to go out. These fluorescent lights are driving me crazy. The idea of this noise being across the creek from my sanctuary, my home, is really unnerving. Because if I can't be at home, I'm sunk. I wish that you say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk. I came here to say no.
Would you please say your name and address?
Yeah, Sarah Cheng, C-H-A-N-G, in 2431 Old Coach Lane, Henrico. 23238. It's right across this project proposed. Yeah, I came to say no to the amphitheater project due to the noise issue too. Yeah. Last meeting, planning committee meeting, unanimously denied this plan, as you know. A few months ago, I heard music playing Hardywood brewery area. It must be a small band, and the noise was too much to my ears. And I thought like my neighbor was playing there, next door neighbor, which is 100 feet away. Yeah, and the test they presented last time that the sound test result, I don't know what kind of person they used it. It's like maybe they are deaf. They are maybe half deaf to say that it was okay. It was very bad. So I just want to let you know, and especially my husband works in Nova, Annandale, near Washington area during the week, and comes home on weekends to rest and enjoy quiet peace. We live almost their present address for 25 years. And it was so nice, and as others presented it, it was quiet, and we enjoyed that nice neighborhood. And when he comes home weekends, he will have no rest in his soul. He's very sensitive to noise too, So anyway, my point is, I just want to know. It's amazing that Henrico people, event makers are Henrico people, and they are going across the swamp area and then try to make it there. Please have mercy on us, same people who lives in Henrico County across there. And somebody mentioned about, property value. If we sue it because of that for Henrico, Woodland County and event makers, are you going to compensate all those? But anyway, that's not a real issue. I just want to express that it is a bad idea. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Chang.
It is still morning, right? Sal Napolitano. I live at 1400 Westshire Lane over in Henrico. I butt right up against the swamp right across from the Farm Bureau. I'm not going to take much time. You've heard many people in opposition to this venue. I too oppose it, not only because of the sound, but I look at it as another safety issue with over at the Strikers Field with the young children. I don't know what time their games are on weekends, what time the games finish, but you got very little parking over there. And if that's filled up with a whole bunch of soccer players and families and everything, 3 o'clock, these kids are going to get lost in the crowd. Try and find a kid in a crowd of that size. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for your time and your whole morning.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ken Eastwood. I live at 706 Milstead Lane in Mannequin-Sabot. I am a Goochland resident, and I appreciate our neighbors across the Tuckahoe Creek coming and expressing their views, because I feel the same way. I do think our police department is second to none. But it would put a strain on them like you wouldn't believe. And having a venue like this in the area, I just can't imagine. And I'm familiar with the way they operate. So just wanted to let you know that even the Goochland people feel like the Henrico people.
Thank you, Ms. Reeswood. Anyone else?
There were a couple friends here, but we waited about 6 hours. They left.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. I just wondered where these folks were last month when I was talking about Hermitage Country Club and the music I hear coming from there. But, you know, I am a come here. I moved from Henrico 30 years ago, and I was getting a little nervous seeing all these Henricians here, that the word's getting out what a good place Goochland is. But I also appreciated Supervisor O'Bannon saying that good neighbors work together. Sounded to me like she wants to start talking about the Tuckahoe Creek Bridge again. But I think, you know, I'm a tourism guy, and I think that there's a lot to be said for festivals and music. But I also think that in Goochland, we got to look at our infrastructure. I mean, will the roadways support what's being asked of us? Will our first responders support what's being asked of us? So the type of music, and just for me personally, it's a small world after all, was my earworm. That's the torture music for me. But I would ask us to evaluate this on the merits of whether we can support it. And we don't have a sound ordinance, and I have commented about sound that I hear from grandfathered venues here in the county. And there are some things that are just part of life. But for us to put additional burden on our roads and on our first responders, I think would be the most important thing we'd want to look at. And then other than that, I'm going to hope you don't go through a sausage process up here and let us all get on home tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Last call. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Thoughts, comments, questions? Mr. Krieger, would you like to rebut anything that you heard?
I would. I don't want to take up any more of your time. You all have been very patient with listening to all of the rhetoric that we've been listening to. I do have a few comments that are, I think, very important. Even with the rhetoric that's going on behind me now, excessive noise is excessive based on opinion, and a lot of the comments we've been hearing tonight are based on opinion, not on fact.
Please,
that
give
said,
him the time.
That said, there was a comment made about property values at airports where the dB rating is 130 dB to 100 dB off of a highway. That's a significant difference to 65 dB, which, by the way, dB levels double every 10 to 15 numbers there. I do want to correct some misstatements. Mr. Brown made a statement that I stated that I was not happy with the way that things were operating at Innsbrook after hours. That is totally inaccurate. What I said at the time was I was not happy with the way that things were operated prior to our taking over Innsbrook in 2013. And therefore, we made major changes which have significantly impacted the ability for the concert series to operate safely in a family environment, and so that was a totally inaccurate statement. We didn't make any statement that we had to have a bomb dog for talent or anything else. We elect to have and hire a bomb dog. We elect to do that based on the world we live in today. That's strictly something that we do. We don't have to do that in Henrico. That's something we do. Parking keeps coming up as an issue. Capital One does not have a contract with Markel going into 2020. Yes, they're negotiating for one, but they do not have a contract currently, so that can't even be discussed. We do have an agreement with Hardywood, okay? The other thing is that, and this is something that is personal. When I stood before the Planning Commission and stated my statement about Henrico support, I was absolutely accurate to what I knew, what I'd been told through the Henrico County Police. I had never spoken to Mr. Batokas. I'd never had a conversation with him about it. He had never texted me. He had never sent me any kind of email. So for someone to make that statement was totally inaccurate, and I object to her continuing to make that statement. I spoke to Mr. Batokas the next day, and that was the first time we discussed the fact that he would not support this project in Goochland County, but would be more than happy to support us anywhere in Henrico County. Understood. We have a very good relationship with Mr. Batokas and the Henrico County Police. Everything that we did through the police in Henrico County, and that was exactly the way it was supposed to be done in Henrico County. It's probably done in many other communities, including yours. So that was inaccurate. I just wanted to correct the inaccuracies and to save this venerable group any kind of continuing have to stay here. I'd like to withdraw the offer for the cup and walk away right now, because I don't believe that this is something that Goochland is ready to do right now. I don't want to further have problems with Henrico residents, because we do reside in Henrico County. So at this time, I'd like to withdraw the cup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Ms. McGee, is that,
That's absolutely appropriate. An applicant retains the right to withdraw an application at any time, and no further action needs to be taken.
no, we don't need to take a vote or anything?
No,
Okay.
there's nothing for you to vote on. It's been withdrawn.
I would like to thank everybody for hanging with us. We still have one more hearing to go through, but it should be quick. Thank you for coming out to Goochland. Be safe going home. Watch out for deer. We still have lots of them.
Yeah,
So the last item on the agenda is a weeds and garbage ordinance, and we talked about deferring it, but we need a formal deferral with a vote.
How long do you want to defer it, Mr. Chairman?
Just to November 5th would be
To November.
Mr.
appropriate.
Chairman, I move that we defer public
Number-
hearing on ordinance to
The
add.
6th.
To,
6th.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer the public hearing on an ordinance to add section 7-81 and 7-87 regarding regulating of weeds and garbage to our meeting in November, which I believe is on Wednesday, November the 6th.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you?
Ms. Lachlet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick? Yes. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. All right, so next, we will adjourn to Monday, October 7th for a zoning ordinance rewrite wrap-up work session in conference room 270. Joanne is cheering for that. On Wednesday, November 6th, we will have our regular business meeting at 3 p.m. and at 7 p.m. And then on November 26th, we have a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and that's, I believe, to approve the CAFR. So with that, I will adjourn our board meeting for whatever today was. Oh, for October 1st and 2nd.